We all got one thing, takes us where we need. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I've been dreaming for so long, time to wake up and make it happen. Forget yesterday. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Tables are turning, my heart's been burning ever since I could remember. Used to sleep on the cold ground, dreaming about right now. Yeah. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my vibe. So come on, enjoy the ride. Come on, we up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise. I can break the mold. I can break the mold. I can break the mold, yeah. Fire in my soul. Fire in my soul. I'm not here for a long time. Life is too short to worry about it. Time to let it go. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my vibe. So come on, enjoy the ride. We up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
We're back live from Atlanta, Georgia in the Skillshot studio for the Winter Royale. We've got 7 players battling it out for the title of Winter Royale champion. As we gear up for our first invitational of the year, we will see a ton of great matches, but most importantly, it'll be these players' last chance to compete on land before we head on to San Diego next month for the first open event of the year. Welcome, everyone, inside the studio. I'm your host, White Sheepy, for this weekend. And alongside me, I got some lovely gentlemen here. Duke, Sparky, TK Breezy. How you guys doing? And, of course, we'll see Remy and Taza later as well. But, yeah, how you guys feeling today?
It's been exciting. Of course, we've been here for a hot minute. We got to do that stream yesterday. And, of course, Sparky and I got to talk to these players a lot. We had these one-on-ones with a lot of them. And so it was really cool just kind of talking to them, seeing how they feel, kind of getting to know some of them a little bit better in ways that, like, you know, I haven't really had time to, like, sit and just talk with these. So that was a really cool experience.
Yeah, it's great to see all of these players from their own respective regions coming here, and you get to see like a camaraderie between the players of their own like shared experience through traveling and playing Brawlhalla competitively, because that's something that they truly only understand themselves. Like, we kind of have a camaraderie with our experiences here on the commentary desk, players at home, that your average everyday player like myself, if I wasn't doing commentary, we have our shared experiences. But these players have their own unique experience that can only come from competing at the absolute highest level of Brawlhalla.
I think the one thing that I definitely learned from yesterday of like sitting in a couple of those interviews that they don't know anybody. Like, not a single person, bro. We had part of there's a question in the interviews we asked them, like, hey, who's this person? Who's this person? It's just famous people. And, who? It would be just like, could be like the president, like the last president. They'd be like, I've never seen that guy a day in my life. And I'm like, all right, well, sure. So, but you know what they do know? They know a lot about playing this game, and that's why you're going to be seeing some great action here today. And this is our first, this is going to be our first few matches right here. It's going to be a good time, so yeah. Yeah,
Radish versus Sack. Oh, wow. It's going to be interesting to see these guys definitely battle it out in all the different regions that we're seeing today, too. Literally the top players of those regions as well. And I do want to give like a momentary shout out to Machete, who unfortunately couldn't make it because, unfortunately, of illness, sickness. You know, sometimes that happens, and that's unfortunate. We miss him. But know that he's here. Shout outs to him. Okay. So these are the upcoming matches we got going on. Is there anyone in particular you're really excited to see as far as like these matchups going on here, Duke?
Well, it's kind of cool because, again, the format for today is going to be that round robin, so we'll get to see a lot of matches overall. We'll kind of get to see everybody fight against everyone. So even if there's like one specific match that you're really excited to see, there's a decent chance it's literally going to happen because everyone has to fight everyone.
I really like round robin because it takes us back to this. I believe it was the second BCX that we had, where we had waterfall bracket, where we had a lot of round robins that then fed into the main regular double elimination. And my favorite part was sitting there looking at like the table of everybody's scores and theorizing like, okay, if this person beats this person and that person beats this person, then their scores are going to be tied. So they'll have to go off to a tiebreaker, and this happens and that happens. And just seeing this cascading of events and theorizing that was like the most fun for me at that event. So I'm glad we get to do round robin again, because everybody having to fight everyone is so interesting.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it gives you so much more like material to work with as far as like us getting to be able to cast, you guys getting to be able to see a lot of good matches. As far as answering your question, I think the match in these next 4 that I want to see the most will probably be Radish versus Godly. I'm a Radish fan because I just like Petra. But also I like Godly because like he's just a really good player, and you know, he carries himself well. He's very funny, cool dude. And so I just want to see how those guys match up against each other. I don't really have a favorite on who's well, I think Godly's going to win because, you know, it's Godly. But if Radish wins, I would still be like, oh, I'm happy for him, you know?
Well, before we get into our matches for today, I want to just quickly mention, you know, Did everyone chat? Did y'all catch that stream last night? Because we officially have released the BCX 2022 documentary, where you can see all the behind the scenes, like the first look, the exclusive, the things like that, of just kind of like what all went into the event and more. And I think that's a pretty cool thing to kind of like pull the curtain a little bit back, see the entire production of it, or like at least get a sense of it. You know, there was like what 138 staff members.
Yep.
To create this
you
whole
get a
championship.
small glimpse into the mountain that had to be climbed to put on the amazing and seemingly flawless production that was BCX 2022.
Yeah, and I think production really doesn't get enough shine. They don't really ever get in front of the camera, so it was nice to get to see match a couple names to faces and actually kind of figure out what they do back there and how many things or how many working parts are a part of a large scale production such as BCX.
Yeah, there's always a lot of like unsung heroes that do all sorts of stuff like that you just kind of don't naturally think about when you're just at home sitting and watching, and you're like, oh, that's cool. But you don't really think about the guy who made sure everyone is well lit, or the guy who made sure that electricity runs to all the different things.
What about our audio
and,
person
of
too?
course, the audio people. You always shout out to Tony doing our audio today. Actually,
Anthony.
he doesn't want us to call
It's
him that. He literally
Anthony.
said, don't call him that.
Dude,
We had a
we
whole
went
conversation about
over
it.
this.
I'm sorry.
It's
I'm sorry.
Anthony.
I should have said Ant. I'm sorry.
See, that right there, that is what happens in a live production. And that's why you need to watch the documentary so that you can see everything that goes into a live production. Because you at home, you're like, yeah, I've run a Twitch stream before. I may have done a small community tournament, which, hey, we love everybody who does that. We love you out there. That's important. But seeing everything that goes into these massive events, like, it's surprising. I've been behind the scenes for many BCXs, and I am still surprised at everything and all the work that went into making BCX 2022 happen.
That's definitely my toxic trait of being like, I could do that. I run my own stream. I'm like, I could do this. It's nothing.
It's
bro.
because they make it look easy. They make it look easy.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, just a little bit more little tidbits here, little interesting facts is that it took 7 total days to work on site at the venue to put everything together, all the lights, the stage, all that together, and then it took 6+ months of planning this world championship. Okay, way in advance. So for those who want to check it out, check out the BCX documentary. You can watch it online right now, actually, at youtube.com/skillshot. So you don't want to miss that out. Miss on that. So okay, moving on though. Let's talk about what's coming up next after this Winter Royale, because very soon here we got a LAN. We got an open LAN event. It's the first open Brawlhalla LAN for the year. It's at DreamHack San Diego, folks. This is going to be our first time back with DreamHack since, what, 2019? It's been a bit, but we're happy to be back with DreamHack here. And it's going to be our first time as well on the West Coast. So, folks, if you're thinking about going, you're thinking about competing, or maybe you just want to have a fun time, you can actually register, sign up now at start.gg/HDSand23. DH. Excuse me. Yes, you're right. Sorry, a little dyslexic. So, start.gg/DHSand23. Register now. I mean, there's a $70,000 prize pool on the line for those who are competing. You can see the breakdown right here. First place. 7.5K there. That's a nice chunk of change.
There's some juice to be had at DreamHack San Diego. Let me just say that.
Wow, you guys pay out pretty far down.
Yeah,
too.
we are paying all the way 49th.
Oh,
That's
man.
16 people going home
16
with
people
that.
at least getting something.
Yeah, get their entry fee back at the very least, just for getting up to 49. But here's we also got the prize pool for 2v2. Which, obviously you might have to split between your mans, but if you win both, I mean you're walking away with 10K plus. So gotta feel good.
Yeah. We can, I mean, folks who are interested, you can find hotels, details, all that stuff, information available online now at brawlhalla.com/esports. So yeah, register now, DreamHack San Diego. Don't miss out. It's going to be right around the corner. It's like in a month, I think. Really soon,
Yeah,
soon here.
It's coming up.
All right, so like I mentioned before, we got a lot of amazing matches happening today. You know what? Let's take a look at the format in which everyone's going to be competing in. Oh, wait. But before we get into that, I'm jumping the gun here because I'm so excited for these top matches here. We got some merch to talk about because honestly, it's all laid out on the table right here. We got so much merch going on. In fact, we got exclusive merch for the Winter Royale. You can just snag that jersey. Everyone can peek. You can see that jersey right there. That's what you want there. Snag it now while supplies last. We also got other Winter Royale like stuff to kind of show off if y'all
there's
don't
Winter
know
Champ
about it.
merch that's back up, so we
Yeah.
of course can get the blanket. I think you can get the hoodie as well, and of course that jersey that we were just talking about.
And there's like a hood, yeah. And then we have look at this little microfiber towel we
that's
got
just for
here.
us.
I know that's just for
That's
us.
just for us.
But just look at it though. we
you
love
don't
it.
get that.
This-
We love it.
But you
get
can get
that.
this. You can get
But
this
you
blanket.
can get
Yeah,
this
you get the
Here,
blanket.
You can pick this up.
I will 100% be picking up that blanket.
Well, I'm taking this one. So
It's
Well, you can
very
have that one,
soft.
but
I
yeah,
got
when
this
it's-
one.
It's
I see
actually
another
very
one over
soft.
there. This is also nice too. It's got that jersey feel, the
Yeah.
hoodie. So got a nice.
That means you can wear it in warmer weather because, like,
Yep.
I live in Louisiana. There's not that many days out of the year that I can wear a hoodie without sweating. So I'm glad that it is a nice and light hoodie that you can wear maybe throughout the year. But also on that jersey, if you happen to notice on the picture, that you did see the back of the jersey and there was a little G peeking out from behind the picture in front of it. That means, or I'm guessing that means, let's hope, I'm just going to say it is.
You're putting 'em on
that
the
it means
spot.
it's personalizable, just like the BCX jersey. So you can get your gamer tag. That's what the final G is, the last G in gamer tag.
okay.
You can get that jersey personalized for yourself. You can put your name on the back of that jersey.
Yeah, I mean, exclusive merch, get it now. I think it's only going to be up till like maybe Tuesday. So for folks who are looking at it, thinking about it, you really want to snag it now and get this exclusive merch. Brawlhalla.com. No, it's Brawlhalla.insight. There you go. There's the link is below. Brawlhalla.insight, COUSA.com. So you can get your swag here. Get your swag on. I mean,
Can
bundle
we
up
get
too.
mods to put that link in the chat?
And go ahead and put your name on it because you know gamers love putting your names on things. bro.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and do it.
Put your name
Go ahead
on
and do it, man.
Do
Just,
it.
Yeah, I know you're thinking about it already. Just go ahead and put it on there. Like,
Thank you, Enrico. Thank you, Wangana, for putting
Oh,
that in
yeah,
chat.
shout
Also,
out
thank you, Slosh.
Shout out to our mods. Yes, thank you so much. All right, now I was so excited. We talked about merch. We talked about San Diego. Now it's time. Okay, we got some amazing matches. Seriously, coming up here, the top of the top. Let's talk about the format that these competitors are going to be playing in. All right, so it's going to be a singles competition. All right, 1v1 round robin, best of 5. Duke, you want to kind of explain a little bit? Round robin, what are we expecting here?
So round robin means everyone fights everyone, which means that it sometimes means that one set isn't going to be that kind of deal breaker to knock you down into an elimination bracket. But at the same time, those single games can be so much more valuable because, like Sparky said, when you run into someone who has the exact same set score as you, those games will determine those kind of tiebreakers. And then, of course, the top 4, the people with the best set scores at the end of it, will go into a standard double elimination, best of 5, top 4.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be really difficult for these players because it's something that a lot of them haven't dealt with in a while. The fact that you're going to have to, your very first match, frame 1, you're going up against one of the best players in the world. You're not going up against a player like me in pools that you're going to 2-0 easily and move on, where you're looking into top 32. You don't even care what's going on right now. It's easy. No worries. Right now, there's a good chance that you're going to be going up against Godly for your first game. And you're going to be like, whoo, that set's over. I was fighting for my life there, but now, now I got to look at Luna or any of the other amazingly talented players that we have in this bracket.
and there's, Golly's he's in this little spread I think twice. So we'll be seeing a lot of his action today. But yeah, as you guys said, it's mostly, I mean, it ends up being less about the set and more about each game. Like every game matters now because even if you lose some, like the first set, but it was game 5 and then you just happen to win the next 3, that game 5 set really might be the determining thing. So yeah.
Well, let's get down into the nitty-gritty about each of these 7 players that we are going to be seeing today. And, they are representing all different regions, too. We got Europe, North America, South America. Let's first talk about SAC. Sparky, tell me a little bit about SAC here.
Okay, so SAC is filling in for Hughes, who was not able to make it to this tournament. So talking with SAC yesterday, he feels like he has something to prove, not only for his region, South America, but also for himself as a player. You're seeing him on screen with that Asuri. We'll likely see that coming in today. For most of these players, we'll probably see their winter championship picks. SAC is here to prove himself, and I think he has a chance to really go the distance here.
This
Well,
seems
of
to be
course.
very much a South America thing too, of having to I think they had to do the same thing in midseason where everyone was like, oh yeah, in the crew battle it's going to be EU versus NA, and then South America was like, actually, let me just step back real quick and show y'all what we're doing. So I believe SAC is definitely going to show up in a major way here.
And kind of to your point about the Winter Championship picks, they are playing on the Winter Championship patch, so it's going to be the same balance. And of course, they'll likely, like you said, be running that same stuff and using that as information because, of course, they had the opportunity to watch the VODs from Winter Championship.
Yeah,
We're seeing Sack go up against Hughes here. There's the
know.
ground pound that took him out, gave him a nice little lead here. And you can see that Hughes was up 1-0 in that game. You're seeing the numbers coming out from Sack. You're seeing some humble numbers compared to some of the other players in this tournament. If we're looking like Godly, who like ran EU for an entire year. So Sack is definitely sort of the fish out of water here in more ways than one, of course, coming from South America as well. But he has a good support system here. His English is very solid. I mean, he and I are able to easily converse in English. So he's not going to be quite a fish out of water in that sense. But coming here, he does also have his friends. He has Kaina. He has Voltex here. So I think we're going to see some good stuff from Sack today, and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And next up, let's talk about a player that's been around for quite some time here. Let's talk about Knees. Duke, tell me a little bit about Knees. How are you feeling?
It's kind of funny because Knees is another one of those players that we've like watched grow up in a lot of ways. Like I was chatting with him yesterday and he was like, I started playing when I was 12 and he is now coming in here still playing, still competing. He's been in the scene for a long time, but it's been a while since we've seen him up here in that kind of position of being really successful, and he's been very humble about it. Like we were talking yesterday during that kind of top 8 BCX stream, and he didn't list himself as a person favored to win. Instead, he was like, I'm rooting for Kaina. I'm just here happy to be here, and if I do well, that's awesome. Knees, a very humble guy. Very excited to see him play this weekend.
Knees is one of the outliers in this tournament because yesterday we talked about during that documentary stream that a lot of these players kind of came up and really started placing during the pandemic. But like you said, Knees has been around for a while. I mean, he was winning tournaments in 2019. He won the Brawlhalla Autumn Championship in EU for 2019. So Knees here, he's a quote-unquote, even though he's still a very young player by all means, he's still like the quote-unquote old head in this group. He has a lot of experience. He has a lot of like really tough tournament experience as well, not just in those onlines, but also at like DreamHack Summer in 2019 as well.
I like seeing from the clips that we saw. I mean, he played like several different characters too on those clips too. So I like to see a little bit of character diversity as well. And clearly, he's got a pretty decent win right here. Got some pretty nice earnings and a couple medals as well. So definitely don't count him out.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're going to jump over to the North American region here to someone you were talking about earlier, TK, Radish. Tell me about Radish.
Radish, that's my guy, man. Like, I understand, like, we were talking to him yesterday. He said, he doesn't really have a lot of people that he can follow because he really happens to be, like, the only Petra that's out here. And so he ends up, like, having to set a lot of the meta. He says sometimes it's a little rough because, every now and then you might want some ideas from another person. But he's like, hey, if I got to do this, I have to make it happen. I know he did quite well at BCX. And yeah, ever since I've been, ever since I actually kind of figured out who he was, I've just always been kind of following his gameplay because he's playing one of my favorite characters. Playing him to excellent proficiency.
Now, of course, Radish has been on a nice little streak here recently. One of the reasons that he qualified for this tournament specifically is because he won the North American Winter Championship. He came in first place there, but also in some community tournaments as well here recently. Of the last 4 tournaments he's entered, starting back all the way at November 19th in 2022 at INSIG Resistance, first place. INSIG Trials in mid-December, first place. Galaxy Cup, second place. And then, of course, the North American Winter Championship, first place.
Yeah, still relatively new to the scene, the game, and those podiums. Of course, you're seeing only 1 gold medal, but he's been on the come up. We've been seeing his progression as a player all the way back to mid-season last year. He was still kind of this like new blood that people weren't really sure how well he was going to do, and since then he's just been progressing as a player and kind of to a TK's point, right, kind of paving his own way and really pushing his own meta because there's no one else out there playing Petra the way that he does.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that 81% average win rate of 2022. I mean, talk about a come up. All right, still moving on. We got Stingray next, which I'm excited to see play today. Sparky, tell me about Stingray.
So Stingray is an interesting player in that he's playing Brynn this tournament. You're seeing the Brynn on screen there. Currently, I don't know how I'm feeling about the Brynn. Like, we're seeing him whip up on Boomy in this clip, but man, once I heard that he is playing Brynn, I don't know how I feel about Brynn fitting into the 1v1 patch, because like Duke said, we're still on 7.03, which is not the Luck of the Brawl patch. It doesn't have the axe changes in that a lot of people are talking about, letting axe kind of back into the 1v1 meta. So we'll see how he plays the axe when he has has it in his hands. Of course, his spear is solid. We've seen his spear for years and years and years. But him going over to this Brynn for the Winter Royale, like we heard him say yesterday during the documentary stream, I don't know. Like Stingray, of course, he has the ability to do it. Just don't know. We'll see.
He definitely wanted to get rid of the Lance in favor of something. So, but you're saying that you think that's a bad trade.
I think that's a bad trade. I'm going to say it right here, but I mean, he's proved me wrong before, so this wouldn't be the first time.
Okay.
I don't know. He's been saying he's been feeling good. I mean, you heard yesterday in yesterday's stream. He's like, no, I'm ready. I'm in it. I'm going to win.
It's so funny because he was one of the people that I got to chat with, and he was like, it's all about vibes for him. If he's feeling good, he's going to play good. If he's not feeling great, then it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. But he said he's feeling really good this weekend. Of course, he has the Brynn, but one thing that I'm really excited to see is if he pulls out that pocket frax. We saw it in the Winter Championship. It actually knocked out Luna in the Elimination Finals. So it's one thing that, like, I really want to see how well he plays if he brings out that pocket frax.
Hey, as long as you bring the good vibes, right, he'll do well. All right, now I'm jumping back to the South American region because my heart wants to see this player go really far. Duke, tell me about Kaina.
Kaina, of course, one of the favorites, one of the surprise people that like hasn't really been in the spotlight for the South American region for that long, but since then has been absolutely amazing. I mean, he did something unheard of. He won singles and doubles in South America without losing a single game. The guy is a monster in his region, and the big question mark is if he can do it across countries, if he can do it against the North Americans and the Europeans.
Yeah, we still don't have like the actual perfect confirmation on this yet, but I do think that no one has ever done that before, winning both 1s and 2s in the same tournament, the Winter Championship, without losing a single game. I think literally no human on Earth has ever done that. But in talking to Kaina yesterday, for some reason, and I don't know why, kind of does not have a lot of confidence in himself as a player. Even though the other players I talked to put him as one of the contenders to win this tournament, he doesn't seem to have a lot of confidence in his abilities. Very humble.
That's kind of surprising to you because, you know, I had him as like my number one, and he's over. He didn't even have himself as number one. So now I'm like, maybe I got to change my ideas real quick. But you know how it is, man. Sometimes top players, they gotta be the oppression of themselves to kind of bring themselves up, you know? So we'll see how this one goes.
Well, there's a lot of people out there definitely rooting for Kaina and really trying to see how far he goes. But let me jump back to Europe here. Godly. TK, I want to hear your thoughts about Godly.
His name speaks for itself. I mean, the kid is just really good. Like, I feel like there's no other way to put it. Like, he's really good. Almost every tournament I've ever seen him at, I don't think that I have watched a tournament that he hasn't placed top 3 or first, except for BCX, obviously. But like, yeah, I mean, he's continuously shown that he can play multiple characters as well. I know he currently right now it seems like he's on the Asuri, but I remember he had a pretty big gauntlet phase a little while back, and well, his gauntlets looked pretty insane. But as of late, the Asuri has been looking real good, and I'm hoping to see it in top form here at Winter Championship.
Now, yesterday we saw him talk some of that good stuff during the documentary stream. That was love seeing that. But yesterday, talking to him in the actual interview that we had, he seemed like more focused than I think I've seen anybody seem laser focused in on not just playing well, but total victory. He had his eyes set on number 1. Nothing else matters. Like every time people dig and poke at him for not getting first place and losing to Impala at the World Championship, like, yeah, he's able to joke back with you, but you know he has his eyes on that. He wishes that Impala was here so that he could get the run back. I don't think anybody out there has confidence in themselves, especially coming right after Kaina here. Nobody has confidence in themselves to do this like Godly does.
I mean, yeah, he has the stats for it too. 90% win rate is insane.
Yeah, 90. I'm looking at that 90% average win rate, incredible. Yeah, I'm really excited to see. I mean, Godly might really show up today. So we got one more player to talk about here, and I know your fan favorite of Duke. Tell me about Luna.
No surprise to see. I absolutely adore Luna. Luna, of course, an absolutely amazing player, but the thing that stands out that doesn't get talked about enough is the mentality that Luna has. He has the drive, and every single time he takes a loss, he goes, okay, this is a learning experience. This is an opportunity for me to study this. I obviously did something wrong. He doesn't go and complain and tweet about this, that, or the other. He instead goes, okay, I just need to practice more. I need to put in more time and put in that work and put in those hours to make sure that I am ready for the next time that I come up against these things that I took an L on last time.
So the biggest thing that worries me about Luna is seeing him get 3rd at the World Championship, right? That's a huge wake-up call. I know that hurt him a lot. then going into the offseason and then coming out for Winter Championship and also getting third, just barely making his way into this Winter Royale. I know that was a sigh of relief, the fact that he got into that top 3 so he could come to Winter Royale, but that's a big question mark. Those 2 back-to-back third places from Luna. Is he shook? Does everyone else have his number? Have they been brought up to his level now that we've had some time since the Luna era?
I mean, you can't deny those gold medal and those earnings. And he still has a pretty high average win rate if I'm looking at this info right here. So, I mean, if Luna's feeling good, like he said, literally last night in that stream, he literally said he feels good. He's going to win. I'm really itching to see what these guys are going to do and who's going to come out on top. So, let's get into predictions now. We've talked about all the different players that we're going to see today. I'm going to start with you, TK. I want to know your player prediction. Who's getting first, second, and third?
Okay. Well, for third, I had Stingray. And the reason why I had Stingray is because, I mean, one, he has been well, now you got me thinking, okay? Like, my whole, like, all my stuff has been just kind of thrown out the room. But I'm going to give you what I gave first. I'm going to give you what I gave first. My first one, my first third place was Stingray. One, I just, I root for the kid. I hope that he does well in the Bren. Bren's one of my favorite characters. If it doesn't work out, doesn't work out. You know what I mean? Second, and this was like a 49-50% split, or 51% split, but my second place was Godly, who, if he took first, I'd be like, understandable. And then my first place happened to be Kaina. I believe that this is going to be his tournament. I don't know. If Godly takes it, that also makes sense to me. I just feel like that's the trade-off. Kaina and Godly, and then Stingray in third.
And Sparky, how are you feeling about this prediction, and what's your prediction, honestly?
So I would have put Stingray in my third place, but then I heard that Bren, and again, I don't think it's going to be bad. He could easily prove me wrong. He's done it before, but that alone, that had me like just put a little bit more in the Luna bucket to where that just happened to be, again, 51-49. I'm putting Luna in third place. In second place, Vamo Brasil, I am putting Kaina. I think he needs a little bit more time, just a little bit more time for it to really be the Kaina era globally. It's already the Kaina era in South America, but in first place, I have the man himself, the man I talked with for 45 minutes yesterday, where he just, I've never seen that before from any Brawlhalla play, and I'm talking Sandstorm as well. Godly just, he's a different animal, and I think Godly's going to be coming out in first place. He's going to do it for EU, he's going to do it for England, and he's going to most importantly do it for himself.
Wow, nice. And Duke, what's your predictions?
It's fascinating how different we all were with our predictions, and of course, it kind of is a testament to how strong all of these players are. My third place is actually going to tie with TK. I also believe in Stingray. Honestly, I kind of just looked at BCX, and Stingray was just behind everyone else, and of course, an absolutely strong player. But unlike BCX, I'm putting Godly in second place behind Luna. He's still got second place again, I guess, technically. But I put him behind Luna because I believe in the kid. Luna, again, he's got that drive. And one thing that really stood out to me was the fact that he said, you know what, if I take third again, if I lose another time like this, then I'm not using the opportunities I'm given. I got to do it right. And of course, NA hasn't not won a 1v1. So, you got to give it to NA. So I'm putting him up there.
I mean, wow. I mean, it's really, really cool and kind of interesting to see how different y'all's predictions are. And, I'm sitting here listening to you guys and trying to figure out, man, who do I want to win? And it's tough because, my heart's like, kind of, yeah, let's go. But, I mean, you got to look at the facts. You got to look at the stats. I mean, look at Godly. I don't know. I've been switching around, but I feel that maybe Godly actually might be on top. I think he wants to redeem himself after BCX and everything. So we're going to see very shortly here what's going to happen next. So after this quick break, we're going to see Radish versus Sack kick off the Winter Royale. So don't go anywhere. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Introducing the newest game mode, Dice and Destruction. Test your luck in this new timed game mode. Score points by getting KOs. Lose points by getting KO'd. The player with the most points at the end of the game wins. Whether it's raining bombs or flying sidekicks, you never know what the dice is going to land on. During the raining bombs, try catching one out of the air to throw it in a direction opponents aren't expecting. Bonus, your sidekicks still won't hit you when flying by. During the defense down, when the time runs out, all players will be healed back to full, regardless of their health before the dice roll. Play all this and more now in Battle Pass Season 7 Valhalla Quest.
Welcome to Brawlhalla Esports Year 8. $1 million will be awarded across the season.
And it's starting to increase right now.
With 4 seasonal championships.
For the first time. Great.
4 seasonal invitationals.
We're trying to read that dodge diagonal down in, and that's the Russian. Wow.
3 in-person LAN events. All roads lead to BCX 2023, the open entry Brawlhalla World Championship.
And he's going to put this one away. The weapon toss from Luna, but nothing else. Down line, recovery! So many owls for Impala, but it's a dare to crown our new world champion.
Oh, sorry. Press and Brawlhalla. Hey everyone, Alex Jubali here, Fighting Game Tournament Director from CEO, and more importantly today, DreamHack. It's honestly incredible to see how much Brawlhalla has grown since the first BCX event back in 2016 that I was fortunately a part of. Some of my favorite moments as a tournament organizer were working with Foda, Toast, the Brawlhalla team, and the community to bring Brawlhalla to some of our past events. Today, I'm here to share some exciting news with all of you and the return of Brawlhalla LAN events to DreamHack. This year, Brawlhalla is returning across 3 of our events for their Esports Year 8, starting with San Diego in April, Dallas, Texas in June, and Valencia, Spain in July. The even bigger news is that the Brawlhalla team is putting up $70,000 for each event to be divided between singles and doubles, totaling over $200,000 in prize pools at our DreamHack events together. To kick things off, we actually have San Diego registration live right now on start.gg/DHSAN23, with more information coming soon for Dallas and Valencia. That's it from me. Really excited about this announcement today. Keep playing and enjoying Brawlhalla, and we're going to see you soon at our DreamHack events. Oh, and I'd like to thank the Brawlhalla team for supporting me through the Cameo. If you'd like to find me on Cameo for more videos, I'm just kidding. I don't have a Cameo.
Welcome back, everybody. I love watching that video, that clip of Jubali introducing us back into DreamHack. But welcome back, everyone, to the Winter Royale. We're about to kick off things here with our first match of the day. It's going to be Radish versus Sack here. And I know we just briefly talked about, you know, each and every one of them, but I want to hear your thoughts on these two specifically matching up together. We got North America versus South America. Sparky, I want to hear your thoughts first.
So Radish has played against a lot of the players in this tournament. He's played against Stingray, he's played against Kaina, he's played against Luna, he's played against Knees as well. He has not played against Sack yet, though. But when I was talking to him yesterday, one of the things he said was that Kaina could be winning this tournament. The way that he runs South America and how difficult it is to deal with Kaina in-game. Who has Kaina played a lot with? Sack in 2v2s. Who has a close relationship with Sack? It's Kaina. Sack is kind of Kaina light here, which means as Sack levels up, he's going to get closer and closer. I mean, you even see him, you see the Asuri right here. Who else is playing Asuri a lot and did it in the Winter Championship? Kaina. So we're going to see a lot of those influences. So if Radish has trouble with Kaina, there's a good chance he'll also have at least some trouble with Sack as well.
And Duke, what do you think about this info right here? Because you can't deny that Radish has gotten a gold medal, has a higher PR as well.
Yeah, I think by the numbers, Radish is favored to win this. I think one thing that's just really fun about this matchup specifically, of course, you love that intercontinental competition, but it's kind of a battle of the devotees, the people who love their single legend. Radish, of course, known for his Petra. On the other side, Zach has been basically all about that Asuri for the entirety of the year. He's been playing this Asuri for quite a while now. So it's kind of cool to see them like basically put those two mentalities to a head. But at the end of the day, you gotta take it for what it is. And Zach is coming in here off the fact that Hughes was not able to make it here. So Zach is definitely the underdog, but he's got the most to prove.
And something I just noticed that I didn't actually know is we saw in the stats that only one top 8 for SAC. And what was that? That was the Winter Championship.
No, it's technically 2.
2?
Yeah, because it doesn't have Winter Championship in there. There's another one somewhere.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's 2. Okay, but let's just pretend it's 1 for a minute.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just 1.
Come on,
It's
man.
one. Just
Who
one.
else had like 1 top 8 and then ended up winning a tournament? It was Impala, and he ended up winning the World Championship. So are we going to see those numbers ring true? There you go. That's SAC on your screen right now. He's dealing with those lights
He's a
bright
little
in his
bright.
eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Radish here. I actually really enjoyed my time talking with Radish. We had a lovely little conversation. So that's a player that I don't think I've ever even probably said 2 words to in the past. With all of the like new pandemic players that came up during the online only era, we didn't really get that much of a chance to speak with them like at events and stuff. So I'm glad I got to have that time with Radish, and I got to see a little bit inside the mind of Radish and SAC as well. I actually got to talk to both of these players, so that was a blessing in and of itself.
Well, you know what? What's crazy is that they're ready. As you can see, they're ready. They're waiting. So you know what? Let's go ahead and kick it off to the game between Radish versus SAC.
We're going to be getting into this one. You see the legends on your screen. No surprise there whatsoever. It's Asuri. It's Petra. Now, if you look at it on the screen, it's going to be a little bit flip-flopped. Like it's SAC is actually on the Asuri and Radish is on the Petra, as you would expect. So a little bit of a flip-flop there. Don't be confused, viewers at home.
Yes. Again, it is Radish who is the Petra player, SAC on the Asuri, taking their time locking in. One thing I do want to call out, we did talk about how the balance is going to be on that 703, but of course the Western Air Temple change did come in for this one. So it's kind of a little bit of a custom build. So if they do end up liking that map, that's definitely a real possibility, but it's not.
It looks like they don't like it so far because Radish banned that one out pretty quickly. And I'm not surprised. A lot of players, that's a very polarizing map. Some players are fine with it, some players enjoy it, but a lot of players do not like playing on that map. They don't like those soft platforms. There's a lot going on that map that, or you could just like go to Demon Island and then not have to deal with any of those complications whatsoever.
Demon Island, it's kind of just like the staple at this point. Like if you just want a good, flat, straightforward map, then you go to Demon Island, and you're already seeing them go in. Radish likely will be leaning on this orb, kind of try to utilize that long range that he has. On the other side, SAC might lean into these guitars, has that opportunity to get stacked up, but right now has to get away from Radish, who's getting that 3-piece.
So one thing that Taza was talking about specifically with Radish is he's thinking Radish is going to do really well this weekend. One of the main reasons is that orb, because a lot of players don't have matchup experience against orb. Now, North American players might, to a little bit of a degree, when they've run into, I mean, specifically Radish. But like other than that, ooh, nice neutral sig from Radish to clean that one up. He's only about halfway through this stock, but that's going to be Radish with the orb that SAC might not have that much experience playing against. Meanwhile, playing against Katars, I mean, look at the legend choices. Look at the momentum here from Radish.
He is still swinging. He is getting hit after hit. SAC finally finds some damage, but he got knocked into the orange and is going to get bounced away off of that recovery from Radish. He is yet to finish off this stock.
Big slap bouncing off the stage. It's going to cut out some of the momentum from that swing, so it's not going to be a KO. That side air where SAC is in the orange. Nice pickup with the GC D-Light into the recovery for the KO. SAC doing his best to bring himself back into this one, but of course, it's SAC having to fight Radish game 1, and there's the side heavy full stock lead for Radish.
And what a timing from Radish on that one. Sidelight stutter for a hot minute, then come in with the haymaker. SAC was busy reeling from the first hit and didn't expect the second one, and that's a full stock advantage for Radish.
This is huge. Radish has so much momentum in his favor. He's getting 2-3 hits every time. Meanwhile, SAC is struggling to find a single way in. No D-Light over the corner there as Radish was coming right over that 90-degree. Barely getting away from that side sig, but the second one makes contact. Neutral sig for a little bit of a celebration. Might be a little bit premature, but still, Radish has such a massive lead. I don't see him losing this. Again, a little bit premature
He's getting
celebration.
excited. He's definitely trying to throw out those celebratory signatures. It's not too punishing. Like, he's still able to cover that corner and take out SAC in game number 1. But you can see he's got a little bit of that, you know, in-person jitters. He's got some excitement going.
Except we don't see it in his face whatsoever. I was wondering if we were going to actually get to see it on the camera. But no, Radish actually looking pretty calm. Even though you saw those celebrations coming out, he's definitely feeling himself on this one. And, I mean, I don't blame him. His orb is looking immaculate so far right out of the gate. So it's looking, I mean, I don't want to say this, but it's looking like Taza might know what he's talking about.
That is absurd. Just an insane premise to be putting out there. And Sack with the swap. I said it was the battle of the devotees, but it seems like Sack has changed churches and he's going over to the Shell, or I guess that's the Tezca, for game number 2.
Yeah, since Machete couldn't make it to this tournament, I was thinking, like, okay, we're probably not going to see that much Tezca. Like, maybe it'll be like a salty switch when you're down 2-0 and like, okay, maybe I'll pick up the boots and I'm only going to play boots. But, oh, man, Radish is still handling Sack so much. I don't know how that didn't make contact, but Sack was able to get through.
But at the same time, Sack, he has no carryover to that Asuri that he was just playing. Radish actually helps him out there with that GC downlight. Actually does pretty much just a perfect save for Sack, but still has that damage advantage over him. Sack now onto those boots. One of the reasons that people usually pick up the Tezca is to put out those boots damage, but he's back to the gauntlets for the KO potential. Side Sig will take him out.
So Sack does have a level 18 Tezca, and his highest level legend, or sorry, his highest level gauntlet legend is going to be a level 56 Cross. That is his 6th highest leveled legend. So he has time on the gauntlets. He has a little bit of time on the Tezca as well, and he has a nice little bit of a lead here against Radish. We're about a minute 20 into this game. Sack is without a weapon. He's going to be looking for that spawn. It's going to be favoring Radish's side, but he's able to get back to it. There's the gauntlets.
Comes in, throws out the Nair. You know, generally it's like ill-advised to go kind of onto a matched weapon against someone who just beat you so handedly. But at the same time, Radish isn't really a gauntlets player. Like, he's had great moments with his gauntlets, but more often than not, he's highlighting his orb play.
Nice 3-piece there. Again, man, these strings from Radish are really strong. He's still been able to consistently get them in this game. Not quite as strong as he was last game, but still, you're seeing continue into this game as well. But Sack starting to figure him out a little bit. If we're talking about some matchup inexperience, I don't know what Radish has against the Battle Boots. Again, we didn't see too many Battle Boots in North America coming out from those players during the Winter Championship.
Yeah, North America was surprisingly devoid of Battle Boots players. I think Boomy was kind of the only one in the Winter Championship, and Radish clearly got past it because, of course, he won the Winter Championship. But at the same time, Sack coming in, he has that lead over Radish, just barely managing to get the stocks before him.
So one thing that's really interesting that I just saw is Radish's 3rd highest leveled legend is Tezca. He has a level 58 Tezca, so he could pull this out, get the Tezca money match, and he has a lot more experience on this legend than Sack does.
But at the same time, like, does he need to? His Petra's not looking too terrible. He's still staying even with Sack. The only difference is, like, he's not absolutely dominating the way he did in game number 1.
Neutral air into the side air. Would you waited for just a second, then hit the recovery. Radish in the orange. There is a weapon spawn on the field. There's the possibility of boots for Sack. I don't think we're going to see Radish swap whatsoever. There's the swap from Sack.
I love
Edge
the
guard.
decisions. Sack coming in, doesn't active input his side airs because he wants that force as he hits the ground pound. And game 2 goes the way of Sack. He ties it up off the Tezca.
So we're seeing relatively even damage between those two, as 567 to 504. So a very close game between these two. It didn't necessarily come down to both players' last hit red, but it was still a much closer game with the potential for Radish to take that game at any time. Sack maybe getting a little bit more confidence. You've seen him nod his head, so he's feeling good that he was able to take that one back.
Yeah, and I guess here's that opportunity. Do you think Radish is going to make the swap over to the Tezca as well, or is he going to stick with the Petra and maybe just try to put out a little bit more orb damage? Because, I mean, that's one of the things that stood out to me for that last game.
Three,
he stopped getting those big 3, 4, 5 hit extended strings on his orbs.
So since we're in a round-robin format, I think that does give you a little bit more experimentation time, which Radish may not even need whatsoever, as you're seeing these gauntlets already start up, put out the majority of the damage so far this game. It's going to be gauntlet v gauntlet here for Radish and Sack, but the ability to experiment with things a little bit more in a round-robin format, because like he could have pulled it out this game and be like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to play that the rest of the tournament, and one game in a round-robin format is not as equal to a single game in a double elimination tournament.
each game in a lot of ways. Again, a little bit more valuable in these round robin formats because of the way that those tiebreakers can shake out. Good avoidance from Radish, manages to outspace that side signature, which again has that active input, has that ability to throw back and potentially take out.
Edgeguard set up here. It's just going to be that signature. It's the same one every time. We haven't seen too many offstage engagements between these two players. No, neither one has been wanting to risk that. First stock comes in about a minute. So these players are starting to figure each other out a little bit more. They're not throwing quite as many things out. These games are starting to, at least for the first stock, extend a little bit longer as they're each learning about one another's habits.
Yeah, you're starting to see a kind of more even trades, right? You're starting to see like Radish gets a two-piece, Sack finds a response. You're not seeing, again, those big swings either direction, honestly.
Able to get over to those gauntlets pretty quickly, but Radish put out some solid damage on this second stock of Sack. 1 or 2 more hits, I think Sack is going to be in the orange. Just gets under that. The neutral air missing as well from Radish. You see him backing up all the way to the left side of the stage, putting a lot of distance between him and Sack. The distance game is definitely going to favor Radish with that orb.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more range to engage, but at the same time, he's been going for this kind of same dodge over Sack off those sidelights where he's dodging across, and Sack earlier just did a delayed recover to take out Radish's first stock. I'm curious if he's going to start taking advantage of that again and kind of just delaying a little bit and then punishing.
Same sig again, of course. Sack has seen that so many times, so he's not even going to get close to it. There is enough room on that wall if you're using that signature like right from the main platform like Radish is using. There's plenty of room on that wall to kind of hug the bottom half of it and not get caught.
But we are seeing a little bit of a momentum build come out from Radish. He managed to add up quite a bit of damage onto Sack, but he needs to finish the stock as Sack has the weapon advantage. He's got the boots, he's got Radish on the corner, and you see Radish moving around a little bit more. Doesn't want to get caught by a ground pound the way he did in game number 2.
Now, Sack almost got that stock with that previous hit because it interrupted the recovery of Radish. The fact that Radish was able to touch down to the soft platform for just a moment and reset those jumps is probably one of the main reasons he was still living at that point. But Sack is able to clean it up. We have an even game, and this is again what I'm talking about. We're tied even 1-1 in the set. Sack wants to prove himself. He's even on final stock now in this game 3 against the winner of the North American Winter Championship. So this is huge for Sack already out of the gate.
Yeah, absolutely amazing performance from Sack. The fact that he's staying so close against the person who won for North America, he's doing very well for himself. And again, it's on these boots. He's adding up this damage.
And it's against a player who knows Tesca. A level 58 Tesca is wild. I'm very surprised almost anybody who is a top player who isn't like Machete and playing that during tournament has that much time on the Tesca. That's so much time.
Yeah, definitely a lot of time put out onto the Tesca. On the other side, Sack, very interesting. He's hit multiple side airs, has not gone for the active input once, does not want to drill kick and chase. Usually you do it at early damage so you can kind of keep that momentum going, but Sack just, he likes those neutral wins. He's kind of playing like an axe or a hammer player where he'll take that damage and he's like, all right, let's reset neutral, we'll go again.
Again, still no major edge guards. You just saw Radish input the ground pound right against the ground. He probably was hoping he was on the ground. Could throw out that signature again. Nice dodge to get through the side air. Whoa! That is going to KO. And we talked about last game being close, even though it wasn't a last stock red. That game was a last stock red. You're seeing the confidence build. The bucket of confidence of Sack is filling up a little bit more every time. You're seeing a little bit of a nod before. The nod has increased. The velocity of the nod, the distance that the head travels during the nod is increasing.
The frequency and amplitude of the nod wave, like if you had a dot tracking his head, it's just increasing in both factors. And now we're here in game number 4, and there's potential for Radish to start off the round robin phase 0-1. The person who won for North America in the Winter Championship starting off 0-1.
And not only that, but the person who got 5th at the World Championship, Radish, is down a game in this set against Sack, who got 17th in the World Championship. Still an amazing placement, don't get me wrong, but that's a stark difference between those two players in that tournament that they both attended.
Radish needs to take this one back. Nice down air over the corner. There's the down sig. This is the map that is going to work the best on. These shorter walls that Sack's not able to dip under. He was so good at dipping just low enough on the previous maps. Now he's going to struggle against it.
If we're seeing Radish continue to lock in the Petra like I'm expecting, I would be surprised if we go to Demon Island again. Like, Radish will want to leave that open or pick that as many times. I don't think Sack's going to leave it open, and I think Radish is not going to ban this map whatsoever, and I don't think Sack's going to pick it either way. Because, yeah, that signature over on the corner, okay, one of the few times we've seen the neutral signature. Last time it was in, like, game 1 as a celebratory move.
Yeah, that time caught Sack just on the edge of it. Radish, of course, he's been playing so much Petra. He knows the ranges, but does get disarmed there. Sack is going to hit the side air and even up the stock count.
You know Sack is like ready to grab those battle boots when it's time for KO because he's been able to hit that combo more than he's like even attempted the D-Light recovery on the gauntlets. So his KO options definitely exist way more on the boots than they do on the gauntlets. That's been his main KO tool. That doesn't have to happen super late, like catching a stray side air, but there's the side light side air. Radish might be taking this stock and giving himself a nice lead, and he does.
He's changing up the edge guard. It's no longer just going in, doing the very obvious down sig. Instead, he's kind of sneaking out these just over the corner down airs, that bicycle kick, and catching Sack off guard. And now Radish has a full stock advantage over Sack.
Okay, there's the rare on-stage ground pound from an Orb player. Trying to extend off stage. He gravity canceled that signature. Sack doing his best to bring it back, but he's got a mountain to climb here. I'm thinking based on what we have now, it's probably going to be a game 5, which, hey, first game in the Winter Royale, first set, if we get a game 5, like, I'm not complaining.
I mean, we very clearly said this is a hyperbolic time chamber of competition. This is the best players in each of their regions, the ones who perform the best at the Winter Championship, and Sack hits the edge guard down like ground pound, and suddenly Radish, he's not out of the woods yet. We're not in the game 5 just yet. Needs a side light side air. Might need a little more as well, as Sack not quite in that KO percent.
Over on the edge. Ooh, what a cheeky down air. That must have been a perfect down air over the corner where he was like as low as possible for there to still be line of sight and have it not bounce off the main platform. That had to be a perfect Orb down air. Even though it didn't make contact, that was a beautiful down air.
And now we're going to game 5. Sack likely gonna stick on the Tezca. I don't think he'll swap back to the Asuri at this point. The Tezca is just looking so much better, specifically against Radish. But really, like you said at the start of game number 4, I don't think Demon Island is going to be left on the board. So what really is Radish going to go to? Because Demon Island was the one that, like, he just has so much more control of.
I didn't quite catch the stages that were still on the board. I know Small Fortress of Lions was on there, and I didn't catch the other ones before they moved into this one. And it doesn't matter ultimately because we are going to the Small Fortress of Lions, and you're going to see a much bigger sidewall there. It's going to be much more comparable to the Apocalypse that we saw earlier. So Sack's going to be able to hug the bottom 50% of that wall, stay away from that signature that Radish was throwing out so often for his edge guard.
Ooh, but he's stuck on this corner. That down sig, again, not going to be full coverage of the walls here on Small Fortress of Lions. Juggling coming out from Radish, but Sack is finding those responses.
Just a single hit from Radish. Sack has been kind of controlling the main ground so far in this game. Radish has been above him a lot, jumping in the air, moving over to the soft platform as well. Nice punish there, just barely got over the side air that came out from Sack.
Down light in air, Radish dodges down, but Sack is not ready for it.
Ooh, he's without a weapon here. Nice down air, bouncing it off the wall. Didn't even need the extended range that move has. Hit it basically point blank, and that's going to be the first stock. Radish only, I mean, probably less than halfway through his stock at this point, so he's got to be feeling very good as we are in this game 5. So a Radish victory here means he's going to be moving on.
And that was great coverage from Radish. Like, he kind of babysat Sack there and was staying horizontal. Then once Sack started dipping low, you saw all those sweat beads come out. And Radish is like, all right, all I got to do is get this singular hit, deny the wall touch. That's going to be a stock. But Sack back to the boots, getting some damage put out onto Radish in down light Sair recovery. But that's a side light, so you can't go into the Sair just yet.
Went for the edge guard, and Radish completely backing up. He knows like even a stray hit from the boots at this point could either confirm the stock or at least set up the situation that leads to the stock. So playing reserved here is the right way for Radish to play. Even with that, the dash down heavy, Sack backing up because he knows he's also extremely damaged. So a stray hit could send him out, gives Radish a 2-stock lead, but no, Sack is able to clean that one up. He's going to have to make some serious movement happen here if he wants to find his way back in. Keeping Radish weapon starved was a good way to start. He got one hit, but Radish immediately picked up the orb.
And now Sack has got to be careful. He's got to pick and choose when he goes in because he knows he's in sidelight Sair territory. Hits him with a sidelight, but doesn't find a read off of it. Good spot dodge, but the Nair doesn't connect.
If he would have picked up the sidelight there, that probably would have been the KO. That was a good spot dodge, though. Okay, there's 2 hits, 3 hits. He's going to have to find a lot of those because these stray side airs from Radish, basically waking up with those after he gets hit. He could, I mean, you saw him. He was kind of mashing that just because that's all it was going to take to get the KO. And now Radish adding up the pressure, adding up the damage. Already has 50 damage on this final stock from Sack that he just took.
Dude, a confident Radish is a scary Radish. A Sack forced to dodge down to narrowly avoid that down signature. He needs a big play here. He needs a big boots read if he wants to bring this one to final stocks. But right now, Radish is just going to tap away, add up that damage.
Ooh, the signatures have just not been... Gets the interrupt on that. Sack finding his way back in this. He has so much damage. You see him in the red when he got hit. That recovery takes off the top. And in game 5, Radish takes it with a confident victory. Over 200 damage more than Sack. That's a tough first game for Sack, especially because it seemed like he had the confidence. He had the momentum. He was able to come back and tie it up and push it to that game 5 with his Tesca.
Yeah, just that one momentum breaker from Demon Island really just kind of took the wind out of the sails of Sack. There was, I mean, so much going for Sack. That swap over to the Tesca was looking so strong, and yet at the end of the day, it was the orb play from Radish on his Petra that really added it up. Those sidelight Sairs just chipping away, taking full advantage of that extended range that he has.
So that's one of the few players that Radish has yet to play in his career that is attending this tournament. The first person it is Sack, and he gets the Game 5 victory, now giving him an overall set count of 1-0 against Sack, starting off this tournament with a victory in his pocket. You know that's got to feel good, but again, this is round robin. It's not double elimination. This doesn't mean that Sack goes down into the elimination bracket and has only one more chance to come out on top in this tournament. No, it's round robin, so there's a lot more coming here for us.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Sack managed to take 2 games off of Radish is going to do very well for himself. If somebody else ends up with a similar set count, which is, you know, at the start of it, going to happen. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. The fact of the matter is, the fact that he took those 2 games means that he is ahead of somebody who ends up getting 3-0'd in that round 1.
Now, you see the icons are not missing on your screen, but we can make an educated guess from that the majority of the damage for Sack was done on the battle boots, of course, and the majority of damage for Radish was done on the orb. Of course, no surprises there whatsoever. There you're seeing that first game on to Demon Island, and then the swap to Tesca. That's what started working for Sack. His battle boots were playing really strong. His gauntlets played well. In addition to the battle boots, was able to bring it back, push it to a game 5, but couldn't quite close that one out.
Yeah, really well played from Sack, and it wasn't all about the battle boots. Of course, we saw multiple KOs with those gauntlets, those sidelights, kind of delayed recoveries. But at the end of the day, again, Radish, it's definitely all about the orb on Radish's side. Seeing multiple KOs, those stairs, those sidelight Sairs. He even hit with a side sig at one point, and that neutral sig is kind of a follow-up. Like, every clip you're seeing, Radish is on that orb.
And you're seeing the, like, Petra main, the orb main, showing you so many of the unique properties that orb has. That's all the things that you want to see coming out from someone who is one of the best orb players, one of the few, but also one of the best orb players, if not the best orb player in the entire world. You're seeing those perfectly placed down airs right over the corner. You're seeing him throw out that down signature safely. Sometimes it even makes contact, especially if we're on a map that has those really small walls. So he's doing all of the things that Petra has unique and inane to her, doing those really well.
Yeah, and it's so cool that he kind of started bringing out more and more of the kit as that set progressed. Kind of a testament to the fact that Sack was pulling those things out of him, forcing him to utilize those dares on the corners in different ways, forcing him to go for these kind of unique follow-ups, that GCN SIG again on the top of the map. So bringing out a little bit of the kit whenever there's a different game.
So we're going to be moving on to our next set. That's going to be Radish going up with a point to his name here. You're pointing to me. What you got?
Because we're not going to the game just
we're not.
yet. Instead, we are going to be going to a short little break. When we come back, of course, we will be bringing that Knees versus Kinda set that you were talking about. Or getting ready for.
I'm just excited.
We're excited.
I
There's
just
a lot
love
of
games.
matches, but we got to give some time for those players to get into the hot
That's
seat.
true.
So.
See, even I forget everything that goes on in wrangling the players, getting them sat down, making sure the button checks and everything are good, because so much goes into these productions. We'll see you in just a few moments. Brawlhalla.com/merch while you're waiting.
You find yourselves outside of town, but you sense danger. It's the Dark Warlock Volkov. A hero must rise up to meet this challenge. Who could it be?
I will face this foe, the great Jay Young.
The hero plays, levels up, and unlocks new rewards. But the hero cannot defeat Volkov alone.
I call upon my team of great adventurers.
Sidra, the Beastmaster.
Hugin, the Bard.
And Kaya, the Cleric.
They'll need items and familiars to succeed against the great Volkov. Now that the heroes are ready for battle, it's time to roll for initiative. And now the battle begins. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, brawl! Adventure awaits in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 7. It's all fun and games until someone rolls a 1.
Watch out! I have the cannonball! Oh, where's my cannon? Sharon, you have my cannon? Sharon? You good?
Already seen set 1 of today's Winter Royale going in favor of Radish in a nail-biting 3-2 set. Up next, we've got Knees versus Kinda, keeping that international competition going. Of course, Knees coming from the EU, coming in as the second place finisher for the European team. On the other side, Kinda the favorite of South America. Sparky, how you feeling about this one?
So Knees going into this has a losing record against every player in this tournament. He's 1-4 against Godly, he's 0-1 against Luna, he's 5-8 against Machete, and he is 0-2 against Radish. So he's going to be looking to turn those reds on my table into some greens. He's hoping it's going to start with Kaina here. I was able to talk to Kaina yesterday, and like we mentioned in the pre-show, I still don't understand how do you have such a dominant Winter Championship performance and then be like, I'm going to try and play, but I don't have a lot of confidence in myself to come out on top. That's wild to me. That's wild.
It's almost a battle of the shy guys. Kaina, again, very soft-spoken, did not have a lot of faith in himself coming in as one of the South American representatives. On the other side, Knees, when prompted to say who's going to win this, didn't say himself. He said Kaina. He has faith in the guy he's about to play against. So neither one of them the most confident, but at the same time, you got to acknowledge the fact that both of them earned their fights here. Knees again, second place at the Winter Championship, did very well for himself. Kaina winning the Winter Championship for South America, did very well for himself.
Yeah, you're seeing those 2 gold medals coming out from Kaina. Of course, one of those is the Winter Championship. And then Knees also has a gold medal as well. That's from the Autumn Championship all the way back in 2019. So it's been a minute since Knees has really found himself in that top spot. Meanwhile, just recently, we've had Kaina in that spot as well.
And they've got pretty large character pools on both sides. On the side of Kaina, of course, started off as a Bodvar main. We've seen the Asuri, we've seen the Zol as well. On the other side, Knees, even in his earlier clips today, we saw a Moonin, we saw a Mordex, we saw a Nyx, we saw all sorts of stuff coming out from Knees. We've even seen the Diana, but check out the drip. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Knees is vibes. I like that shirt. I like the necklace. Seeing Knees come out here, and if we look at their placements at BCX as any indicator of the future of this match, Kaina coming in 5th place, which was huge. Knees coming in at 13th place, still also huge, still inside top 16. That's a big placement, but that is, again, kind of like we saw last game between Radish and Sack. It was 5th place to 17th place. This is going to be 5th place to 13th place, and last time, the 5th place person ended up winning. We'll see if that's the case here. I know a lot of people have mentioned Kaina not only in their top 3, but also a winner here. So Kaina is certainly, if you ask anybody other than himself, Kaina is the likely winner, statistically speaking.
Yeah, it's so fascinating, just in terms of community sentiment, I think a lot of it is behind Kaina. A lot of people, top players, viewers at home, all sorts of people believe in Kaina. But at the end of the day, there's kind of this mental block that I think that happens with the South American region where they're we have so often been that kind of backseat player, that person behind NA and EU. So even though Knees isn't coming in here as kind of that big person with a target on his back, he's still a representative of the European region, one of the historically top 2 regions.
Yeah, and that's where he is going to have a lot of that steam from Europe behind him, but it's also a lot of people are still focused on Godly as well, and that was something that we kind of talked about in the pre-show before the Winter Championship with Acno specifically, is Godly came out on the scene and started destroying everyone, and everyone just, it seemed like they kind of forgot about Acno. It was Acno who? My eyes are on Godly. It seems like at any given moment there can only be one guy that the majority of people are really rooting for in EU. At first, it was Acno, and then Godly, it was Godly, and then it's, of course, still Godly, and I expect it to be Godly for the end of time until Godly decides to go back to the... Oh, yeah, it was Pavelski at one point. I mean, there is still, a massive chunk of people who still think it's
Twitch chat right now
Pavelski.
why did you say my guy?
Did Pavelski not make it? I don't understand.
When does Egg Soup play?
Yeah, you have the When is Egg Soup people, and then you also have the When is Pavelski playing people. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one to see. I'm expecting Kaina to come out, of course, on the Asuri that we saw so dominant at the South American Winter Championship. Not sure what he's doing right now. I think they're just kind of biding their time, making sure the hands are warmed up, getting the mental in shape to sit down and play, because both of these players, this is their first set of the day, even though I'm sure they've had warm-up time. This is very important. This begins to set the stage for how the rest of the day goes. Radish coming out with a victory. That's got to be feeling good. Your first test, any first test in any class that I have ever taken does usually not go very well, and that can sometimes set the stage for the rest of the semester. But Knees... or Kaina are hoping that they come out with a victory here, get that confidence in their pocket here at the Winter Royale 2023.
And Knees is running off stage, maybe didn't like something about it, but what I'm staring at is that pick. He had the Donatello. He's going to be likely coming in, leaning on that Scythe in general, right? Like he's had the Mortix, he's had the Moon, and he's had the Nyx. We know he's got Scythe plays, but at the same time, Spear has been looking good for a hot minute. Of course, we talked about Stingray, of course, on the Orion and switching over to the Brynn. The thing that carries over is that Spear. I'm expecting kind of similar stuff, where Knees is going to lean on that Scythe, maybe build up a lot of damage, then hop on over to those Spears for those downlight side airs, those down sigs, just kind of those consistent KO tools that his Spear is going to bring.
Just waiting to get into this one here. We'll see what stage we're playing on for these two players. Camera zooming in. We are going to the Demon Island for this first game of Knees versus Kaina at the Winter Royale 2023. Knees grabs first weapon, second spot comes in, Kaina grabs a sword.
There you see it already starting off on the Scythe, Kaina. We know he's got sword play, but likely looking for that Scythe. Nice turnaround from Kaina, and I love that chase dodge up. It keeps him in position for more pressure onto Knees. Unfortunately, Knees was able to swing back onto Kaina.
Okay, Knees putting out good damage so far. Already has Kaina in the orange. 24 seconds into this game, he has almost put out 100 damage. We'll see one more hit make contact, and I think that might turn Kaina red. Just barely jumping over that side signature. Knees fights his way back onto the stage.
Yo, Knees tried to do something tricky there. He did that dash forward down toss, trying to bait out an action, and Kaina didn't fall for it. He's like, nobody does that in South America. I'll just hit you. Down sick thrown out. Kaina with the slap down, hits the side air. Knees had such an early start, but right now it's Kaina with the damage advantage.
And I'm feeling good as a Kaina fan, the fact that Kaina didn't fall into that down sig that Knees ended up throwing out, because like, even though we're looking at Donatello here, of course, that's a Mirage pick. A lot of people are not playing Mirage. There are a lot of great reasons to play Mirage, but a lot of people, specifically Scythe players, do not usually tend towards this Mirage. Maybe now in the meta, but not a lot of players are playing this, so there could be some matchup inexperience. You may not be expecting that down signature as you're coming in at that 45-degree angle. Nice three-piece there coming out from Knees. The neutral light continuing the damage. Ooh, the slap into the turnaround recovery, moving himself back to the stage. Kaina's Katars, man. I never get tired of it. Big dunk coming out from Kaina. That is an orange KO, ladies and gentlemen.
Knees tried to get just below it, but his hitbox peeked into the grab of Kaina, and now Knees has to find a way to steal this stock back as Kaina is gonna push the advantage. He was starting to find those slapbacks. He was starting to find those gaps in Knees' strings, but Knees finds the ground pound. This could go either direction.
Now that there was a little bit of an overextension from Kaina because he was attacking Knees while Knees was in yellow. There are very few things that he could do to Knees over in that edge guard situation that would lead to a KO, and there were very few things that Knees needed to do, specifically the ground pound, to find the actual KO move to essentially even up the game. And because of that, now Knees is in the lead.
Ground pound attempt, but Kaina with the Nair was ready for it. Chase dodges up. Kaina's gonna hold on, avoids the end sig.
It's sword, more consistent KO options, but he's going to need quite a bit more damage before he's looking for that D-Light recovery off the top. Doesn't quite have the dunk, but he does have the neutral signature that does kind of send down at that 45-degree angle. Okay, Knees sending Kaina off stage. Wow, that was a very quick recovery back to the stage. I would not have expected that. Looks like Knees didn't either. D-Light recovery. KOs off the top, game one.
Oh, that was close, though. Knees had so many opportunities, but at the same time, Kaina did as well. You saw like that downlight on the left side corner where Knees had burned all of his options. I think that was supposed to be a walk-off quick down air, but he just didn't get far enough over the corner. And then at the same time, right, you were talking about that quick recovery from Kaina. I was expecting Knees to swing, do something, try to deny that ground touch and keep that pressure going. But at the end of the day, it's Kaina who takes game number one.
And we're seeing a much quicker pace coming out from both of these players compared to the previous set that we saw. Even though Radish was going to work on the orb, these games just feel so much quicker. At least game one did. We could see it slow down if Kaina is too oppressive on the Katars, or if Knees' Spear or Scythe are too oppressive as well. We could see it slow down in the other direction. Nice start for Knees here, using the range, poking with that neutral light. Great neutral light from Kaina to punish the landing of Knees.
Yeah, I love that decision a moment ago from Knees. He was kind of waiting for a hot minute, trying to see what Kaina's reaction was off of the recovery. And then he was like, you know what? I'm just going to reset, chase dodge down, get that ground touch. But the ground pound doesn't lead to the KO onto Kaina.
Nice side air, sending Knees over to the left, using everything to get back. That was an easy punish on the landing. You saw the sweat beads coming out. I'm a little bit surprised he just went straight back to the platform, but I mean, I was also surprised when Kaina did the same thing last game. So clearly, we're seeing some similar thoughts coming out from both of these extremely talented players.
Oh, and the three-piece coming out from Kaina, keeping that juggle going. Knees needs to find this KO. Falling side air is not quite enough. In position, but he doesn't hit the downlight.
You saw him fade away just a little bit. Kaina was expecting Knees to come in with something, and it was that GC downlight. Tried to use the dodge to get as far as he could, as close as he could to the wall. He's going to travel further with that and have an actual hitbox that he can throw out and potentially hit Knees, where if he just went for the dodge, there's no way he's going to get over there or find a hit in time to get the chase dodge or anything to get back.
I think there's potential here for Knees to recognize that Kaina really likes to go for those swings on his return right. Like he likes to go for that nair to get that chase dodge. He likes to keep that pressure going. And if Knees can kind of bait out those actions, that means Kaina's not getting those hits and he's not getting those chase dodges.
Ooh, sweat beads. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see a more aggressive approach from Kaina, but he knows he's in the orange at this point, just kind of woe back just a little bit. Woe back 1%, and you're able to find the perfect punish to get the KO, have a solid lead here, and he's going to keep Knees weapon starved. This is going to be so tough for Knees. We're seeing that sword play come out. We've seen that sword play for a long time now. Back on the Bodvar, but also on the Asuri. Has Knees in the orange, almost a full stock lead. The weapon toss into the turnaround neutral like Knees fighting for his life on this one. He's finding a stray hit here and there, but this is the Kaina show.
Just Knees, he's fighting shadows, man. He's just lost in the sauce right now, and Kaina gonna kick him out the kitchen. 2-0 lead for Kaina, and Knees now has to make a decision. Is he gonna swap characters, or is he gonna do just maybe not play Demon Island? Who knows?
Hopefully we get to see the graph. I really want to see the graph to see how little damage was done over such a long period of time on Kaina's second stock. He was like midway through orange, and then he was like in the beginning stages of red, and he was able to take like a stock and a half. Oh, we're not going to get to see the graph.
They're going into the match too quick. No time to tell. Instead,
yes, we get the graph. Look at that! Oh my goodness, that long pink line from Kaina on that second stock. Thank you, production, for showing us that graph.
Yo, but Knees over to the Asuri for game number 3. Currently down 2-0. Needs to get himself on the board here if he wants at least a little bit more of a hope in this round robin.
And Knees is swapping over. I mean, you hear the guitar swinging around. He's going to be swapping over to the Black Cat here as well, hoping that it's going to be unlucky for Kaina.
The Tigress versus Skelly Asuri. Both of them bringing the same kits to the stage, but I mean, Kaina's sword was so oppressive.
Okay, they're pretty much going blow for blow here, but man, what a side air from Kaina that has Knees in the red. Kaina definitely in the lead here. Nice down air. Oh my, dude, the GCs that Kaina has are like better than anybody else in the entire game, and that goes back to his hammer as well, because Kaina on hammer, he was doing GC D-Light into neutral air like just as a regular move more than anybody else in the game when they had the hammer in his hands, and I'm talking about during like the popular time to play hammer.
I think that's just a testament to Kaina's like insane reaction speed a second ago, because he's had the right option. Gravity cancel downlight against like anyone with slower reactions, they're getting caught there, but Kaina just above it. GC downlight punishes and ends up getting that slight lead.
That was like 50 damage immediately upon spawn picking up. Has the edge guard. He's going to move back, just throws out that signature, does get punished with a recovery, but the thought was there, but then Kaina comes. Oh my gosh, picked up with the neutral air all the way up there.
All right, he's trying to keep the record going. He's like, I have been untouchable in official tournaments, and I got to keep that going, because right now he is 2 stocks up to Knees' final one here in game number 3.
This is why it blows my mind. Oh, Knees. Nice option after the sidelight. Big slap for the KO. Like, Knees is still very much in this game. This is not all but lots. Wait, are we really? Has Kaina won twice already?
Yeah.
For real?
Yes.
I feel like we've only seen one game, which is crazy because, like, they're even on this final stock. Even though, like, it's been destruction from the side of Kaina, it's like Knees is still very much in this.
Kaina has so much control here. The weapon toss from Knees guarantees the ground touch, but he's not getting anything else.
His punishes are so good, dude. This is why so many people think Kaina is going to win this event.
Knees gets a side air, goes for the ground pound. Risky plays. He's trying to go for big plays because he needs to take a game here.
Neutralite has Knees in the red. Kaina still in the orange. After that Neutralite, he's done. D-Light recovery, and that's one of the reasons why playing on Demon Island, I think 100% will go in the favor of Kaina, because he's able to pick up those GC D-Lights. He goes for those more often than other players because something in his brain puts him in the perfect spot to hit those so often. It's like you're burning a dodge to do that, but it's almost like it's not a risk. It's almost like he has a secret second dodge that he'll still have. Of course, he doesn't actually have that, but it always seems like he does. And he's able to KO earlier on a map like Demon Island, where you might, if you were picking up from the ground, need one more D-Light recovery, which can be really difficult to find at times.
One thing that really stands out about specifically like the Demon Island pick for me, watching the way Kaina plays, is his utilization of like that really long ground stage. You talk about those gravity cancel downlights. One of the things that makes that so effective is because he's so good at getting all this space with his ground movement and then just going quick dash jump, gravity cancel downlight, half jump height, where it'll catch both an aerial and a grounded opponent. He's so good at just using the entirety of this flat stage.
He makes Asuri. Is it here? No. Okay. There was like a moment where he was like dashing a lot over on like the left half of the stage, and his ability to do that, like his dashes are so good. Probably better than most people in this game, if not everybody else in Brawlhalla. If you want to look at movement and you don't want to go to like a Stingray video where he's going to explain it to you, and you just want to like sit back and watch really good movement, really fast movement, you should be looking at Kaina.
Yeah, his movement is so clean, and it's one of the reasons why, again, he's been so dominant in his region, and maybe looking a little bit dominant outside of his region, because that is a 3-0 in favor of Kaina, and I guess in favor of South America.
Yeah, that was quick. I still don't remember game 2. I legitimately don't.
Game 2 was the one where you saw the graph and you were like, "Oh, that's really long."
There's a game that just was so fast that it just didn't
it didn't
sit in short-term
We're
memory
actually
enough
gaslighting you,
to make it into
and
long-term
we just really want Kaina to win, and we just, you know.
I mean, hey, that's one way I'll submit to being gaslit this weekend. I've been gaslit a lot this weekend, but like I'll submit to that because if Kaina wins, like I'm happy. Even if my predictions are wrong and Kaina wins, I'm happy. That was wow. That was a big way for Kaina to come out. I don't think anybody really expected him to come out that way against a player like Knees, who just got second at the Europe Winter Championship, right? He's not third. He didn't just like barely eke it in, which even though like third is still like really good, but man, what a dominant play.
To further contextualize it to the people at home who maybe don't recognize the name, they're like, "Oh, Knees, who cares? Whatever. He got second, Europe, whatever." But like, to further contextualize it, he beat Godly to get that second place. He beat Godly, who is, by and large, a lot of people's favorites because of the dominant performance Godly has had in the European region. He got second at the World Championship. Knees beat him to get his second place at the Winter Championship. And then we see today Kaina handling it, 3-0ing, and moving on.
And even on the swap over to the mirror match, he looked essentially just as dominant with that legend. He has a full mastery of Asuri as a legend. Incredible Katars, and of course, oh man, seeing so many people playing Katars at like the North American Winter Championship, like a lot of people were saying it's the Katar Championship. People were focusing a lot on the Katars. We were seeing damage from Katars. That was the focus. But to be able to see sword play like that, in addition to the amazing Katar play, like, he makes it look like Asuri is absolutely the most meta legend in the game. He makes it look like several years ago when everybody and their mom was locking in Asuri, like the days of Noel's Asuri and all the other Asuris that were coming out in the game. Starlight's Asuri, all of them. Kaina is showing how strong this legend is, not just the Katars, but the sword as well, and that comes from a sword play on Bodvar that we love to see.
Yeah. And of course, coming up next, Radish back in the hot seat, this time going up against Godly. Radish going home with the gold medal at the Winter Championship for North America. On the other side, Godly got third place at the Winter Championship for the European region.
So we're going to see that in just a few moments. We'll be going to a quick break to wrangle all these players, get everything set up for them, make sure they're feeling good. We are not going into a break. That is my mistake. I should probably just read the run of show instead of just blowing through everything. I'm trying to adjust, and it's just not happening for me today.
It's okay. I just dropped a whole bundle of cables on the ground.
Yeah,
so
we're
sorry.
just, this is, again, live esports production. This is how it goes. Yeah, exactly like Duke said, we're going to be moving on. Radish versus Godly. This is going to be an interesting one because Radish, again, one of the few players that he has not played against yet, so he's filling out that portfolio of players that he has not played against. Meanwhile, if we're looking at Godly, we're looking at a winning record against everybody that he's played against that is in this tournament. He's 1-0 against Kaina, he's 1-0 against Luna, he's 3-0 against Machete, who's not here, unfortunately, and he's 4-1 against Knees. So a lot of greens on the board, a lot of winning records for Godly, but of course, you're seeing Radish on your screen. Well, now you're seeing Godly on your screen.
And one thing that's working really well for Godly specifically this weekend is like just the raw confidence that this guy has. Of course, we know it from the gameplay, but getting to hear it in person was a whole different beast. You got to talk with him in person. I did not have that luxury, but hearing him with the microphone during that stream last night, it was a treat just to hear him banter and just have that level of confidence of like, you know what? Yeah, I got second place at the World Championship, but I'm going to get first place here today.
Yeah, it's like the dual action of having like the chip on your shoulder from losing and that sort of like emotional appeal to gameplay that can sometimes get you in trouble. If that's your only avenue of motivation, that can get you in trouble sometimes. But when you couple that with the laser focus on not just thinking about your loss to Impala at the World Championship, but thinking about winning this and proving to everybody that you are the #1 player, because quote unquote in his mind, he is the #1 player. Especially, he said it in his interview. We'll eventually see it once those interviews come out. The cash as well. He's motivated by the money. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, Godly has that on his mind as well. So he has so many avenues of focus on nothing but total victory.
And of course, eyes on the prize. 5 gold medals to his name. Has yet to get one in 2023, or as of late, right? He lost in the Autumn Championship, and then lost at the World Championship, and then lost in the Winter Championship. It's been a hot minute since we've seen the Godly run, but here today at the Winter Championship Royale, we'll see if it can get started. But he's going to be going up against Radish, hot off of his 3-2 win over SAC.
So Radish coming into this one, of course, on that Petra. And then, like we just saw in Asuri, we're going to get to see yet another Asuri here coming out from Godly. We're going to get to see a lot of Asuri this weekend because, again, we've mentioned it many times, even though the current Brawlhalla gameplay patch is out, you are playing on Luck of the Brawl patch if you're playing at home. This is going to be that Winter Championship patch because we don't want to drop, or BMG does not want to drop a patch right before the tournament that sort of changes everything up. We want to see these players on the Winter Royale play what they played on for the Winter Championship. Nice side sig coming out from Godly, followed up by the weapon toss, and that was an easy one in the orange. Caught Radish sleeping.
That was like almost insultingly simple for Godly. He hit the side sig, hit the weapon toss, and just watched. He just stood at the edge of the cliff as Radish had that kind of Looney Tunes moment of like, I don't have enough movement here.
And that's where like we saw, oh my, for real? Okay.
They're about to both have double digits damage if this continues the way it's going. And that's because Godly is just getting the simplest taps that are just enough to deny touches to Radish.
I was about to say after seeing last set that like, I'm a little bit sweating that I didn't put Kaina first. Now that I see this, I'm still okay that I put Godly first. I'm not sweating that just yet.
All right, Godly starting to bust out the sword. We're starting to see these stocks last a little bit longer than 30 seconds, but Radish trying to deny that 3-stock here. Needs a little bit more damage as Godly going for the vertical swing.
There's the side air. Can Radish deny the 3-stock here? Still, Godly hits the side air and the turnaround side sig, and that's where we're seeing a complete departure from last game. Is we saw some great sword play, but we've now seen Godly with the sword in his hand do most of the work this game. We've seen the side sigs as well. Kaina wasn't doing that at all. So you're seeing 2 of the strongest players in their region playing the exact same legend, but playing it in a much different way. I can't wait to see Godly versus Kaina.
That's going to be an amazing set. Of course, we'll get to see it because, again, Round robin means everybody fights everybody. Radish, though, wants to fight for a final stock, and he is going to get it with the ground pound. The gauntlet's coming out for Radish, and I almost want to see him stick to it, and that's what he's going to do. He actually didn't have a choice, but he's sticking with it.
He denied the 3, then he denied the 2 stock. Let's see if he can come back in this one. That side air, that's going to send him flying. See him using his dodge to get over the wall. No major commitment coming out from Godly because he knew all it took was one good hit, one KO move, 327 damage. That is 109 averaged per stock when he got the KO. That is almost an orange KO for every KO. Well, it's technically an orange because you're orange at 100. So yeah, that's wild. There's almost a yellow KO for every KO. Unprecedented coming out from Godly.
It was a 3 damage difference, but Godly did so much of that damage at the final moments there because the first 2 stocks were so simple for him. And now it's over to game number 2, and we're going to Small Brawl Haven. I almost believe that like Demon Island was left on the board, and Radish was like, yeah, that didn't work out for me.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to go back to that stage with those tiny walls. Now, this is going to be a small stage in terms of like left and right lateral movement that you can make on the stage, and also the blast zones are going to be really, really close, but it didn't seem like that was the main thing that could change the outcome here, because Godly, again, just running everything, doesn't quite get the yellow and orange KOs that we saw last game, but he's still going to find a 39-second KO here with the D-Light recovery off of the top when Radish was in red.
Dude, Godly is he's just on point. He is so ready. You talked about him being locked in, wanting to win this one, and you can see it in the gameplay. He has so many correct options.
Almost picked up that ground pound that forced Radish to go down, and because of that, the D-Light ground pound, Radish barely touches the stage, turns it around, gets the ground pound, and gets that first stock of Godly. But we're still seeing that that Godly swagger come out, and like that, it's not getting him into trouble here because he's still in such a massive lead, and I think because he's so focused, he just has to like flip that switch from doing like the crazy plays to doing the more standard plays, and he's going to be in a good spot. But Radish fighting his way back in this one, also hit that neutral signature, sent flying. Godly with the neutral light, not having quite as easy of a time this game. Radish pretty even with him here, even though he sent right.
Burning a lot of movement there, but still manages to find that touchdown, that side air kind of dissuading Godly from trying to punish the landing. Ensig thrown out. Godly goes for the weapon toss. Another Ensig, this time gets line of sight, will catch Godly.
Beautiful placement of that. We talked about the dare from his orb earlier, but that GC Ensig also had to be placed so perfectly to still have line of sight to actually make contact there. So Radish, again, actually, even though he's just a little bit behind here, like he's still showing such a mastery of this character.
Gonna juggle weapons for a moment. Back to the orb, that comfort weapon of Radish. He got a lot of momentum on that second stock, and he's finding more here. 4 hits unresponded to.
Now, he was able to keep Godly weapon starved, but he got over to that sword, just barely underspacing that, or overspacing that with the side light. Godly finding his way back in, really controlling the ground, moving over towards the corner. Nice turnaround neutral there from Radish.
Yeah, got a nice 2-piece there onto Godly. The down air will bounce up, catches Godly. He's getting the damage. Down sig, not going to connect.
Godly spending a lot of time in the air, trying to find his way in. Started off with a weapon toss into the D-Light, but immediately 2-hit answer. He almost got hit with the final active frames, but no, his punish was too tight. And that is going to be Radish taking game 2. The mental must be strong from Radish after getting destroyed in game 1, still having enough to dial it back in and take game 2.
And you're seeing it's not like a fire up where he's just going for even more absurd options, burning more. Instead, it's kind of like this reaffirmation that he just needs to play his game, play the orb game, play a little bit clean and simple, play on stage, play it smart, get those quick hits, and then you'll be walking away with victory as he's tied it up 1-1.
A little bit of unarmed damage coming out, but he is able to get over to the gauntlets pretty quickly. Is Godly going to extend off stage? Doesn't look like he's going to do it this game. He wants to make sure this game is not close.
Down toss, but he manages to find that gravity cancel downlight in air. Oh, they were high in the sky, but Radish could not find that second hit.
D-Light side air is going to send Radish over onto the edge. Again, no major offstage commitment from Godly. He did get himself into a little bit of trouble last game when he was really pushing for those. He was feeling confident after he got him game 1, but now he needs to dial it back in. Turn the swagger down a little, which he's doing, but they are even. Nice down there with the bounce off the stage into Godly over on the edge. Man, that was shades of a Perka pivot there from Radish. He's going to go under the stage.
Man, what an interaction there as Godly was behind the Ensig and had the punish opportunity, just hit the dare but couldn't convert that to a KO. Ensig this time. Godly, he's playing around it so clean.
He's dancing in and out of that. I feel like that's someone shooting bullets at your feet and you're just dancing around trying to get away from him, but it was Radish's neutral signature.
But the damage has been done. Radish with that stock advantage and he's getting extra. Godly doesn't find the recovery.
He's standing still over on the corner, able to get through, behind, around, and throw out the signature for the KO. Even game between these two players. Man, I really got to hand it to Radish. The fact that he is essentially even in this game, also even in the set after that game 1. I underestimated Radish this weekend.
But he's got to be careful about that movement. He burns a lot there, still manages to get the wall touch. Nice nair to keep that pressure off of him, but Godly comes down, hits that dare, hits the down light.
Oh, Radish. I think, is that the first connection we've seen?
And that, it doesn't matter because it led to a KO.
Yeah, it's either the first connection of that we've seen from Radish or the second connection of that we've seen from Radish so far this weekend. Giving him a nice lead, and Petra's a pretty tanky legend as well.
I mean, she comes in, definitely a lot of people will look at that strength stat first, but like you said, she's got some health to play with here. She can take a couple of hits before she gets chunked out, even on small Brawlhaven. No edge guard from Godly. Like you said, he hasn't been committing to those like deep ground pounds or anything like that.
There is a weapon spawn. Godly was just playing around it, immediately grabbed it. The orb was in his hand, which means the next weapon he picks up is going to be the gauntlets.
Yeah, almost a bait from Godly there, but there's the gauntlets. Radish, not a complete slouch on him, but he's getting juggled at the top of the map.
Nair recovery Nair just hurts to get hit by a sword player. What a spot dodge! Gravity canceled it into the D-Light. Little bit of the drop there coming out.
Radish manages to open up Godly, but Godly is finding hits onto Radish. Ensig is just enough. Small Brawlhaven plus high force on Petra means that game 3 goes to Radish's favor. He's one away from continuing on.
This is a big surprise for me. I think this is a big surprise for a lot of people as well. I said it again. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. Based on the performance that we've seen so far from Radish, I 100% underestimated him this weekend. I didn't think he was going to get necessarily last, but I don't know if I would have predicted a 2-1 against Godly, especially after the dominant performance we saw from Godly in game 1. But now Radish is up. He was able to dial it back, dial it in. Incredible gameplay from Radish on this Petra, and Godly is swapping.
Is this a salt swap from Godly? I mean, I know he's got gauntlets, but at the same time, like, the last time we saw someone swap to their opponent's character was Knees swapping to the Asuri, and he kind of got handled by Kaina. Now we're seeing Godly. He's busting out an orb of his own to go up against Radish, and you know what? He's trading back and forth.
Looking up his Petra stats right now. Petra is his 12th highest level legend. He has a level 41 Petra, so he spent some time on this legend. Mordex is going to be his 2nd highest level, so that'll be his highest gauntlet legend. As he picks up the gauntlet ground pound onto Radish, a 39-second KO here.
Some good movement from Godly led to that ground pound. Now it's back to the orb. Radish, there's the weapon spawn. Orb beat orb. And one thing that's going to be rough for Radish is like just the pacing swap from Godly. It is feeling different, but the down air feels exactly the same for Radish.
Juggling those weapons, sticking with the orb, no surprise there. Godly's able to grab the first weapon. It's going to be those gauntlets. Now, just for a little bit further information, Godly's highest leveled orb legend is going to be the Petra. I don't think anyone's really surprised by that. Nice ground pound. Radish, again, going under the stage.
Yeah, he's disengaging, does not want to risk those edge guards. He knows, I mean, game 1 was kind of lost off the back of those edge guards from Godly. Nice read, but he doesn't hit the nair, still manages to convert to more.
Godly's not going to get hit by that one a second time. Neutral air just kind of poking Radish away. You're seeing Godly kind of play with his ranges. Nobody wants that weapon spawn on the field until they get disarmed or have to throw away their weapon to maybe secure a landing or get back to stage or put something above their head, but nobody's going to get the chance until Radish gets the stock, moves over, starts juggling those orbs, looking like a circus clown, but his gameplay is anything from clown behavior.
No clowning Radish here as he is up 2-1, both in games and in stocks over Godly. And Godly, he needs to finish the stock off if he wants the opportunity for a Game 5 here. Recovery.
There's the recovery. He got the backside of it. Ends up taking off the top. Pretty even game. Nice job weapon starving. We haven't seen either or any of these players today so far really focus on the weapon starving whatsoever. I think it's especially effective against Radish since he's more of an orb player, even though we've seen a lot of great gameplay from his gauntlets, and that's what we're seeing right now. Almost gets the KO off the top. The weapon toss. I thought he was going to go for the immediate like neutral signature or something up the pickup with the weapon stun, but it's the recovery taking off the top. Godly's first set is an L, and it's to Radish.
Radish with, by and large, an upset. Again, Godly definitely upset about that one. Chat members definitely upset about that one because so many people have underestimated Radish today, and of course, that means that Radish is looking good. He's currently up 2-0. Fortunately for a lot of people at home, this is still round robin. Godly's not going to the elimination bracket for an entire day of playing very harrowing matches. Instead, he's just got to play against everyone else here.
Now, I don't know if this is a lie or because
just lie.
It came to me via Twitter.com, so it could easily be a lie.
Never seen a lie on Twitter.com.
But Buck B here, he did say, or they did say that Godly's keyboard broke. He is on another keyboard. So that, I'm just throwing that out there. It could be a lie. Okay. That could be a bold-faced lie, but that could be something that Godly has to get used to. But he's going to have to get used to it really quick. It didn't work for him against Radish so far, man. Radish, what a comeback there. After game one, we said the mental must be strong for him to come out with the victory in game two. After what happened in game one, it's got to be even stronger for you to come out in the set like he did.
Yeah, that is definitely a testament to the discipline, just the sheer ferocity of Radish. Again, it wasn't like he got into this mindset of just go, 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 swing, 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 and hope that everything works out. Instead, he just stuck to his guns and played such a smart game and ended up bringing this one back from the depths. As Godly, I mean, he won game one so handedly, and Radish was like, doesn't matter, I'm gonna just win the rest of the set.
I mean, even in game one, though, looking back at it, like we just saw, the very first clip we saw was, of course, from game one. Like, he ended up getting Godly two final stock on that game. So even though he did get destroyed, like, there were moments where Godly overextended, and Radish had the mental fortitude that even while he was getting handled, to still find those moments of punishment, to punish what Godly was doing. Gotta respect that from Radish. I'm so surprised.
Yeah, Radish looking very good this weekend. Definitely playing very well for himself. You see in the Gauntlet plays come out, of course, those N6 have been so effective on Small Brawl Haven. It's something that, like, I don't think he really does that much on Demon Island, but when we go over to Small Brawl Haven, he's like, yo, this N6 KO's real early, and he does it a lot.
Now that is going to be Godly's first negative record against any of the players that are in this tournament. Everybody else he has a winning record against that he's played. He hasn't played against Sack yet, and he hasn't played against Stingray yet. So we'll see that in the future, but that is going to be his first losing record against anyone that he has played in this tournament, and it's at the hands of Radish's Orb and Radish's Gauntlet, but especially Radish's Petra.
Radish, of course, looking solid. The Petra plays have been good. Godly on the other side. It was interesting. The swap that he made over to the Ken, I was like, why? Is this just like, are you just emotional right now, or is there more to it? And I don't necessarily have an answer, unfortunately.
Godly probably doesn't have an answer for how to deal with Radish, which at least he's not going to have to deal with Radish again unless Godly makes it out and Radish makes it out, and then they come together in the top 4 double elimination tournament. But that is very far in the future because we got more ahead of us.
We do. Up next, we've got Knees versus Luna again, keeping that intercontinental competition going as Knees got handled a little bit by Kaina, and we'll see how well he does against Luna. Well, I don't know. Any thoughts, any feelings, any matchup history?
They have one set played against one another, and I don't know. I'm gonna look it
Probably
up right now.
BCX.
I didn't have it in front of me. I believe it is from MSI.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Also
Yes, it was at MSI. Of course, Luna came out first place in that, and Knees came out 17th in that. But if we look at the set between those two, it was a Game 5 situation. So I don't remember how close it was off the top of my head, but if you look at the bracket, it was probably pretty close between these two players. So Knees is looking for the run back from mid-season.
Oh, but before we get into that one, we're still thinking about the last one and how Radish managed to bring it back. So let's throw it over to Remy to tell us about that last set.
The home team, North America, is going to take one up on Europe right there with that big play from Radish. He's been looking excellent so far. I've gotten to watch a couple of his matches on the side stream as well. And it's the orb play. The first game we saw, he wasn't doing too hot. We saw Godly take the lead right there. But when Radish got a hold of that orb and got into that motion, the play we know him for, those beautiful side lights, the down lights into the nairs, getting those dodge reads and those punches on the landings, you can see right here into the end. So that's a lot of damage that Radish is going to always output. And he stays consistent with it. Every single time he had that orb in his hand, you could assume that, okay, he's going to get more than one hit on every single interaction. There's 2 right there. And then he pushes it even forward into that recovery, gets the sidelights there. And this is all while keeping Godly away from that weapon. And it just adds up. That's already into the yellow without any retaliation at all. Same thing off stage as well. He was setting up these edge guards perfectly almost every single time. As you're going to see right here in a second, he puts Godly off stage with this sidelights there. And we saw it earlier in his matches. The down air off stage is what's really giving him so much value. We're actually going to see it right here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, this was the gauntlet play again with that pressure he applies the sidelight. And then he immediately goes for the end sig after to get the punish. Almost before Godly can even react to it. So very good stuff from Radish there. And now for the orb gameplay, I'm talking about the down sig, sets him up for the edge guard. As Godly tries to get up to punish the down sig, the down air comes out. It left him with almost no room to react. And we saw this multiple times in his sets today, how he uses that orb to push his opponents off stage to side air there again. The down sig comes out, and he goes for the side air that time. Godly actually makes it back up, and he's still covering that ledge platform. Radish uses the Petra's kit so well, the signatures with the gauntlets, with the orb, almost every single thing you can imagine. The character mastery is out of this world with Radish on this Petra. Once again, the N6 is going to come out there, and it just leads them into such a situation where what can you really do as Godly here? He knows the character better than you do. He knows the matchup better than you do, and it's just left unanswered. Radish looked almost perfect on that matchup there, and I can't wait to see more of him today.
And of course, that's 3 of the sets that we have seen so far. Radish ends up beating down Godly, but I just took a glance at the bracket and Radish be beating everybody. He is running through people. And Sparky, what else is going on in that bracket?
Well, I'll give you some actual numbers for that. He went 3-2 against Stingray. He went 3-2 against Knees. He went 3-1 against Godly, and then 3-2 against Sack. So overall, right now, Radish is heavy-handedly in the lead with a 5-0 score. Actual game score breaks down to 12-7. The only person even close to that is Kaina is currently at 3-0. He has a lot of sets to still play. So we'll see where that kind of domination comes from. But if you are on Twitch, make sure to type !bracket. If you want to look at the bracket yourself, do we have this one in Odin's Journal since it's a round robin? I don't know if it's going to be in Odin's Journal. It might be in Odin's Journal on your screen, so make sure to look there as well so you can see it like picture in picture while you're watching the tournament.
Well, we're going to take a short little break. Of course, we got to get Knees and Luna ready for the next one. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you Knees versus Luna here at the Winter Championship Royale. Stick around. The Winter Royale continues on. Up next, we've got Knees versus Luna. Luna has taken an L. Actually, the only person who hasn't taken an L today has been Radish. Everybody else has struggled against someone at some point. I think one of the matches... kind of. Okay.
Kinda hasn't lost either.
Yeah,
he just hasn't played as many sets as Radish had. That's what's so crazy. Is like Kina's played 3 sets and won all of them. Well, one of them was a DQ, of course, against Machete. But the fact that Radish has, even though he's gone to Game 5, somehow like Radish has like speed ran these sets against players. I'm still so impressed by Radish's performance.
Well, funny enough, here in this Knees versus Luna matchup, there is a little bit of set history. We talked a little bit about it before we went to that break. This was at the mid-season invitational where it went to Game 5. Ultimately, Luna was the victor, and he went on to win the entirety of the tournament. Maybe that means something. Maybe that's the good luck charm, is beating Knees in an invitational to go on to win the tournament.
Yeah, at both tournaments that they both have went to, Luna by far outplaced Knees, of course, the midseason championship, and then as well at the Brawlhalla World Championship. They did not actually meet in bracket, but Luna got 3rd, as we remember, and Knees got 13th place, so just inside of top 16 there. Luna is hoping to keep the victory again. The last time they fought, it was a Game 5 overall that Luna was able to take out at the end, but Luna is playing a vastly different character, or likely playing a vastly different character here with the Lucian.
Yeah, it seems like the Lucian might be the pick for Luna. Kind of an interesting departure from all the Asuris that we've seen so far. It'll still have that kind of carryover of the Katars. And interestingly enough, like Luna does seem to prefer the blasters more than the sword. Like, we've seen him do well on a cross. We've seen him, of course, on the Lucian as well. And he's been very effective with utilizing those blasters, getting those downlight recoveries for those KOs.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to show a little bit of my blasters bias here, but the most that I've enjoyed watching Luna has been on the Lucian, even though he hasn't been coming out on top.
Every time else, you're just rolling your eyes and dying.
I mean, when he locks in Taros, yeah. Does anybody blame me?
When's the last time you locked in Taros?
Chat doesn't blame me a long time ago.
Once in Winter Championship.
Yeah, and how'd it go?
Yeah, it was exactly, and that's why he doesn't have. That's why he doesn't work. It's fine.
But that's why I love watching Lucian from Luna. This, even though he's not like winning tournaments as often as he was previously, I still enjoy watching his Lucian more because I think that is a character that definitely has a place in current meta with how strong Katars are, with how quickly good players can move across the stage using that high movement speed. The only problem is knockout potential. It's very low on Lucian. Its base default is 4. If you take out of that, I can't remember which stance actually takes out of that, but we'll see which stance Luna is taking on it. I can't remember which one he plays specifically, but we will see that. But that knockout potential, and one of the things that kind of cursed him at Winter Championship was he just started to throw out and fish for signatures because those are going to be your stronger knockout tools, and because of that, he was getting punished.
Yeah, that has been one of the pitfalls of Luna, is when he starts to struggle to finish off stocks, is he'll start to lean on those signatures more and more. Rather than, like, we'll see some people who just, they go, okay, I know I can't get that consistent downlight side air or whatever, but an infinite number of side airs hitting will eventually knock out, and they'll just kind of keep fishing for those. But Luna, on the other hand, he wants that kind of efficiency, but we are seeing the Lucian mirror match for game number 1.
We're getting so many blasters here from this. I'm so excited. I'm a little bit surprised we aren't seeing the Diana coming out from Knees. That was, of course, the picture that we saw, at least I think that was the picture that we saw posted on Twitter. Luna starting this one off. It's blasters versus the Katars, and the Katars are coming out so far so quickly that Knees is going to pick them up. The second a set of Katars spawns on stage for him.
Whoa.
Don't know what that was.
Maybe it was supposed to be a GC, like a GC down sig to return to the stage. Something like that, but like the other way. Luna was doing a good job in that matchup against the blasters of Knees, of getting in on top of the blasters and hitting, but the side sig will KO. Now we're going to see Luna likely stick with the Katars. They've just been effective. Why swap?
I wouldn't be surprised if we stick on this stage the entire time if Knees and Luna both stick on the Lucian, because you're just going to find KOs quicker, but it's not going to lead more quickly one way or the other for either player. It's going to be even because they're both playing Lucian. That's why you saw that side sig KO. If we were on another map, D-Light recovery gonna KO. If we were on another map, that might not have KO'd.
Yeah, that's one thing that like Blasters players love about this map is how quickly that downlight recovery can KO. But it's over to the Katars here for the second stocks of both players. Luna with a nice pickup. The double downlight catches that dodge out from Knees, but he throws away the Katars, trying to get that landing.
Oh, Knees! They're both playing. Is that like those are the Halloween colors?
I think so.
Like
yeah.
that's so. Two Lucians on the screen and in Halloween colors with two skins that like aren't the normal ones we see. What is going on?
Yeah, no big hat coming out on either side. Although Luna is playing my favorite Lucian skin. I love the little fish in the helmet there.
Knees coming back to the stage with the guitars in hand.
Down sig.
Luna's using the signatures really, really well so far.
Well, again, that's kind of like a characteristic, a quirk of his playstyle, right? Is he'll go for those risky things. He'll throw out those signatures, and sometimes if they're not working, it's trouble. But when they do work, he gets those KOs.
Nice jumping sider, and he's kind of chased after him there with the recovery.
Oh,
the blast from the Blasters ground pound right over the corner. That sort of AoE that comes out from the Blasters when you release it early, when it makes contact with the ground. Beautiful move from Knees to bring himself back into this game.
Yeah, a nice little piece of Blasters tech coming out from Knees to take out that stock off of Luna. Keep this one close.
Nice weapon toss there.
Oh.
Continues with the Blasters into that recovery. Gets the third hit of that downlight. You didn't see him immediately follow after that because he probably didn't think it was going to hit.
Nice movement from Luna. Gets around that ground pound.
I really like that when Knees was recovering back, he actually went deeper into the push-off column into that like 45-degree angle. If he just went straight up over to the wall and tunnel visioned on that, he was going to get hit by the weapon toss. That's why the weapon toss was sent there. Neutral air almost KOing off the top. Knees takes one more good hit, and he's going to be out of this one, but it's going to be a double weapon toss. It despawns, but the unarmed kit from Luna, the recovery, KOs off the top. 626 damage on small Brawlhaven. That is 208.6 damage.
You did that in your head. I didn't even see you pull up the calculator.
I didn't pull up that calculator.
That's crazy.
So it's probably wrong.
Oh, well, I'll trust you.
208.6.
I won't gaslight you on that
6
one.
repeating times 3. Yeah, wait, did I get it? I don't know. We're in disregard.
But we're into game number 2, and kind of like what you said, we're sticking on small Brawlhaven, and we're sticking to the Lucians.
Ooh, the neutral air juggle from Blasters. Every Blasters player loves to hit that. It's just so easy, baby.
Oh, Luna tried to go for the wake-up ground pound.
Knees. Oh, the slaps from Knees.
Oh, but Luna still touches. Knees is finding great responses, though. He's keeping this one tight. The neutral light beats out the falling nair from Luna. Spot dodge from Luna.
Oh, just barely whiffing that one. Luna comes in with a whiff neutral sig of his own. Weapon toss just barely goes off stage, but those like instant ground pounds from Knees. He did them with the Blasters before, now he did it with the unarmed kit as well. Nice backdash into the neutral light.
The unarmed
I love
recovery
Blasters,
not enough.
dude. I love Blasters so much.
Falling Sair will lead to the KO for Luna. Taking his time, thinking about the weapon he wants. It's going to be the Katars.
There is a spawn on the field. Luna's going to throw his Katars away, pick up the Blasters. Knees unarmed. Nice. The classic Blasters in white combo of D-Light into dash jump dare.
Nice chase into the sidelight as well from Luna. Ground pound reads the dodge in from Knees.
Usually it's a chase dodge dare, not a dash jump dare. Okay, Blasters v Blasters getting back on the stage. That sidelight just barely missing. Picks that one up. Luna swapping over, but throws him away. Wants to stick on the Blasters. Ooh, I can't believe he didn't get a punish there. There's the recovery KOing off the top. Luna with a nice little lead.
Taking his time, denying weapons, has Blasters. He went real high to try to get away from Knees, but Knees chased after him. Down like ground pound. Knees is getting good damage. He's one hit away from keeping this one in the final stocks. Oh, Luna wanted that turnaround.
Just barely did. He was grinding his face against the bottom side of the stage saying, please, please let me touch the wall here. Recovery off the top from Knees. That's his second unarmed KO, I believe.
Still doable on either side. Luna getting aggressive here, unarmed. Knees with that falling Sair, but Luna's not going to turn that into a KO.
Plucked him out of the air. The down sig from Luna got caught by the neutral light from Knees. It's now Luna's Katars sent off screen with the blaster side air in the orange, deep in the push-off column. Big side air sends Knees over the edge.
Knees goes low. Luna not able to hit that slap down over to the blasters and gets him with the second shot. The N-Sig, and Luna's up 2-0.
So that N-Sig was like such a perfect move to use in that situation because that initial weapon toss where Luna threw the Katars up, that meant that Knees was staying high. So if Luna throws out that neutral signature, we could see like one of two things. One, which we saw what happened, is he ends up falling into that neutral signature, either the first or the second blast. The other thing is that Knees just stays up there so far away from Luna that there is virtually no way that he can punish at all, maybe with a weapon toss, but that's probably not going to lead to too much. So that neutral signature there after that weapon toss upward that Luna sent, what a beautiful move choice.
Yeah, great coverage, great setup there as well, like you said, calling out that weapon toss. And now Knees, he is really thinking about this one. This is twice now. He's been in the hot seat on stream, and it's twice where he's been down 0-2. He wants to make sure he is doing right by the EU region, and he's thinking about what character will it be to play against Luna.
Thinking about it long and hard here. You could hear a pin drop in that room. Actually, I don't know. I haven't been in there yet, so I don't know if there's like, I'm sure there's computer fans whirring. There are snowflakes flying around in a flurry
Those snowflakes
here
don't make sounds, though.
at the Winter Royale. I mean, when they're that big and moving that fast, they might. See
Okay.
Luna shaking his hands out. There we go. There is the Nyx coming out from Knees.
Gonna carry over those blasters. No surprise, blasters looked solid in his hands. And the scythe looked really good when he was playing that Donatello, that Mirage crossover earlier today. But it's gonna be the not the Mirage, the Nyx here for game number 3. Blasters already looking all right.
So there's two things here. I love seeing Nyx because I love seeing blasters. But Knees is on the best Nyx skin, hands down, and I don't care what anybody else says. You're literally wrong. That's the best Nyx skin.
The other side, Luna already piecing him up, has him in the red. Side sig connects, and it KOs for Luna.
That's a classic right there. Haven't really seen him use that one yet. One of the biggest things, like back in the day, that one was huge because it was a force redirect, right? We didn't have too many of those back in the day where you pick it up one side, turn them around, and then throw them the other way, which in that case, like that's the perfect example of when you want to use that, is when you're closer to the blast zone than your opponent, grab them, turn it around, all of a sudden you're sending them towards the closest blast zone.
Yeah, when your back is to the corner, that's when you're in your best spot to use that sig. But he's already adding up so much damage on the second stock of Knees. Luna wanting to put this one away. Goes for the chase forward into the N-Sig. Does not work out as Knees goes the other direction.
Nice weapon toss. Is going to take everything and then some for Luna to get back over to the wall. Of course, he didn't have the and then some part, so he ends up falling, but he's put out so much damage on Knees' second stock. Now we're seeing the Scythe come in. We haven't seen it against Luna really yet. Ooh, that's going to be, yep.
Oh.
There's the stock. Luna with a nice lead. It's not quite a full stock as he's in the yellow. Going to have his choice of weapons. He opts back over to the Katars. Going to keep Knees weapon starved until that spawn comes in. Here comes the Scythe for Knees. See if he can find those strings that we saw him find at least like once or twice earlier against Kaina.
Oh, but he's still going for the same dodges, and Luna is able to get those punishes. That jump dare punishing that dodge up from Knees, but Knees swinging hard. Luna still manages to get back to the wall.
Nice down air. With the weapon toss, that gets the dodge. Not enough to get back. Even if he did have enough, because that dodge was burned, that was going to be an easy follow-up with Knees. Probably because Luna was going towards the wall right up against it. It's going to be a GCD light into the ground pound. Knees had that edge guard no matter what.
Luna still sticking to Knees. Getting some damage put out, but Nees is bringing this one back. This one isn't over yet.
He has to be careful, though. If he gets caught with something goofy like a Blaster's ground pound over on the edge, even that dare send him flying. He's down 0-2 in this set. He's also down in terms of damage. Seems like he's all but abandoned the Blaster's GCDC to get back on the stage. A classic Lucian move. Oh, Nees is just running.
And the recovery.
And that's why he was running, man. He was 21 Savage there. All my ops, they be running, except he's the op in this case because Luna comes out with the 3-0 against Sweden's best.
And Luna is again going to close it out over Nees, putting that set victory against them now even further in favor of Luna, going from 1-0 to now 2-0 over Nees. He will, of course, continue on to his next one, but really well played from him. Again, the Lucian, no surprise to see him not swap at all, because it just looked good the whole time.
So that, I think, is something that Luna needed. I don't remember the exact order of sets because he had the one loss to Sack, which is crazy that Sack beat Luna. I'm very surprised by that. And then he has one victory against Stingray. So he kind of needed this victory here to kind of tilt the scales in his favor. I mean, score-wise, he was still positive at 2-1, but that was because of a victory in the DQ that Machete had. So this is maybe kind of wrestling things back in. He's now at an actual true positive score with the victory over Nees here, but Nees is going to have to find something. It's not looking good. Nees is like 1-3, and now he's 1-4, and that one victory is the Machete victory.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's nice is everybody gets one.
Yeah, no one goes like, how many sets do they play?
No one
1,
goes
2,
0-8.
3, 4, 5, 6,
or
7.
0-7.
Nobody goes 0-7 in this tournament, but I'm thinking Nees is not going to make it to top 4. I think that's how the math shakes up. So he's still going to be fighting for his placement, right? We pay out deep here all the way, so you still are fighting for the best place that you can possibly get to get the higher winnings as well.
But we'll see what character ultimately it is, because Nees has shown quite a handful, right? We saw the Donatello earlier. Was he the one who also made a swap to the Asuri, if I'm not mistaken? And then, of course, just now the Lucian as well as the Nyx.
Yeah, it was incredible to see that, like, honestly, kind of a domination there for Luna, and I agree with Sparky that I feel like he kind of needed that. Pretty much we've just seen 4 matches, and I kind of want to, like, do a little overview of all of them, because back there we were talking and looking at the round robin bracket, and I know you guys were talking about this earlier about Taza's prediction about Radish. Let me tell you, Radish is looking very good.
I don't want to talk about Taza.
Radish is looking very good when you look at the round robin bracket. Right now he has won all of his matches. He's currently up against Kaina 2-1. All right, and for those looking at, hey, where can I watch these other matches that are not, being commentated here? We do have it on Command Center, so twitch.tv/Brawlhalla/Command Center. You can still watch the other matches that are going on right now, like this one where there's a Radish kind of match going on. You can tune into that and watch that. It just won't have commentary from you guys, from you lovely folks here, but they're all being streamed is what I'm trying to say here. But I kind of wanted to just see your thoughts on the outcome thus far with these 4 matches and what you've seen in the bracket. Sparky, I'll start with you.
Radish versus Sack was a little bit rough. Radish coming out, what was his score on that one? Radish versus Sack was 3-2 game 5. So I was still very impressed by Sack, but I feel like I hadn't seen that, like, astronomical launch moment from Radish just yet, going up against a player the caliber of Sack. Then the things kind of changed once we got to, like, Radish versus Godly, and that completely changed my mind and proved me absolutely wrong. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I 100% underestimated Radish coming into this weekend. I think most people did.
Yeah, it's so hard to have full confidence in him because he's not getting those dominant victories. He's not 3-0ing and walking off into the sunset the way that we saw, like, kind of from Kaina. On the other hand, he's winning against everyone else. He's 3-1 now over Kaina. You're just pointing out the update to the scoreboard. So, like, I agree. I 100% underestimated Radish. I mean, I should have known better considering he was the one who won the Winter Championship for North America. He was the one coming in as that top seed for North America. But at the end of the day, it's like you're going in and you're comparing him against people like Godly, to like Luna, to Kaina, and yet he's still holding his own and doing better than each of them.
And we've had some interesting results, some varied results from 3 different Asuri players this tournament. You can see it on your screen. Sak, Kaina, and Godly, all 3 played Asuri this weekend, and they've had different results. Godly, obviously, kind of got bodied in a 3-1 by Radish. Meanwhile, Kaina 3-0'd Knees, but then went up against Radish and got 1-3'd. So there is no player undefeated except for Radish. Radish v Kaina was the battle of the undefeateds.
Yeah, and it's crazy if you see the scores here, like, I feel like we did not talk about Radish enough, okay? He went against Godly. A lot of us saying Godly may be our first, maybe our second. Definitely in our top 3 predictions. And he 3-1 Godly. And it felt so seamless. Just, woo, okay? I want to also just briefly mention, because I'm looking at the bracket, like, I don't want to, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think Sak is out of the picture yet. Because yes, he might have, lost to Radish. And yes, according to this bracket, maybe he lost to Kaina too. But he's gone 3-0 against Stingray, 3-1 against Luna, and 3-1 against Godly. So I don't know.
Sak's doing great. Yeah. Sak is legitimately doing great, regardless of his placement. If let's just say Sak was Kaina, and all the attention that we have on Kaina and potential that we see from Kaina as a player, if those 2 players were swapped, like, Sak is 4-2 right now. If Kaina was 4-2 right now, that's still really, really good. So Sak so far is more than proving himself that he deserves to be there, that he's not only here just because Hughes wasn't able to make it. So that's huge for Sak. I'm very surprised to see the Sak 3-1 Godly for real.
Yes,
we're
real.
We're gonna put that on Jaw. He 3-1 Luna. He 3-0'd Stingray. That's amazing, Sak. Let's go.
Yeah, South America. All right.
He heard me like diss him so much on that one stream, and he was like, "Oh, those 3 are in your predictions," and then just had to snipe him out. He's doing really good for himself.
Yeah, respect to Sak. I think I don't know how many points you're gonna need to get to actually make it into the top 4, but I'd be willing to bet that Sak has made it into the double elimination bracket.
Definitely a real possibility.
I mean, we definitely got a lot more different sets to come up. But before we go there, I want to also I want to still highlight some other players that we just saw and watched. We're talking about South America. We're talking about Sak. And I remember you guys talking about how they played with each other, Sak and Kaina. How are we feeling about Kaina? Kaina, you mentioned feeling a little not as confident, but he's playing very well. Duke.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much a great way to describe it. It's so fascinating, like the difference between mental and playstyle, right? Like mentally, he's not describing himself as this powerful player, this confident player, anything like that. But on the other side, you just watch his play and you go, okay, how do you not have confidence? How do you not fall and believe that this guy is going to do so incredibly well? Although he did take the L to Radish, he's been doing well against basically everyone else.
But looking at it right now, he still actually has quite a few sets to play. He still has to play against Stingray, has to play against Luna, and kind of has to play against Godly. But one of his closest sets that wasn't a loss, of course that being to Radish, he's 3-1 currently, was against Sak, the player from his region. That was a Game 5. That forced a character swap from the Asuri onto a Val pick coming out for Kaina. So Sak is even challenging Kaina as well, the king of his region.
So I feel like South America, like everyone said in last night's stream, is literally the region, the players to look out for. Am I right? It seems like they are here to definitely prove themselves, that they are more than just a region that has really cool tricks and combos and strings. And they're here to play. They're here to game. You know what I mean? And to win part of that $5,000 prize pool. I don't know if we ever got to mention that, but that's what the folks are competing here today for a total of $5,000, and then a unique title as well to be crowned the Monarch. Specifically. One last player I wanted to kind of briefly go over that we also just watched as well. And I want to know your thoughts about like Knees and what we can maybe see out of him to improve in the next couple sets that he probably has to play.
You say couple sets, and you use that word exactly correct because a couple means two, because that's all he has. He has two more chances, one of which against Sack, who is on a tear, while Knees is not on a tear, and the other one is against Godly. Wait, who is it? Let's see. No, I might have just been reading the wrong thing. Nope. Okay. One is against Stingray, who is performing lesser than a lot of people would have expected, and then the other one is against Sack. So that's two very tough ones that Knees is going to have to do if he wants to get more than the singular victory that everyone essentially gets for free because Machete is not here.
I mean, Stingray and Knees is going to be interesting because neither of them have won a set yet. So the winner of that is the one who doesn't go home with the consolation prize effectively. They're like, okay, well, I at least didn't get the last of the people who were able to attend. So that's going to be an interesting one. But at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, he's really on his last legs here alongside Stingray. It's like, what is going to be that thing to help propel him into at least one victory? That's going to be the big question mark. He's got so many characters, but like maybe like master of good at many, not master of none. What's the
Jack
word?
of all trades.
Jack of all trades. Whatever. You know.
We knew what you meant. We knew what you meant.
Sure.
Jack of all trades, a master of none. Yeah. We knew. But hey, he still has those couple of chances to prove himself, to really get him out. Get himself out there. All right. So we're 4 matches down. We got many more to go into the Winter Royale. So we're going to take a very short, quick break. So stick with us and catch all the action here in just a moment. After we come back, we'll be watching another setup. I believe it's Stingray versus Godly. So you don't want to go anywhere. And while you're waiting, be sure to just check out and grab some merch over at Brawlhalla.InsightCoUSA.com. We'll be right back.
All right, and welcome back to the Winter Royale. I know you guys have been watching some very, very nice action. I mean, some very, very, actually, I'd say some pretty surprising action. But we got some great action coming up on the other side of this thing. I'm TK, joined by my man Taza. Taza, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty great. This has been really exciting seeing the results coming through. I know they've been talking about it plenty, but I've been a huge Radish believer coming into this. But what I wasn't certain about, and I haven't really put opinion down through, was what was going to happen in the rest of the bracket. And the way that this is shaping up, TK, is that we've got Radish destroying everybody, and then behind them in that second and third seed spot is South America. And then everybody else is battling for that fourth place spot, because we've got the round robin going on right now, but the results of this round robin don't decide who the winner of the Winter Royale is. What's going to decide is who are the top 4 players here that are going to make it out. They're going to be fighting in that bracket to be the Winter Royale champion. And we've got to our side over here that Winter Royale champion trophy.
And the crown.
That they're going to be taking home, and the crown. That's exactly right.
Gotta wear the crown. So, but yeah, I mean, up next we're going to have Stingray and Godly, but it's just been interesting because, like, I know if you've seen our predictions, I know we didn't get yours, but we were talking in the back. He says he thought Raiders was going to win the whole time anyway, and it's looking pretty true. Everybody else's predictions kind of looking in shambles right now, with Raiders getting some big W's. Stingray already, I think, taking a loss as well.
Yeah, so Stingray and Godly, this head-to-head's a pretty big deal for Stingray because Stingray's 1-3 right now. And Godly is sitting there at 2-2. So if Stingray can get this win over Godly, that puts them in that tie position where they can have that contention over that fourth place spot, right? Because I think if Stingray goes down to Godly here, Stingray's chances of getting out in that top 4 are pretty slim to none. But that's what's interesting is that a lot of the top players in North America and Europe, right? We've got Luna, Godly, and Stingray. They're all in a similar position right now where they're fighting for their lives here. Luna's a little bit better with the 3-1 and kind of contesting him here, but this is a huge match. If Godly takes this, I would say Stingray is probably out of the running. So this is like almost like an elimination bracket match for him.
Ooh, man, that's rough. So got to see how this one plays out. But yeah, these were the 2 that I had in my top 3. So this is going to be a pretty good match, all things considered. I know that Stingray currently has been piloting a new character, or a new-ish character for him, at least. Keeping the spear, he definitely very much likes the spear, but he was not feeling the lance anymore, so he decided I'm going to pull out some bread. Although that's not what we have on the screen right now.
No, that's the dusk. Okay, so this is really cool. I was talking with you about this in the backstage. I have a very strong opinion right now that next to Boots, the most unprepared weapon, like at least when it comes to combating it, is the orb. And Stingray is a huge believer in the spear at the moment. And that's like, he was like, whatever I'm going to be playing, I got to make sure that it's going to be having the spear. I don't want to be picking up the lance. This is like a pick that is hypothetical in the way that Ada is, where I feel like everybody's kind of like, oh, I can't wait till Ada gets 5 more rounds of buffs so I can finally pick the character. And Dusk is in the same area, I feel like. So seeing him pick this is really exciting. Godly opens up super strong here, but I'm wondering if Stingray is also thinking, oh man, Radish is doing great with the orb. Maybe I should break out my orb as well.
Yeah, but I mean, even with Godly, though, Godly's kind of swapped off what we have kind of known him for a little bit, which is that Asuri, and he's kind of back to some of the older ways of Godly by pulling out a Gauntlet Legend. Very popular Legend, too, within Mordex, who I feel like has never been bad. And,
yeah,
well,
I never look at Mordex and go, like, why did you pick this character?
Yeah.
And that's exactly the case here. Godly opening up strong, like you said, gauntlets and scythe in both hands here, and that sidelight and air goes for the gravity cancel downline. That could have been another stock off of from Stingray. I really wonder how this is going to be playing out here at Rawlhaven. Oh man, Downsig goes up with the active input because he couldn't dunk him.
100%. Obviously you want to try to see if he was closer to getting that KO, or at least put him in the skies, setting up for a recovery. But big damage actually being delivered here from Stingray. Okay. Really just kind of controlling neutral pretty well right now with these neutral lights.
Yeah, that was a cool idea. He weaved in the Dust Side Sig as like a super-powered neutral light where he's just holding his ground and constantly putting out moves. Actually gets him on the gravity cancel there. And Godly gets set off the right side of the stage, and that just has enough force to knock out. Very impressive.
Good stuff. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously he's hurting. But, if Godly can't get this this KO pretty soon, I mean, this could be imminent doom for him. However, we have seen Godly take some pretty early stocks today. So, not to say that he can't get himself right back in here. But it is looking more on the side of Stingray. Good little combination right there, pushing him off the stage. Ooh.
Yeah, and Orb is so great as well with D-Light and Airs. Okay, size.
Wow.
2 stocks. All right, Stingray opened up that game down a stock and some change, and then 2 stock.
Well,
That's
you know what? It's the power of the orb, bro. You said it's not being used a lot, and it comes out here and it's trying to keep its 100% win rate.
I suppose so. Yeah, that was the thing, because like Orb was picked by. I was talking about this before. Between all of the regions, all 5 of them, Orb was picked by exactly one person in top 8, and that was Radish. And so Stingray bringing out the Dusk and bringing Orb onto the playing field here. Look at the graph there. There's the plateau where Stingray just decided to stop getting hit the rest of the game. Godly's off of Mordex now.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, expected. I mean, he's been kind of swapped. I feel like he's almost in a weird character crisis right now in the middle of this Royale, because we've seen quite a bit of characters coming out. You know, the Petra came out earlier as he tried to out Petra Radish, and that did not go well. Obviously started with the Asiri. Mordex came out, and now back to the Petra. See if he can. Actually on the Val. Sorry.
Yeah, that like leads to that character crisis that you're talking about, because you and I were going through. It's like, oh yeah, I guess Godly's on the Asuri now, and he had been on the Asuri for a few months, but it was one of those things where he's been playing what he feels like is the strongest in the game at the time, and to see him think that the Asuri is not that, going up against a player like Stingray, who is bringing out the Dusk of all characters, which is just like when it comes to low representation legends, Dusk is down there, right? Like it was a huge surprise when Fozy was bringing out Zariel in those doubles matches, but to see Dusk come out here in singles and take game 1 off of Godly is really impressive, and he's got a lead here in game 2.
All right, so Stingray, Godly, doing a really good job so far of actually jockeying for position, but Stingray is going to be the first person to take that stock. And Godly, again, like with the character crisis, at least he's picking like all good / popular characters.
Right. Like at one point in time, this was like considered the best character.
Yeah.
Game, yeah.
So you started with the Mordex. Mordex didn't go well. He's like, all right, next best thing is the Val. You see these characters quite a bit in multiple regions. So okay, get off him real quick.
Yeah, the only character that I hope we don't see is the Ilgrim coming through, because that's like that was like the European legend the pick before Val was. But here we go. Stingray can't get that hit. He was hoping he would get that hit on the fall down and get the chase dodge. Godly dodges it, can't get the drift into the stage, and it's evened up 2-2. Godly on the gauntlets now against Stingray in the Spirit. Stingray, I just feel like has complete control. He's doing this movement in neutral that is encouraging Godly to put out like a gauntlet neutralite or such, so that Stingray can be right above him, punish him with a dare like so, or a neutralite, and Stingray's just getting a lot of these small wins, and then suddenly the side sig, and that's just a knockout. Like this entire stock Stingray's gone untouched, finally unarmed, was recovery nair of all things.
It also feels like just, this Dusk, like, this is not a character we get to see a lot. So I feel like there's probably a little bit of matchup unfamiliarity being thrown in here as well.
Sidezig's fast. I didn't realize. It's pretty darn fast.
He has been throwing out quite a bit of like SIGs, like unpunishable SIGs. Just like, it's here. All right, well, I missed, but it's fine. You're too far away to actually do anything about it. And yeah, it's been really keeping the momentum going. Stingray, you can tell that he really wants to be some type of spirit legend.
Yeah.
All trying to figure out what legend he wanted on the side. Great ground pound though. Says, where are you going? Absolutely nowhere but to that bottom blast zone. And it's looking better for Godly. He was able to keep himself into this game, but Stingray still, I would say, probably has the stage control here.
Yeah, and I mean, when I think about it, that ground pound catching the stuff recovery was a huge break for Godly, but where the break hasn't happened yet is in this neutral pressure coming out from Stingray, where Godly goes out, puts out something super risky, like a dash jump, gravity cancel, reverse downlight, no dodge for 3 seconds, and Stingray gets a side sig off of that, and now Godly is getting a good string here. Off stage might be where Godly has to be able to take these wins, and that recovery comes through. Okay, no, that's just a huge combo. Oh, that's so close.
Okay. Stingray trying to get a nice little reversal here with that side air, pushing Godly back off the stage, but everyone's hurting right now, so who's getting that stop? Godly.
Oh, is that it? Yeah.
I really like the idea he had there. That is a situation where a lot of people probably would have tried to air dodge past you, but that was smooth movement right there from Stingray, and because he used the gravity cancel, that means that combo was guaranteed gone.
And I think that Godly's got to adapt quickly to how Stingray plays, because Stingray is not the type of player who is going to go for such a hard read where a pivot gravity cancel down like that will catch him. And we saw that earlier on that match too, where I was talking about Godly is going for these really risky things where he does dash jump pivot gravity cancel down light. And he's getting punished by Stingray with it, where it becomes like not just a single hit, but a hit into a signature, or in that case, it was side light, D-light recovery. He just lost the stock in the game off of that, and now it is 2 2-0 lead for Stingray. One more win here, and the situation, TK, that I was talking about happens where both of these players will end up being 2 and 3, and that 4th seed spot suddenly becomes way more up for grabs.
Yeah, and this is actually, I mean, again, crazy that, like, Godly, you know, he was coming here, and that's one of the things that a lot of people I think were oh my, is he?
The bouncing
okay,
on that angle?
it.
That's such a hard move to hit. As you were saying, with Godly.
He was, I think that, like, you know, when he gets doubted, like, that actually kind of powers him up. But today, like, I mean, everybody else seems to be on a different level. And what a scoop. Get him out of here. Throwing him off the side with that neutral sling. And this is a great start here for Stingray. Now, he is hurting, but Godly, no weapon in hand just yet. Manages to pick up that sword and the KO, too, very quick with it.
I feel like, because Stingray plays a lot of characters in bracket, whenever Stingray picks a pick like this, because he was doing the same thing in Winters before this, where he just like broke out the Vrax, and all of a sudden he's winning with the Vrax, and you make the signatures look like they're the best in the game. I feel like Stingray is the best player at making a character's signature moves look like signature moves, because I was like, that neutral thing only worked in that situation, and that was like.
It's like I gotta force the situation and make it work, and that's exactly.
And it's beautiful,
wonderful stuff.
And the first time he puts it out is when it works there. So now Godly's got to play around with that, be wary that Stingray has that as a tool, and he's doing a good job of it. He has brought it back after that move, and now with that delay recovery, that almost was the start.
Very close. Yeah, Godly actually gonna lose his or Stingray gonna lose his weapon there. Godly really firing back on all cylinders. That should be enough. Yep, that downlight recovery here. Just gonna go ahead and repeat it to the left side. And obviously, that first one was about to take stock. There's no reason that, no way that second one was not going to. Stingray now, for the first time, I think, in this set, really, well, first time in a long time, actually behind. Godly starting to ramp up here.
Oh, huge.
Said, I will avoid a 3-0, maybe?
Yeah, hopefully so, and maybe even make his way towards a reverse 3-0 at this rate, because he has been completely taking Stingray out to the side of the stage here. Nice neutral stick gets the recovery to punish the ground pound. Stingray is just trying to get back to the stage, and that time the neutral stick doesn't work out. Godly gets a huge punish, 2 Sares. Edge guard, no, doesn't get the slide target pivot neutral signature, and that sidelight slider could lead to an edge guard here to a 1-stock versus 1 situation, but when it comes to the spear and orb, I'm not looking at this weapon and going like, okay, 1 dodge read and you're gone.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like, you know, maybe one like good off-stage interaction you're going with the orb, but I mean, you have to find that first, and you got to avoid quite a bit of hits as you are sitting in some pretty high damage. And he's wait, hold on, he's doing
it. Like, if you just got to get 5 true combos in a row in neutral against Godly, no sweat, right? But that's what Stingray's doing. He's caught him with a lot of sidelights. Okay, there, falls in the neutral light. Godly dropped the D-light Sair.
He dropped and he didn't go for recovery either. So yeah, I mean, obviously the Sair was the better option. You're so close to the last zone, but
yeah. Okay, Sair could do it. Yep. Nice. Godly gets the edge guard there, but that's huge. Like, moments like that when you're down 2-0 and set, like, with how often Stingray was beating him on his landings, I was like, that could have just cost him the game. But no, Godly ends up getting that Sair there, and he brings it to a game 4.
All right, man. That's how you do it. You know, again, like, I think I was told that Godly, was that you told me that Godly broke his
he was talking about how his keyboard wasn't working. Yeah, that's right. So I'm wondering if he's on a different type or something like that. But he was tweeting about that earlier today. Maybe he got it fixed. But he was like, yeah, my USB port broke day of the tournament.
Yeah,
but he's still playing strong.
Worst time for anything to happen. You know, the thing that you're so used to, the thing that determines your input. And now you got to work with a brand new one, potentially. I don't know if that's actually what he's doing or if he just managed to find a way to fix his USB port. But regardless, Stingray is going to pull out of the Brynn, and it is not looking good for that Brynn. Sparky may have been correct, all right?
Yeah,
like
it looked
put
good
that
for
axe away.
First 3 axe hits, and then, yeah, he just, like, lobbed off the stage. He didn't even try to make that into a combo. He was just like, please give me a spear. I'm curious about this because this was talking yesterday. Stingray just full stop in the interviews was like, the Brynn is my main. This is the character that I believe in. This is what I want to win with. So seeing the dust come out, I feel like may have been a little experimental where he was like, I'm going to play this until it loses, and it just so happened that he got 2 wins with it. But now that Godly took a game off of it, he's like, okay, I'm going to bring the Brynn out. This is what I'm going to use to win these matches. And so far, it looks like Godly's having an even better time against Stingray's Brynn. I think that when it comes to Europe as a region, they are hyper experienced against Axe in singles. That weapon was only picked for like 2 years in the competitive meta. So seeing Stingray bring it out against Godly now and not at the caliber of, say, anybody like that plays it could be pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, you know, honestly, it's not really looking like Brynn is his main, but I feel as though, you know, Godly's kind of ramping up right now. I think he saw that the pressure was on, right? Yeah. You know, I'm down 2-0. I got to start making some plays happen. And he, like, literally he's playing like I feel like he's playing at a different speed right now. Like, like this is a YouTube video and he just 1.25 it real quick.
Yeah, it's interesting to note though that like in terms of this matchup between these two players, they don't fight against each other very often. And a player that did beat Godly in Europe in Winters was Blaze, who plays Bryn in doubles and in singles. So I'm like, okay, Godly could just be so ready for this matchup that Stingray just doesn't play on the caliber that he's used to fighting against here. And he may switch off of this, but we'll see. He is very damaged right now.
Yeah. I think the thing about Bryn, too, is that, like, Bryn always seems to be, she's one of the most middle-of-the-road characters in this game. Like, so if you're playing well, then she's going to be good. But if you're playing bad, like, it's definitely very much seeable. Oh, wait a minute, though. The turnaround?
Okay. That's huge. And I mean, what a great example of when you're playing well, right? Like that happens right there. Spear's so good for those weapon throw knockouts. But yeah, I see what you're talking about. And even her stat line reflects that. You know, it's just straight down the middle.
It's like whenever people are trying to get into this game, they're like, what is the character I should try first? Like both are Bryn. Both of those characters, their SIGs do exactly what you think they're going to do, and they have a pretty middle of the road stat. So then after that, you can figure out what you want to do. Great read right there from Godly, going for the neutral SIG, knowing that that Stingray was going to try to cross him up. And now, into a Game 5 situation, very dominant first two stocks from Godly.
What does Stingray do? He is now on the verge of getting reverse 3-0'd. And like I said, this will be him going 1-4 on the scoreline if he goes down to Godly here, where he essentially becomes out of contention and Godly gets much closer to securing that 4th seed spot. I know Stingray's got like 5 or 6 characters that he's willing to bring out. What I'm curious about is if after that Bryn game, does he stay with it? Does he bring up the Lance? Does he go back to Dusk? What are we about to see?
I'm thinking that. I really feel like the Dusk should come back out. Yeah. Like, I think he was doing some pretty great stuff with the Orb. He got some pretty good reads, and nope, he decides to bring out Old Faithful.
I know you were there yesterday when he said, "I'm just never picking Orion again."
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
he said, I lost because I picked up a Rocket Lance.
Here it is. Okay. So this is interesting. Looking at this matchup, right? Stingray in this exact same position, but not against Godly, against Kaina and BCX. One last stock scenario against Kaina Zol with this character using that spear down sig that now has a little bit less force in 703, which is the patch that they're playing on right now. So let's see how this plays out as Godly's locked in Val here for this Game 5, and Stingray is back on that Old Faithful, like you said.
Right, man. I mean, and to be honest, it's not going terrible for him right now. Does manage to get back. That was going to be a scary situation if he got ground pounded out of that recovery, but great spacing over there, using that wide side of the recovery to get around the ground pound. And all right, back onto now that he said it, like I'm like so like my brain shifts like, oh no, it's the Rocket Lance.
It's the Rocket Lance. Yeah, that's exactly right. Look at that. Gravity cancel side stick from the ledge. That's instant punish from Godly. Gets the recovery, and now Stingray's got 2 stocks left to play with in this best of 5.
Okay. He's got good damage here onto Godly, though. But Godly now racking it up immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, get off me. Quick side air. Fake throw right there. I like that idea.
There's the down signal landing, but Godly's ready for that. You saw him jumping. If he had that extra jump, he like put out a fastball to bait it, and then Stingray gets punished for it. Side air comes through with the recovery as it goes high. He's sweating back to stage. Godly picks up the sword. Okay, there's the Sair. And despite all of the wins that Godly got in neutral there, Stingray's not as damaged as I thought. He's sitting at orange. He can take a few more hits before a side sig or neutral sig will hit. Okay.
Yeah, surprisingly, does Orion have good defense like that?
I mean, it's about middle of the road.
All right. Yeah. Just a little spray, because I feel like
it felt like he took a lot more than that.
Rolling defense right now.
Yeah,
he just got hit so many times, but somehow he's still living. And he's finally starting to hit this red. You know, a very slight red, but it's getting close to that deeper.
Oh, nice punish. Okay, yeah, Godly's gone for that slide charge pivot neutral sig a few times now, and Stingray hit it with the Lance recovery there.
Okay, nice avoidance right here from Stingray, just using that side air as movement, and then getting back in there. Ooh.
That was interesting. Yeah, threw the weapon behind him when he went back to the stage, but he's sweating, and that neutral comes through. And he was still sweating when he got hit. He's got to be careful about that. Okay, nice star from Godly. I think a spear is guaranteed for Stingray next.
Oh.
Picks it up.
Yep, there it is. See what he can do with this, though. Like, it's a little scary that he's able to pick this up. He's going to have to try to, like, cycle out pretty quickly because you don't want to lose. And now he has to come right back to a Rocket Lance. It's going to be the first thing he picks up here, which, again, him not having that faith in that, a little scary. But the damage has been racked up. Oh, shot. There it is. He's going to be able to get himself a spear, too. That's kind of been his tried and true. Going to cycle that out.
Yep. Okay, so it's spear the rest of the way here. Last stock scenario, Game 5, Stingray versus Godly. And Stingray's got Godly starved. That's 3 nairs and a weapon throw before Godly can break the pressure. And Godly's still starved. Woo. Oh, he went to the gravity cancel delay. Oh, my God.
trying to do it all right there. That would have been it. Could he have got another?
I don't know. It's possible that they were high enough that just being in hit stun up towards the stage would have just carried them into the blast zone. Like I wasn't sure what was going to happen there.
Yeah, I don't think you can get another recovery out, so it would be like maybe try to hit him topside nair or something.
Oh man, it's been only nairs on this stock so far. Another nair comes through. Stingray's catching Godly in the air constantly. Could put out one more side light. Oh, the down thing on the dodge, and he waited. You see the stunner step forward. That's so incredible. The last time that Stingray tried to do that, Godly like fast fell to bait it and then landed, and Stingray just waited that time. He waited it out. He gets the win. And he makes this round robin so much closer than it was going to be if he went down there. That's an incredible win.
What I mean, to bring out the Old Faithful too. Like after we're talking about like I will never use this weapon again. He's like, you know what? For the greater good, like I have to use it.
And he had it. He got the neutral sig knockout. He evened up the game with it, and then it was all spear. And we saw that mentality still existed there, but he just really wanted Orion's signature kit. And even the adaptation with that down sig, just like guiding Godly up towards the side of the stage, being like, "This is where I need you to be for this move to knock out." And I get it. And look at that, Stingray is feeling confident about that. And that's what's so cool about these round robins too, is that you can start off with a little bit of a weak start, but as long as you get out and you get into that top 4, you get out of the pools in that sort of sense, you could still win the event. And,
look at that man.
Wow.
He threw out twice as many SIGs as Godly, but that doesn't mean he hit at least 2 of them. So, or actually, by the stats, he hit 2 of them.
Yeah.
One of them was the neutral SIG from the Lance that got the second stock off, and then obviously that second one was the down SIG that finished the game. And what a way to do it, man. I mean, this set was like all over the place. I think right when Godly started to like turn up, like to have the resilience to be like, man, I'm getting kind of like hard-bodied in this 4th game.
Yeah.
And then turn that around to a 1-stock game and then come back and win on Old Faithful. Yeah, that's
I gotta remember that 2 of those wins were on Dusk too. Like that was a set. We were on a journey there, and Godly himself was switching quite a bit as well, starting with that Mordex and then settling on the Val as a pick to go up against Stingray there ultimately into game number 5. Yeah, what a crazy set from these 2 players. Really evenly matched. And now Godly and Stingray are 2 and 3. And they're tied 2 and 3 in the round robin. That's incredible.
Definitely not what you expect. I mean, again, I bet you a lot of people's top 3 predictions are kind of in shambles right now with the way that this is going. You were kind of, Godly expected to be in the top 3 pretty freely.
Yeah.
And now he's gonna. It's kind of a toss-up if he's even going to be able to make it there right now, depending on what happens to the rest of this year round robin. But yeah, man, what a game right there. As I said, Stingray was definitely in my top 3, and he's kind of trying to show you like why exactly he should be there. Bringing out the Orion, making it work, or the Black Knight, if you will, but making it work, and yeah, just great gameplay all around from both sides. But got to give it up to Stingray for being able to clutch it out the end.
Yeah, now I have no idea how the rest of the bracket's going to shape up. I mean, at this point, Radish is guaranteed that first seed because I think he's like 5-0 or 6-0 or something right now. But everybody else has got a few losses. The one that we've got coming up next is going to be Kaina versus Luna, and that is a very fascinating match. To some players, I would say it's the number 1 singles player in North America versus the number 1 player in South America. I think that's actually just like true when it comes to the stats. So seeing these 2 go head-to-head is going to be really, really interesting, because what I was talking about a little bit before was that something that's surprising me, which I guess it shouldn't, because everybody in the pre-show yesterday said that South America was the scariest region to fight against. Is that Kaina and SAC are contenders for seeds 2 and 3 coming out of this round robin.
All right. I mean, look, SAC, honestly, he had something to prove because he was kind of like brought in at last minute, and he's, not technically in the top 3 for his region, but he's like, I'm going to play like I'm the top 3 today. And that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, he actually had a pretty great first game. He didn't win it, but he did have some pretty good matches against Radish. And then after that, yeah, he's been kind of like popping off on the other side of things, get himself into that second or third, that third spot of the top 4 that we'll get once we finish the Battle Royale. But, man, I mean, as you said, the next match we're going to get is going to be a pretty insane one, Luna and Kaina. Kaina was my number 1 pick. I think Luna was Duke's number 1 pick, so, get to see some pretty crazy action coming up.
Yeah, well, we can see a little bit more of that coming soon, just a little bit. We're going to go to a quick break, and then after that, we'll be back with more Brawlhalla action with Kaina versus Luna.
Oh, sorry. Preston Brawlhalla. Hey everyone, Alex Jabali here, Fighting Game Tournament Director from CEO, and more importantly today, DreamHack. It's honestly incredible to see how much Brawlhalla has grown since the first BCX event back in 2016 that I was fortunately a part of. Some of my favorite moments as a tournament organizer were working with Foda, Toast, the Brawlhalla team, and the community to bring Brawlhalla to some of our past events. Today, I'm here to share some exciting news with all of you and the return of Brawlhalla LAN events to DreamHack. This year, Brawlhalla is returning across 3 of our events for their Esports Year 8, starting with San Diego in April, Dallas, Texas in June, and Valencia, Spain in July. The even bigger news is that the Brawlhalla team is putting up $70,000 for each event to be divided between singles and doubles, totaling over $200,000 in prize pools at our DreamHack events together. To kick things off, we actually have San Diego registration live right now on start.gg/DHSAN23, with more information coming soon for Dallas and Valencia. That's it from me. Really excited about this announcement today. Keep playing and enjoying Brawlhalla, and we're going to see you soon at our DreamHack events. Oh, and I'd like to thank the Brawlhalla team for supporting me through the Cameo. If you'd like to find me on Cameo for more videos, I'm just kidding. I don't have a Cameo.
All right, we are back from that break real quick. We're going to look at Stingray versus Golly, what went down in that set, and how Stingray took it up in that 3-2 moment. Now, Golly switched over the Val, a pick we know him for. He tried to go back to that tried and true gauntlet gameplay style. And we can see how Stingray took advantage of that, opening up with this matchup here with the Dust versus Mordex. The Spear was doing so much work here. Godly being really greedy with his dodges, which you're going to see right here. Stingray with a common downlight start, but the GC downlight that high versus Spear, you're obviously going to get punished. You're obviously going to get laddered up with that double downlight, and you're obviously going to get sent flying. It even adds up even more when Stingray gets that edge control and gets that side light, adding on even more damage. And it was situations like that with the Spear that you saw Stingray going for a lot of, and he's always had that Spear playstyle where it's like, all right, if you're going to waste your dodger on me, I'm going to take full advantage of it. That keeps on going on. You can see the neutral pressure with this orb as well. You see the GC go off there again, and Golly kept the gauntlets the entire time, but it looked like it was a very aggressive, very expensive playstyle where it's like, okay, I'm going to use my dodge for a GC. I basically have to get the most value out of, and the players are consistently punishing him. That's almost 10 hits Golly got there. Stingray got there, sending Golly off stage with the side stick at the very end. Not really worth it for your dodge, but Stingray is always going to take advantage of that if you give him the chance to. Coming back out of it, there it is again, another GC downlight, costing him that game there, which he very much needed. If you're going to always use your dodge like that, Stingray's going to punish it, especially on the Spear. You know Spear likes to get those 3 hits, those 4-hit combos off the dodge read. And this is another clip I want to look at here where Stingray actually tanks his stock for very long. You can see that he's in the deficit here. He's finding some good hits, and Golly is finding some good hits too, but the stock never closes off. Stingray's always in it for the fight, and he's staying consistently on the map here. You can see he gets knocked off once again with the Sunlight, but that's not going to be his stock. He's going to be able to come back, and this is an entire 20-second clip where Stingray is able to continue fighting, keep pushing it up, even up the game, bring it to the last stock, and land. And as soon as he gets the Spear in his hands, you can see it here. Golly once again being very greedy with his neutral options, consistently pushing it towards Stingray, and Stingray just over and over again punishing him with these neutral airs. Finally, he gets that dodge he's looking for, the one we know he goes for all the time. The beautiful sidelight punish, catches the jump, into the dodge down. Beautiful down to close it up. Stingray looking very excellent. He still wants to be in it. He wants to fight for that top 4 spot, and I can't wait to see what he does for it.
All right, as we got all the great analysis there from Remy. That's our guy, man. I gotta give a shout out to Remy, man. Every time he comes up, always got something great to say. Was he our first BCS champion?
Yeah, in doubles.
Yeah.
He's a
BCS
world champion.
Doubles champion, bro. You can never take that away from him. But yeah, we're back here. Winter Royale, TK, Taza. We're getting back in it.
Yeah, that's right. And the matchup we got coming up next is a pretty interesting one. Luna, we just saw. If you've been watching on the command center here at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, took down Radish. So Radish is done with this run. He's 6-1. Luna 3-0'd him, which is one of the most dominant performances over Radish so far. And so that means that with this matchup coming up with Luna versus Kaina, if Luna gets this win here, Luna, I think, is pretty much guaranteed that 2nd or 3rd seed getting out here. But if Kaina gets the win here, then things get very interesting. We've got multiple players at 4-2. And I was talking with you about this where it's kind of like, depending on how these matchups shake up, Stingray and Godly could just be out before top 4.
Yeah, and that's even if they don't get out. I mean, Golly's last match that we have is going to be Luna versus Golly, which is PR1 versus PR1 again, except NA versus EU. So, like, even if he does have a chance to get out, the roadblock to get out is very major. So, let's see how that goes a little later as we have PR1 and PR1 playing up against each other again. Here we go. Kaina and Luna going to be stepping up. Lifetime set score of nothing. So this is going to be a pretty interesting set, all things considered. There's going to be some data being put on the board one way or the other.
Yeah, and this is something that I'm really excited for because at BCX, basically what happened was Godly had the South America bracket run where he went through and he knocked down basically every player that was there into the elimination bracket or out of the elimination bracket. But what didn't happen was in this matchup between Kaina was knocked out by Stingray before Kaina could have a chance to fight against Luna at BCX. We'll be seeing that Kaina versus Stingray rematch a little bit later on today, but this matchup in particular is really exciting because it is a PR1 versus PR1 situation where Luna has expressed that he is both very interested and a little anxious to be going up against Kaina because this is a matchup that's so unknown to him and Kaina looks like such a fierce player.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kaina was my number one pick. Just based off his last few tournaments, and just like honestly the confidence that I feel like I have in South America. But he's going to have to show up. Luna, Luna sometimes I feel like can be a little bit of a wild card. Like he's either playing like I'm the best in the world for sure, or like it may be a top 4 finish for him, just number 4. But hopefully, I mean, as of today, as he just got that big W against Radish, we're seeing Prime Luna right now, and I'm hoping to see Prime Kaina too because I just want to see some good Brawlhalla. That's all I'm about.
Yeah, and it definitely, when it comes to a comparison between these two players in their respective regions, I'd say Luna looks more like a wild card than Kaina because Kaina's guaranteeing always getting those top 3 spots.
Yeah.
Although I do think Luna has some really great consistency when it comes to playing, just like in terms of the size of Brawlhalla brackets. Once Luna started breaking the top 8s, he never stopped. So he's always going to be somewhere in that top 8 spot, even if he's not getting to that top 3 podium. But when it comes to that that dominance that you are talking about, that we'll see in Brawlhalla sometimes, where it's like, okay, Godly wins every event this year, or Acno wins every event this year, or Sandstorm wins every event this year. Luna, in that sense, hasn't really had that huge run of domination in the scene. And already going into Winters here, right? He's PR number 1, but Radish was the winner of the Winter Championship. So the results of this Royale will be very interesting to see indeed.
100%. So it looks like we're going to get, I see a Lucian here. I see a Suri here as well. It's going to be our matchup between our 2 players, Kaina and Luna.
I think that would be, I'm just trying to see, okay, wait. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be Lucian coming in for Luna almost certainly. And then it's the Tigress on for Kaina. Okay. Because the names were switched there. I was like, there's no way Kaina's locked out Lucian. But maybe there is. You know how many mirror matches we've seen today where they're just kind of like, I feel like a player loses to a character, like, I'm going to
I mean, to be honest, yeah, I mean, like, Godly literally picked Petra today. So, you know, we can see anything right now. But, yeah, we are going to see what's probably like the old classic, the old faithfuls here. Kaina starting off pretty nice with his first little combination. Now kind of get some stage control here as well. Luna, though, you know, on a very fast legend, that is Lucian. Doesn't have the greatest amount of force, but has some really good angles on those SIGs. So
the angles are great on the signatures, and with the guitars in particular, I mean, we saw a Nair knockout where it was like he did 13 damage at stock, and that was just like if you get the right positioning and the right read on your opponents, you can take them out regardless of the damage that you got. What I'm really interested in is there's that down. You're talking about that angle.
There it is, angles, bro. Just jump straight. I mean, angles and straight coverage right there too. I mean, that's a lot of space being covered on that jump right over the edge as well. Can be relatively safe if you're trying to catch someone at the edge, but you jump off. So, you know, definitely some good metrics there on that.
Yeah, and he spaced it so perfectly that he didn't get the grounded knockback or the grounded animation, right? So he gets that extra bit of distance off stage. But the down stick from Kaina, pretty darn good move too. There from the Asuri, dodge in place, dodge in, read, covers a lot there, and it's a great tool that a lot of guitar players love so much that we see Asuri just picked more than a lot of guitar legends. And now he's even up the game, and he's got Luna off the back foot on the right side of the stage. Dare waits for the action, gets that Nair, no recovery afterwards, and now the guitar ditto ensues once again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, trying to catch him, possibly, you know, panic air dodging back in. I'm right back on the stage. I mean, that one could have been a little more risky, but definitely kind of throwing kind of off as he got hit by it. But yeah, had he been able to get a mean spot dodge out, big punish could have happened. Now Kaina trying to get himself back into this game. The damage is being racked up on him, though. And I think that's the thing. I mean, Lucian also has pretty high defense, right? Like,
yeah.
So, yeah, it's like...
It's literally just a ladder of like 4, 5, 6, 7 going down. So that defense and movement speed's pretty high. So he's quick, he's tanky, but he goes down as Kaina gets him off the right side of the stage, which is pretty great for Kaina because I felt like that stock Luna was like... His damage per engagement was a lot higher, but Kaina just got a lot more engagements. And so he ends up getting that stock, goes down to a 4 to 3/4 blaster side air. So he was very damaged there.
Yeah, well, you know, honestly, that's good for Luna. I mean, he does have to put out just a little extra, a little more damage at least to get like a stock like that. But if he can keep finding those great, well-spaced and well-timed SIGs, it's definitely be his game. But kind of, I mean, it's just back and forth right now. Who gets advantage? One dodge into more advantage, and then you missed. Now it's time for me to go and do my combo. Luna, though, now off the stage, tries it again, but no, this time Kaina is ready for it, like super ready for it. Get off of this stage and out of this game. Wow.
Yeah, there was like, what's awesome about that is that we saw it, like, it worked once off stage, and then it worked another time coming back to the stage, and then that time Kaina, like you just said, completely demolished him for it. It's like, you're gonna get that once this set.
Yeah.
and if you try it again, I'm gonna punish you for it. And I think something really interesting happened, which is that we talk about these stat differentials a lot, and then the impact seems to be quite low. But I think that Luna and Kaina were getting about the same amount of hits per engagement, but Kaina's damage per engagement was so much higher because he wasn't on Lucian, so he was getting those knockouts a lot earlier. Because I was like, man, Luna's really taking Kaina for a ride here. What's Kaina at? Oh, he's barely an orange. Like, it just happened a lot of times there, and then Kaina was just able to get the knockouts there.
1, brawl!
Oh, all right. So as we get into our second game, right back to Demon Island. Why not? You know, nice stage, great soundtrack, but definitely nothing but scrapping going on here.
And no platforms, which is the thing that there's a bit of a discussion I was talking about with Remy about how like there's a divide in the pro player community about like should we even be picking maps with platforms on it to begin with, and then there's like the opinions of Stingray where he's like actually if you just get really good at platform movement, platform stages are just better. You could be very aggressive on them, but either way, both players here seem to be perfectly content going back to Demon Island for games 1 and 2.
A platform fighter with no platforms. Okay, interesting. I got you guys.
Some people just like a flat stage. I mean, it's a platform in a way.
A single platform, yeah. All right. So that first stock going to be going to Kaina yet again. Who again? Like I feel like if he is playing as #1, he is probably the scariest person here. As everyone here said that you know Brazil or South America is the scariest region, and then you have #1 of said scariest region playing like that.
Yeah.
Oh, can't get the hard punish right.
Oh, I thought Kaina was going for recovery there for sure. D-Light Nair. No, okay. You know what it is? I guess it's because Luna's damage wasn't high enough for that recovery to get much off of it, so he wanted to get as many extra hits as possible. Kaina's so good. Look at that. Dare, is that going to be enough? Okay, the weapon throw was necessary. We saw the jump. Yeah.
I was gonna say also I think that that Kaina or Luna had positioned himself to be like right above Kaina, so like trying to go for that recovery. You know, obviously
speaking more about those angles, yeah, that's right. Because he would have to go either left or right, but not straight up. That's a good point.
So you know, try to hit him with an air, didn't work out, but regardless, still very solid lead here, developing for Kaina. Just in the yellow, putting Luna onto the last stock. What can Luna do to get back into this game? Doesn't have a weapon in hand yet, and Kaina just kind of run away with it yet again, controlling a lot of space. Does manage to grab a weapon here, and man, huge. Big nair. That would have been if he was able to hit that.
Oh, he gets away with it, and he gets so much damage off of it too. Yeah, that nair would have been huge. You like the nuance of the chase dodge off of a hit in Brawlhalla is that like where you cancel the dodge with your attack is super precise. So like if he had canceled a little bit earlier, maybe that nair would have came through, but the neutral gets it, and off of that gravity cancel down signal to the stage, Luna takes complete control, ends it with the neutral signature, and brings it right back.
That looked like that had deceptively strong force too. Like, I mean, I understand like he's supposed to have low force, but like
no, his signatures hit like a truck. Yeah, they're crazy. That's like that's like literally the thing that everybody raises an eyebrow when they watch Lucy. He's like, this launcher has low force. Like when you hit the signature right and the angle that they go at, it's just perfect. And Luna with the edge guard here. Oh, I felt it. Yeah, that down came through and Kaina was ready for it.
Yeah, very smart. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Kaina is going to go ahead and throw that weapon away. The recovery is going to push him up, but he's still trying to get a little bit of a chase. Wasn't able to get over there in time. You saw the sweat beast, so that could have been a great punish. No weapon in hand yet again.
Whoa, he dodges the blaster side air. Luna covered that landing perfectly, and that side light goes through. Dash up side air, falling side air from Luna. Oh. Weapon throw stops the Sair, but Luna's got complete control over the side of the stage. Kaina without a weapon, dodges through D-Light Nair. He can't get the recovery from that position.
Yeah, he was very far away, so you just had to go for it. X pivot Nair right there. Big Whiff and big punish right there from Kaina, knowing exactly what to do. Didn't go for the recovery just in case it wasn't enough, so had to hit the gravity cancel neutral, and that is exactly what got past that blast zone. Good stuff to Kaina.
And that was so fast on the punish there, too. I mean, that side sig, if it was pushed positioned the other way, maybe it worked out, but man, that was so punishable. And Kaina, with like complete precision, saw that move and went, because if he delayed recovery there, he wasn't knocking out. He went in there, got in the right position, got the correct distance, got the delay, and then just a little bit of charge that you could get to make the neutral signature true unarmed to get the knockout off the top, which is the most optimal way that you could do a signature punish there. Kaina is like an incredible player. Like those are those things where like when you think about, like if you've ever VOD reviewed or looked at your own play and been like, okay, the most optimal thing to do here in hindsight would have been this, and Kaina's making those decisions on the fly in the middle of bracket. Like that's just why he's so good.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to get that W too, because I mean it was looking a little scary. Luna definitely had some great stage control, like literally like 10 seconds right before that last hit, and then he kind of bet it all
on a side stake.
Yeah, bet it all on side stake, and that bet did not go his way. Kaina is going to be able to take it now, looking at potentially a 3-0 here.
He took Demon Island off the board though, and that's the big difference here. He's left it open to Apocalypse and Fortress of Lions and then Brawlhaven. And if we're on the train of no platforms, okay, no, Kaina preferring Fortress of Lions here for game number 3. And Luna is not going to switch off the Lucian. Luna does have a decent legend roster, but when it comes to competing in Brawlhalla, I know he likes to definitely just be like, okay, this is the character that I prepared for this event. This is what I'm going to be playing it all the way through here. And it looks like this is what he wants to do for game number 3. And it's not like that last game looked like it was dire, right? Luna was bringing it back.
Yeah, I mean, he was right at the door. I mean, if that side sig had hit, it was it. But unfortunately, wasn't able to land that one and out. Going to be kind of here starting off this third game, mostly in the lead as far as damage goes. Ooh.
That's huge. Delay recovery. Okay. Kaina's had so many moments where I'm like, oh my goodness, Luna's gone.
Like, what is he doing all the way up there, though? But yeah, got a little extra wall here on Fortress Alliance, so it's going to make recovering sometimes a little easier. But, ooh, okay.
Wow.
Big pickup right. That was, yeah.
There was like 3 seconds of like, okay, I'm going to wait for you to do something, and then Luna hits him 9 times, and then kind of misses the recovery. And you know what's, look at that. That was about 6 guitar hits off of that engagement into a down sig, and Kaina's not even in red yet, right? Like that's how crazy low force can be sometimes, especially against a character like Asuri, whereas Kaina's just, he's getting his damage in and he's getting his knockouts. That down sig's not going to be enough there from that bounce.
Ooh, I mean, not even, man, that's it's pitiful right there as far as like, I feel like he was so high up and just didn't send him anywhere, but finally into the red. I mean, if he can find himself, again, it's the 6 really where the power is on this character. That's going to be a nice little conversion, though. Down air into the side air is going to go ahead and take that stock. And now, kind of, unarmed right now, does manage to find himself a weapon pretty quick. It is, I feel like the whiff punishing that I've seen from both sides as far as when the guitars are in hand have been pretty insane.
Yeah, down light, down air. See if he can get anything else off of it. Now, Luna's in this position right now where he's
wow.
He's trying to slow down the game, and then kind of says, no. He goes in there, gets that neutral. Like, I can't believe he spiked with that. Luna's stock got deleted, TK. That was so fast.
That was like the perfect time to do it, too. Like, right as you slip past the edge, here I am, hitting that neutral sig, and you're going to that blast zone. So, kind of now, another large lead being developed here. But Luna can definitely still fight back. Not too hurt just yet, but definitely oh wait, putting a hurt on him right there.
Crazy. Oh, he's going to punish that for sure. D-Light recovery comes through. All these signatures that Luna's trying to get on the landings, and Kaina's just all over it. D-Light recovery is not going to be enough, not on Small Fortress of Lions, and he pivots the neutral sig the other way. Kaina gets a dash jump Sair, and Luna is on the verge of taking Kaina to this last stock. Okay, there we go. And he does the weapon throw to cover it just in case. Luna in orange now.
Yeah, Luna definitely having no issue taking a couple chances here, but I guess at these earlier damage levels doesn't really matter too much, but like that is what lost him that last game, taking a big chance like that. So you might have to play just a little safer here, a little closer to the chest. Oh, whiff punish. Okay, boom, big damage.
Right.
Oh,
I think Kaina is like a neutral light away from a recovery being able to take off the top. Okay, and there it is.
That was it. So the weapon to pick up into the down light was like 1 frame difference right there.
Yeah, that's not how I was expecting that to happen. I thought he was going to be doing it with guitars, and instead he pulled a crazy combo there with the sword to be able to take Luna off the top. 3 3-0, TK. That is incredible coming out from South America's PR1 versus PR1, and he takes a 3-0, and now we have a crazy shakeup here where we've got Radish at 6-1, the 1 seed for sure, and then we've got Luna, Sack, and Kaina all tied 4-2. This is an incredibly close round robin. And then right beneath that, we've got Stingray sitting there at 3-3, and then Godly at 2-3. That's incredible. So this next matchup that's coming up, Sack could be 2nd seed if he gets this win over Knees. We've got some replays coming up.
Yeah, man. What a set right here. Again, another great set between these two, between two competitors. This is the first set they actually had, and well, kind of definitely said I'm going to be making sure I get that one on my side. Just great combinations, great edge guarding. I have to say, like, also too, I feel like his stage control was pretty insane. His conversion rates, as far as like how quickly he saw an opportunity to punish and actually getting the right punish. Yeah, he was on top of it. On the inside thing about Luna, though, was willing to take a couple more chances, and sometimes they worked, and other times like that, they did not.
Yeah, that's a great example of it. And I like what you were saying about Kaina's play, in particular, something that like was almost like a revelation to me, because what you're talking about is that Kaina had complete control over the center of the stage the entire set, and even though Luna had moments where he came in and he hit him 9-10 times, he would like break out of the pressure from the side of the stage with a down sig to get onto the stage, but that's what he had to do. He was constantly breaking the pressure that Kaina was applying, whereas Kaina was just like in control every single game from center and making sure that every hit that he got counted, and Luna could just never take that away from him.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, and that's why you see the 3-0 right here. Right under me, 3-0, kind of Luna. So Luna, I mean, still has another match ahead of him. That's going to be Godly that he gets to play it, but that's in a little while, as our next match should be Knees and Sack, and these guys are fighting to get 2nd seed pretty much. Well, Sack's fighting to get 2nd seed.
Yeah, so this is an interesting matchup where Knees on the lower end of the results coming out here from the round robin, I believe. Yeah, so he's at 1-5 right now. So Knees having a great time, at least being able to fight against a lot of these other players, but the results aren't really showing for it. So this is why this is what's interesting about this, is because it's a round robin. There's a huge consequence here, actually, if Knees is able to take this game over Sack, because Sack needs this to guarantee that he gets out in the top 4, and that is huge. I don't think anyone had Sack in their predictions, period, right? Like not even top 3, not even to get out in the top 4. And Sack as a player, it was here as the 3rd placing player from South America because Hughes was unable to make it. So this is like a really huge occurrence here if he could take this over Knees, because that would mean his record would be 5-2. And we could potentially have, out of the 4 players that make it out of the round robin, 2 of them being from South America. Man. And that would be Sack and Kaina, which are the 2 players that were invited here. That is, no wonder everybody was saying that this was the region to look out for.
Yep, and I mean, they're definitely showing up, man. Again, as you said, Sack was kind of, I think a replacement. He had to be a replacement for someone, and he came out here and he's managed to really take that opportunity and run with it. But he has to see if he can run just a little further, as he has to get past Knees to go ahead and put himself in a really good spot to get into that top 4. So, by the way, man, if you ever are watching and you have not seen, we got merch. Check the merch, bro. Exclusive Winter Royale jersey and tee. Order now before it's too late. Brawlhalla.com/insight co-USA or Brawlhalla.insightcousa.com. Definitely check it out. We showed a little earlier. They got like all kind of things. We got this little towel. We got a blanket. We got, the shirt and the
There's like 2 different types of hoodies,
yeah.
And the jersey as well, which is coming in here for the Royale. That wasn't here the last time we were running the winter merch. Definitely go check it out. And then as well, while you guys are enjoying this LAN competition, San Diego's coming up. Register for that now. You can check that out. Start.gg/Brawlhalla has all the information, but there is a specific URL that, if I remember correctly, I think it's start.gg/DHSan23.
Yeah, it's nice to see Brawlhalla back at the DreamHack Star, because I know we got that one planned. We have Dallas planned.
And this will be the first time we're on the West Coast.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be our first time over there in California, so that's going to be fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah, check it out. Be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, the next match we got coming up, TK. What do we got? We got Knees versus Sack. We were just talking about that, and yeah, so this is huge. We talked about the implications for Sack, and then Knees. Well, when it comes to how Sack's to play against Knees, this is very interesting, because I think Knees has brought a play style here that none of the other players are bringing in, which is that he's been focusing on the Scythe. Whether he switches from Mordex or from Nyx or from Mirage is the question here. We've got him locked in on the Lucian right now on the loading screen, but we'll have to see how that plays out here.
I'm a little surprised to not see more Scythe. I mean, Scythe is That's still good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, that's a weapon that I'm just so used to seeing.
I think that when it comes to at least popular opinion in Brawlhalla right now, every weapon's complained about when you're fighting against it except Hammer.
Okay.
So you could basically assume that all those are doing pretty well.
Okay.
But when it comes to the representation of the players that are here, I think it's underrepresented.
Yeah.
Nothing's more underrepresented right now than Cannon, I think, in singles, which is odd because I think Cannon's also quite good here. But it's just the players that are playing the weapons, right? So we'll have to see how this plays out here. With Knees coming in, what legend he's going to lock in to go up against Sack. Okay, it is going to be the Lucian. And so Sack, another Asuri player. We've been seeing a lot of Asuri here. There was a huge Asuri dominance in the Winter Championship in general. But it's less of like flavor of the month and more of just like that's what kind of Sack have been doing for like years now. And that's just what happens that Godly is playing as well. Knees, however, holy cow, that's just it.
Knees, what did he do to you? Like, what a
14 seconds.
start.
You know, and so that's another interesting thing too. I don't know if this is true, but I'm pretty certain it's true. Knees might as well be as close to already out. And so something that could happen in a round robin is kind of like, well, I've got nothing to lose. So
yeah,
you
so start going for the crazy stuff.
Crazy, and then you're like, wow, I should have been playing like this the whole time. Let's see if Sack can adjust because that was a 14-second 0 to knockout.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, he's got the damage back on here, but as you said, I think with the fact that Asuri became so popular in the last few months, everyone's probably getting used to playing against this character, used to playing against guitars. Oh man,
what? Knees. He is reckless abandon right now for his own stock. It goes for the D-Light dash up recovery. Doesn't get it. You got to check out that challenge system in Brawlhalla. You can check it out next to the tutorials.
Got to get a little practice in right there, bro.
Dash up recovery, but he gets the knockout anyways. I mean, I'm joking around right now because Knees is destroying Sack.
Absolutely handling him.
My goodness.
Yeah, what happened? Like, what did he say to you before this match started for Knees to be playing like this? As you said, it could be that, like, I have nothing to lose now. I can just do whatever I think. I'm not going to overthink anything because it doesn't even matter. And, like, honestly, his first thoughts are his best thoughts right now.
Other side of the same coin, Sack could really be putting the pressure on him, realizing how important this win is.
Yep.
Because that was what I was highlighting as well, because he's in that 4-2 position. Getting this win would guarantee that he gets out on top 4, and getting this loss means that it suddenly becomes a lot harder.
Okay. Isn't going to be a reach stat, but doesn't actually get punished for it either. It was over the edge, so able to fall down. Wallpat off the. Okay, it was like, does he want the weapon, or he's like, I'm going to finish this like this? Might actually finish this unarmed. Does manage to pick up yet another set of guitars though, and wow, what a recovery! Dropping up just low enough to go ahead and pick him up and send him packing. What a first game from Knees. I mean, that was like a 1 minute and 30-second game.
Yeah, and he did 548 damage on Lucian. we can't even use the same narrative that we were using with Luna a little bit earlier there. But Sack taking a step back, looking at that little, he seems to have an idea of what he wants to do next, and I don't even think he's going to switch over from, because we saw Sack bring out the Tesca against Radish to bring Radish to game number 5. That's a possibility here with this matchup against Knees, but I think Sack's looking at that game 1 and going like, okay, you caught me off guard, I adapted, but I didn't have the stocks in order to get the win back. Let's see what happens here in game number 2.
Oh.
And that's not great for Knees.
That's not how you want to start that thing off, though. Yeah, I mean, Sack is now going to be the one taking the stock within less than 10 seconds. Or well, about 15, I think. But
yeah.
Regardless, that's not how you want to start these games off, being this far down this early. I don't even think he really put any damage on his Sack, who's sitting like an egg white right now.
Well, at least we don't have to ask Sack the question of what did he do to you, right? Because we saw what he did to him game 1, and now Sack is kind of returning the favor.
Oh,
Knees
yeah.
is fighting back off stage. Down to could be the knockout here, but he misspaces the ground pound, and Sack gets the recovery back to stage. An edge guard here could be huge, but Knees just falls right down with an attack. Side light, down light could be a lot here. Sack goes for the double D light, and that side spike of Knees is down to 1 stock under a minute. This is a set.
It's a back and forth for sure. Whoever takes that first stock seems to be I will never relinquish control of this match. So
I think he's about to be oh, that was so close. Knees uses recovery while sweating to get back to stage. Okay, Sack dodges right through that, falls to the neutral air, and, well, with no dodge, you are going for a paint train. Just look at that. 5, 6, 7. Sack brings Knees into red. He's on the verge of a 3-stock here, and Knees just fighting to stop that from happening. And okay, really, you gotta get it. You gotta get into the challenge.
We gotta hit something here, Knees.
That is just, he missed the dash again.
Okay, yeah. Might actually have to go to the trials. Okay,
it's there. We have the tools. Blasters are basically only good if you can hit that combo. That is a complete annihilation coming out there from Sack. And I would say that's a good adaptation, TK. That was pretty good.
I mean, I don't think there's anything else you can say about it. Like that, literally took a stock at like 13 seconds and then just ran with it, a full-on a 3-stock, complete annihilation, all based on that guy's voice right there when he said it.
3,
wow.
2,
Yeah, and then Sack did the
brawl.
cinematic neck crack. After that one, he's like, all right, I'm warmed up. We're going right back into it. And they're not switching off Legends here. And I think that if we continue at this rate, I think Sack is going to completely demolish Knees. But let's see. Knees has an opportunity to adjust back. And we've had a one-to-one situation here where it's Knees' turn, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely needs a turn potentially. Or maybe Sack says, you know what, it's stealing turns right here. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, the game doesn't actually work that way. Like you could just be like, oh, now I'm winning. But at least from the perspective of like what has to happen here, Knees has to show that he can adapt in the same way that Sack just did. Because we did just get to see back-to-back 3-stocks.
Okay. Oh, okay. Big bet right there. I mean, honestly, everyone's got to try. First stock, I think that's a first stock bet. Like I can hit it, or if I don't, it's fine. I've already done enough damage. Like I should be able to come back on the second stock and really like even it up so I don't get too far behind. But
you're on one side of the stage, your opponent's on the other. You know what? Now I'm going to use the Falcon Punch. That's what's happening right there. Yes, you know, once a game. You put that out. I think Knees did a great job punishing there. D-Line side air goes in for the ground pound. And that's, yeah, he just gets sent down to the bottom of the stage for that one.
Yeah, that was at this, like, Knees just held it. This moment he knew. Like you're not gonna be able to get past this. So like I might as well keep going.
Well, right, because I think in a way, even though he got punished for it, it was smart because he was like, the fastest way I'm going to escape a punish is if I keep going out the ground pound. And Sack just plays around it well anyways. This is very close for game number 3. I think both players have adapted well to each other's playstyle here, and now we just have ourselves a game where we'll have to see if they put out more crazy stuff like that side stick before. This is a good edgeguard opportunity for Sack.
Okay, actually catching him right there through the weapon toss as well, so very smart usage of the recovery. Oh, and that's going to be another one. Does get him off the top. I like that dodge that you saw Sack do, because we haven't seen a lot of down air and 2 side airs today from the Blasters. So good little mix, a good little awareness there from Sack to go ahead and get through that. But he is hurting. I'm trying to get a little something going on this stock. Oh, wow.
That's awesome. Yeah, weapon throw picks up the guitars again anyways. Okay, I thought he was going to do something with it, but he just went back to stage. Sack gets hit by the Sair. That's enough force to knock him out, and we've got ourselves an even game 3. Yeah, lots of pressure here on the line, mostly for Sack in my opinion, but in that sense, like, let's see how this plays out here, because Knees is playing very recklessly in the most entertaining way possible. Like, look at that. Gravity Cancel D-Light. That was crazy.
Okay, Sack Knees. I mean, this is down to, right down the middle here. Sack looking for a big player. Oh, and it's just back and forth. All right, he managed to make it through, man. If he got hit on the bottom side of that nair, that was going to be the game. Sack, though. Hold on.
Knees just gets right above him. Okay, Sack was waiting for a landing of any kind of move, and Knees just doesn't let him have it. Oh, the nair came through. I thought he would just dip down, get the recovery. The side stick!
Was a close one.
Wow!
Are you real? The options right there, like, it looked like he was like, it just, oh, this is the last thing I can do here. He had the sweat beads come out, then he down airs out of sweat beads, turns around side 6.
Yeah, that was really impressive. What was interesting to me about it, too, is that because it was like a complete last-second change in pace to how Knees was playing, where he was just kind of like, go, 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 constantly putting out moves, and then a moment where he just stands there, does the dash back, gets the side stick and the landing in, and he takes the game, and now Sack has got his back against the wall here. Knees could beat Sack here 3-1 and completely upturn the bracket here in terms of what the results were going to be. This is Sack's chance for a guaranteed trip into top 4. And Knees is saying, you know what? Actually, it's not that easy.
So, I just want to ruin your bracket.
I mean, at a certain point, right? Yeah, just play the best that you can.
I used to have a friend, he's still my friend. I have a friend that used to play back in the day named Malcolm, and he would play pools, and he would get out of pools, and then he would just forfeit. And that's kind of what Knees is doing right now. I'm holding you down. I just want you to know I'm holding you down, and then I'm going to leave.
Oh, man. That's, and that kind of That kind of pressure is crazy, right?
Yeah.
Because he's got nothing to lose. And Zach's got a lot on the line here right now. Recovery comes through, and under a minute, he does take that stock from Knees, but Knees has been playing pretty fantastic. I think the one weakness that I've seen from Knees' play here with the Lucian pickup is that we have yet to see him execute the Blaster's D-Light recovery. And when that knockout option's off the board, it's so critical for Lucian when you have the Blasters because he lacks that force, because the recovery carries you so high towards the top of the stage, you can actually get some really early knockouts with it. So if Knees can't get that, we could see Zach bringing this to a Game 5 and potentially winning the set if Knees keeps being put on the Blasters.
Big movement right there.
Oh, well, he also could just damage him enough to get the Sair, and that could work.
All right, so Zach is going to be put down to his second stock, but you know, with the way these matches have been going, like the damage really just gets added up so quickly, regardless of what weapon is in hand. I do think the Katars usually are the ones that they're both favoring, but Zach actually has had a sword in his hand for quite a bit of these matches. We're going to have to look at those stats and, you know, see the damage that he's putting out on that sword compared to his Katars.
Oh,
okay.
Other way with the down sig. Yeah, now Zach is an edge guard. Yeah, he's been mostly on the sword this game in general, which I think was mostly Katars. But yeah, he's just been very well rounded on the Asuri in general. There's the D-Light recovery. Nice early knockout. Zach, this is the moment where it's like, if Knees picks up Blasters, even though Lucian's like 3/4, it takes him off the top of the stage.
Oh, trying to double recover. I mean, it wasn't going to finish that early, but like still, just wanted that little extra damage. And Blasters back in hand. I mean, Knees, not to say that his Blasters aren't hitting, because he does have a couple of, you know, stocks with him, but he's not been so consistent on the downlight recovery.
Yeah.
So far in these sets that we've been watching. Isn't going to be able to get that. Tries to get a little mix, though.
Nice wait from Zach there as well. Waiting up, because you had to fall at the end of that move. There's the pickup recovery there. Gets him knocking off the top of the stage. Only went to orange. But yeah, I really can. Zach and Knees are so good. Both players doing things where when they see their opponent pick an option, they wait the duration of that option out just perfectly to get the biggest punish off of it as possible. These recoveries from Zach are fantastic. Oh, but Knees! That was close.
Yeah, man, they are both looking for the double dip on the recovery right there, but okay, big damage. Throws his weapon away, though. And now on to the Blasters. Could this have been a fatal decision for him, or is he going to be able to get this
You
W?
could just get the win with it right now. Is this it, TK? The first D-Light recovery of the day. Oh, but he puts it to the ground. He gets a sidelight. D-Light recovery comes out in one way, but not the way I was looking for. As Zach gets it unarmed and takes Knees off the top to bring it to a game number 5.
That's how you do it. Got to keep himself alive here. 586 to the 546 damage, so he did put the damage out there, which means he was, you know, he was ready to go ahead and take that their game. But into game 5 now. Zach needs this W to go ahead and put himself in a really good spot in this top 4, or Knees is going to hold him down right here, right now.
And Knees switches over to the Tigress. Epic crossover for Asuri. So we've got ourselves a Ditto going on right now. So where Knees is looking at this, and he's going like, okay, the Blaster's been holding me back. I'm going to bring up the sword, and now we have a Katar Ditto where I get that extra bit of knockout power that I didn't have with Lucian, because unlike Luna, I don't think Knees had the most successful signature game when it came to getting those knockouts. So when you take out Lucian's hard-hitting signatures, you just kind of have a character that can't knock out, right? So switching over to the Asuri to make that adjustment, if you're just going to be playing that neutral with those light attacks, I think is a really good idea.
Okay. Knees playing, I feel like slightly more patient right now, but he's starting to get punished quite a bit for the few times that he does try to jump in. But here we go. A little stage control here. Nice movement here from Zach to get that fadeaway nair. Get back to the center stage as well. Just I mean, he is getting like damage racked up by these neutralites, but it doesn't matter. Knees managed to find himself a very opportune recovery and gets that stock.
Yeah, let's see if Zach can equalize quickly. No, Knees, that's huge. That's like the amount of extra credit that you're looking for, and then anything after that, you're just kind of like, wow, this is amazing.
I'm saucing. Yeah, like, I mean, you get like one good, like, opening combo, you're like, all right, I put myself ahead, but how much more?
I mean, he's going the distance there. There's the recovery to get him through. Zach has been fantastic with these recoveries where he'll hit with the Katar Neutralite, and then he'll go off stage with like a chase dodge, and then he'll pivot with the momentum to get the recovery as they try to jump around it. And he gets those knockouts all the time. But Knees is still pushing this lead even further. I mean, Knees gets the down sig. Is this going to be the knockout with the weapon throw? Forces the dodge. Edge guard opportunity. Ooh. No, Zach punches his way back onto stage.
Okay, yeah, gets a little two-piece on that too, man. Side air and 2 of the chase dodge neutral air. Create a little more space. Yeah. Where was he going to go? It's a great lineup right there from Knees, who, again, if he takes this W, puts Sack in a real bad position.
It just makes the whole entire bracket just it turns it on its head.
Yep.
This is crazy. And Knees opening up with a huge guitar string. The side tick gets a little bit of extra damage there on the jump, but Knees with that clash gets even more damage. D-Light Gravity cancel side light. Okay, Sack really trying to bring the game back because that's not true. You're just kind of hoping that you could steal a stock with that.
Right, yeah, like you're like hoping like they're like, all right, well, he's not going to press anything because you think of the guarantee.
Oh, no! Sack! He bets it all on the ground pound, and Knees with the crazy punish weapon throw on our D-Light ground pound gets the win on a 2-stock and takes Sack down, getting his win here. And really, like, I don't even know what the bracket's going to look like here. Guys, I was looking at Sack has some amazing wins in the bracket. Just taking a look at this, right? Sack 3-0s Stingray, 3-1s Luna, 3-1s. Did he actually get a win? No, there's no way he got a win over Radish, right? No, he lost 2-3 to Radish. So Sack lost only to Radish and kind of before this. I think he got a win over Godly as well.
That's a rough one right there. To go out like that.
And then goes down to Knees. So now the bracket's just, I don't really know what to call for this, in fact. Okay, so just let's talk more about this matchup before we're looking forward, because Knees in the mirror matchup, 2-stock Sack on his own character. That's just incredible. What a well-played game.
Yeah, I mean, you can, and that's what we were talking about too. I was saying that Sack seems like he was on the sword a lot, and I think it almost feels like he was forced to be on the sword. Like, look at the damage differential: 351 on the guitars from Knees to the 81 on his guitars. Did bring a respectable 221 in on the sword, but wow, man, let's go ahead and get some of these replays. Yeah, the blasters were out. He was not.
Yeah, we have to remember
that
this game 1 happened.
Yeah, that did happen.
And then this game 2 happened, and this was the 3-stock actually. Yeah, with that complete annihilation on that 3-stock, and then game 3 happened, and it was so close that we had no idea what was going to happen with the rest of the set.
Really resilience from both sides to both have very, very tough games against them and still manage to make that to a game 5 close game. Sack just at the end though, bet it all. Did not line up that ground pound like he wanted to. Would have been crazy play if he was able to hit that, but an even crazier play from Knees to go ahead and get that hard punish at the bottom to make sure that game was over. But yeah, I mean.
And there's this matchup right here that he just, by using that gravity cancel side light, he was able to catch the landing there. But then Knees in this game 5 just destroyed him. There's a little bit of flubs off stage coming out from Sack, and Knees just completely took advantage of it. I think this last stock's the craziest. That was an unarmed ground pound, and then over here, Knees did something like, this just completely freaked Sack out. He used the neutral stick to get into position, and then after that, he was still in complete control, and them hugging it out there after that game.
Yeah, I'm just going to assume he thought he was going to be just slightly, a little further over after the gravity cancel neutral sig. And right there, the easier punish would have just been like a Sayer, let me chase dodge back to stage and try to set something like that. But if he was able to get that ground pound, that would have, sent a message, one, that I'm going to go for something crazy like this, and two, he still would have been able to make it back to stage. But just unfortunately did not line that up, and then Knees lined up his own victory there. So Knees, going to end this, 5-2 now?
Yeah, 2-5.
2-5.
Yeah. So now we've got ourselves, and we're going to go to a quick break in just a little bit, but we've got ourselves a bracket to where we're going to be deciding who gets out in the top 4 in the round robin in these next 2 matchups that we got coming up. We've got Kaina versus Stingray and Luna versus Godly, but before that, we have a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more Brawlhalla action after this.
My name is Stingray. I'm 17 years old, and I'm from Virginia. I kind of just play experimental. I don't practice that much. I don't ever go in and rigorously grind the game, but I was just sparring because he was asking me to spar, and that was basically my entire practice for the tournament. I think I actually like round robin. I've never done it before, but the idea of fighting just a random set of people in order, I feel like it's better for me mentally than a bracket, because I wouldn't be thinking about who I gotta fight next. Every game would just be about that specific game, so I wouldn't be thinking about fighting or trying to get into the grand finals, I guess. So it's less on my brain. I don't know. I guess I think winning would be, you'd be considered the best in the game, I guess, because it's the best of each reason fighting. So that'd be cool, just to have the king title. I don't know. I think I just want the king title. That'd be pretty cool to have. I don't know. I've only won one time because I get second all the time. I feel like I'm known for folding, but I can kind of see. I can see myself winning, but I don't know exactly how I feel. I don't know if I'd be nonchalant or if I would be extremely happy about it. I don't know how I'd feel, to be honest, because I never won and landed it before. So I don't think I'd be. I've gotten second and third so many times that if I got second here, I wouldn't really be oh, let's go, I got second. First place is the only thing that I'd be satisfied with. Don't make excuses. like practice and watch my YouTube. YouTube.com/C/Stingray516. I'm pretty sure.
Takes out Megd on the right side. He's play the edge guard, goes for a down sig there. Very interesting option. I guess he was looking for the active frames because it's got a lot of them. Nice GC sidelight into the side edge. Air doesn't hit. This time it will. Needs to continue the edge guard, but the turnaround. Stingray! He's got it! Luna's done! Stingray closes it out. 3-2 with the Lord Brax.
So he's been phenomenal on his spear so far. We haven't really seen too much of the axe yet, and that's what's making me curious.
Stingray dodges down, doesn't get the read this time. Good change up, but he eats the weapon toss. He thought he was.
And we're back, and we've got 2 matches coming up that's going to completely decide the fate of everybody else in the bracket. It's Kaina versus Stingray and Luna versus Godly. So just to be straightforward with this, if the way that the expectations play out, well, actually, I'm not really sure who's expected to win here from seeding. If Kaina wins and if Luna wins, then we've just got top 4 settled there.
Okay.
Where I think it's going to be Radish, Sack, Kaina, Luna.
Okay.
But if Stingray versus Kaina, if it goes out in favor of Stingray and it goes in favor of Godly, I'm not exactly sure, at least with the math that I'm looking at right now, how it plays out, because we're going to have like 4 players that are 4-3 in terms of their their set line. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup coming out so far. This round robin has been incredibly close.
Yeah, well, it's good to see in a round robin because, you know, like if it just came down to like, all right, these top 4 did the top 4 thing and these guys all didn't make it, that'd be a little boring. So, you know, got to shake it up a little bit. Lifetime. That boy Stingray actually has a W on Kaina, and so go see if he can manage to do it again. Now Stingray, I won't say he was in character crisis. He's just using a lot of characters right now. They all are spirit based, but I mean he even brought out the old faithful Orion to get a W here against Godly earlier. Kind of on the other hand, I think it's just stay with his tried and true.
This matchup is so exciting as a rematch because this was one of the huge highlights in that top 4 from BCX, where Stingray barely won against Kaina Game 5, bringing it back last stock. Like he was in red, Kaina was in white. 1 stock to 1, Game 5. Stingray brings it back with a down sig on Orion in the very last game. So seeing these two go up the head-to-head, that's why that lifetime score is there despite the cross-region, is so exciting because Kaina's got a chance for that rematch here. And then once you get these head-to-heads going on, you end up getting this like lifetime best of 3, lifetime best of 5. How many sets have I won against you and how many LAN environments? And it's just really cool that we're starting to develop that record in between our major regions.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, like, again, shouts to BCX. I mean, that's usually when you get to see records like that really happen. So shouts to Skillshot for making BCX as great as possible. But you always got to give a shout to the players as well because that top 8 was insane. So
yeah,
and here we are about to wrap it up into potentially into a top 4. Not sure who's getting that into that top 4 just yet. We know that at least Radish is in. Radish is 100% in. No, nothing can be said about that.
So the viewers are thinking that Kaina is going to be in after this one as well. And this is like I'm pretty much, whenever it's South America players on the screen, I'm expecting them to win the viewer vote. But this is even more lopsided than I was expecting here going up against Stingray, especially because Stingray has the winning record, right? It's like we're seeing that 1-0 record where Stingray beats Kaina at BCX, and people are still saying Kaina is going to win this 63% of the time. And it actually just doesn't surprise me. But when it comes to this matchup, I don't think that that percentages really describe it. I think this is as close to 50-50 as it could possibly get.
Yeah, I mean, again, as you said, it was actually a super huge comeback that he had to make to even get that W, which means Kaina was in position to really kind of like dominantly take a game. Just Stingray was like, you know what, I'm not letting that door close just yet. So let's see what happens here as we get into their second set, I guess their second LAN set ever.
What does Stingray play game 1?
That's what yeah, I mean, because, dude, I'm a fan of the Dusks now, but I also just like orbs. So, like, I feel like if you're going to play an orb legend, okay, cool. Like, I'm always a fan. But he went through so many legends in the game against Godly.
He did.
And then had to end it off with the Orion.
And then he barely wins with the Orion down sig. That's the Stingray.
Do you think it brought some confidence back into it?
You think he's like, now that I picked Lance, it's like, well, I can't drop it now.
Yeah.
It's like, I picked it. I said I wasn't going to do it.
A little confidence in
and then as for Kaina is playing a ton of Asuri, but the legend that he lost against Stingray on was the Zol. He does play Cannon in singles, and I'm just wondering what he's going to pick out here. Shoutouts to that Winter Royale jersey right there. You can get it at brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Check it out.
Also a fan of the Zol if he decides to pull that out. That's one. I troll that character. I just go 10 force. Like, every hit matters. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like the only thing more tilting than Taros. Right? I mean, it was funny because I was when we were doing talking with Luna during those player interviews and stuff. He was just kind of like, dude, I picked Taros because it's the most frustrating thing that I think anybody has to fight against. Like that, he literally just picked it because it's so funny. You can do anything with his character and they will just explode.
Yeah.
And Zol is like that times a million, right? When you go that 10 force, you put out that neutral signature, you put the bear trap down, you're like, come on, walk in.
Come on now. It's right here for you. So
we'll see what he picks because they're taking their time here with the legends that are being picked in, and then we're going to have the stage striking, and game 1 will come through, and it's really up in the air when it comes to who's going to be playing against what. We've got Western Air Temple, Enigma, and Brawlhaven on the field, so I feel like Brawlhaven's almost a certainty, but if Kaina did the bans, no, Stingray did the bans. Okay, so we're going to go to Enigma. That is interesting. So
that's rare, yeah.
Stingray is a huge advocate for platforms. He's like back when Crystal Temple was a map, he was like the only reason why the map was picked in competitive was because Stingray was getting top 8s. And Western Air Temple, I think, is a little bit of the same way. And this is one of the few maps where we saw the interview earlier on before this matchup. Stingray likes going to this map because he believes so much in this platform movement. But it's Kaina who locked this in over Brawlhaven here for game number 1. So both players are huge fans of the platforms.
All right, man. See how this one. And Stingray, as we got the answer to who he decided to play first, it is indeed the Orion. So he has a little faith back into the Rocket Lance, but you know, I do think it's less about the secondary weapon and more about what SIGs he wants on that spear.
Dude, Stingray is just really good at the Black Knight. I mean, it's just one of those things where I feel like when he locks this, then I'm like, okay, we're home. All right, this is where you should be. Meanwhile, kind of destroyed him for having Lance first.
He is, yeah. Well, we lost the 50-50 again on that one.
The 150-50 in the game before they start cycling. Now he's got an opportunity, especially if he can get like a really solid evening up stocks here with the spear. He can prime another spear so he doesn't have to worry about that again. Sidelight, I love that gravity cancel sidelight in the air. Yeah, it's such a huge difference. Look at it, D-Light. TK, he's so good at spear.
He's just so good, and he immediately cycles that out. Get that Lance out of here. So back on the spear, has another one ready for him when he does lose this spear, if he decides, or if he wants to go crazy for the weapon starve. But currently kind of was able to grab that weapon super quickly. Again, though, you have to watch out. Stingray has his tried and true in his hand. Kind of on the other hand, I feel like he's done well on both his weapons. So
yeah, kind of is a true Asuri main through and through. Like
yeah.
He's picking the character and using every aspect of the character. We see him get the dunks with the neutral sig. We see him get the dunks with this neutral sig on sword of all weapons, right? And he's putting Stingray into deep red here on this second stock, despite Stingray equalizing so well.
Oh, all right.
I like the idea.
Yeah.
he could have clipped like a dodge down or something instead of just, well, ended up giving kind of the stage back there. But okay, edge guard opportunity.
Weapon toss is doing some justice as well, though. Quick toss down, re-grabbing his weapon to get a little extra damage as well.
Oh, gravity canceled that sidelight, so he had no dodge after that one.
Yeah, big bet right there. Maybe expecting kind of to jump up a little earlier, but no. Does not do that, stays true to his guns, gets the good punish. Back onto the Lance. I mean, he's got some good damage. I don't know if he's able to get a stop. Maybe right there that would have been could have potentially been stopped.
Yeah, Enigma's ceiling is a little deceptive. Whereas when the Great Hall was back in rotation, the ceiling was so high to make up for that platform. No, that top platform's just really close to the ceiling.
Yeah,
like you get blasted away like so.
There it is.
Stingray equalizes right again, but he has to constantly bring it back. Kaina is just always taking the lead here. This will be the first time in the set that we'll have to see Stingray take back the lead and hold on to it. Oh, he's so good at that. Kind of gets out so many players. Okay, huge opportunity.
Like the idea of trying to get a little extra damage on the drop down there, but wasn't able to get down there fast enough. Still, though, the damage mostly onto the side of Stingray, but he's starting to add up just a little bit on the side of Kaina as well. Ends up losing his weapon though, and now kind of on the weapon that he's not really favoring that much. Has to make some type of play here. And yeah, not gonna get it though. Yeah, I mean, I feel like almost every time he has picked up a lance, it has not done well for him. And I think he even feels that way. He's like, why is this in my hand right now?
That was an interesting set, or interesting game, I say set, where like the pacing of it absolutely did not change. Like if I kind of would start off the game taking the stock, and then the rest of the second stock would look at like, okay, Stingray's figured it out. He's bringing it back, and then kind of respawns, picks up the sword, and goes like, just kidding. And then it just kept going back and forth. And the graph even represents that, to where like that was the most like taking turns graph that I think I've ever seen in Brawlhalla damage there. The issue with that being that because kind of started off first, he's always going to win if the match goes that way. So Stingray sees that an adjustment has to be made, and he goes right back off the Orion with Bryn, which is the character that he's at least vocalized he believes in.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much belief in it ourselves. I feel like I mean
Godly
maybe
destroy it. Yeah.
Maybe he had some games that I just didn't watch today that like he popped off, but in the game that I watched, it did not go well. So. Again, though, I have no issue with Bryn being the pick. I think Bryn, as I always like to say, very exact character. Everything that you think is supposed to happen happens. Your side sig goes to the side. Your neutral sig is anti-air. Your down sig covers a decent amount of area around you. It's just right now the Axe not on this patch, not really in the greatest spot, and neither did his. Honestly, the spear play didn't really look that great on this stock either.
Yeah,
so.
Kaina's been destroying him, honestly. Yeah. Kaina's been taking the center stage position underneath all three platforms. Stingray's doing a lot of great platform movement into getting hit, and that's what's been happening. And it's interesting that they're back to Enigma here, where I'm looking at this, I'm like, I think they've single-handedly raised the pick rate for the stage by 50%.
Oh!
Oh, that chase dodge was unfortunate, though.
Yeah, getting hit in the head on the bottom, and just, obviously didn't have any more resources, so got an Axe in hand, unarmed.
And so Stingray did really well with Axe in the North America Winter Championship, like where he was like almost splitting his damage between both of these weapons. And it wasn't until he got into that top 4 position where it started getting really funky and he started picking Lance again. So I do think he does believe in the weapon, but as you said, when he's been on it, Kaina's just been destroying him, right?
He's getting a couple hits here and there, though. He's definitely playing quite patient, though, against the way that Kaina is. There's a couple areas where he could get a... Okay, wow, I cannot believe he found that hit up there, but it isn't going to matter. Does get down light to recovery. And as you said, this blast zone is very close.
Yeah, and Kaina's been taking huge advantage of it. The Nair's chasing him all the way up as well. Kaina's one of the few players that I feel like he makes overextending look safe. That is what he's been doing. Even when he gets hit by an Axe side air, he's like, okay, the only things I can get hit by here aren't going to knock me out, so I might as well pressure my opponent. Nice edge guard from Stingray, though, but if this game 2 is anything like game 1, Kaina's going to pick up a sword, and he's just going to run away with it and bring it to a 2-0 situation.
Okay, Stingray actually, this time, is indeed favoring the Axe. I think maybe he's feeling kind of figured out here on the spear, because, I kind of did handle that first stock like it was nothing. So, yeah, I think this little mix in pace is definitely working out for Stingray, but how long will it work out is the real question.
Yeah, I think it has forced Kaina to play almost entirely on the sword. We've seen very little Katars. I do think like the way Stingray plays Axe, he likes to use the neutral light to stop like Katar side light or Katar down air from getting in. But I don't know, Kaina picks up some Katars there, disarms him from the Axe, keeps him starter weapons, and next weapon coming up is Spear. D-Light recovery, that's going to be it. TK, this has been the most straightforward set I've watched in a long time.
Yeah, for what we've been watching today, yeah, this is definitely like, all right, Kaina's doing all the right things at the right times. There you saw the great patience of being like, all right, man, I'm jumping at you. You're probably shook. Tries to go for the air dodge through, and he just turns his gravity cancel down line around to recovery, finishes the game.
The viewer vote is actually pretty accurate to the pacing of the match. It's a 60-40. like in terms of like the damage and effort being done here, Kaina is just like if the way that a fighting game like win was determined was just a number line, and if you hit 51 instead of getting the 49, you won the game. That's like what's happening here. Kaina's just been doing a really great job of just keeping the momentum exactly where he needs it to be to win, and he's been getting these wins super solid, and oh no, PK is here.
What?
It's the Brax.
Okay. The legendary Brax.
The
Brax of Legends.
Yeah, he brought the Brax in Winters, and it was one of those things where he's just kind of like, all right, all hope is lost. I'm going to bring out the Brax. And he says, Rod. He tweets it out, and there he is. And he's got the blasters now. And honestly, Stingray's blasters are pretty good. Stingray's just pretty good at the game in general.
Yeah.
But there's no spear here. That's, you know.
Yeah, that's his thing. That's what I know Stingray for. But I mean, this time around, he's playing on the blasters. He's also got the lance on the other side. And I think that like Vrax has some pretty annoying figs. So like that could be something that he's trying to bet on here.
True. Yeah.
Oh,
that's huge. Gets the grab cut as well. Also, Vrax, absurdly high dexterity for the lance. Something to consider there when coming through. He's just a very fast character in general, both with the movement speed and dexterity. Loses a little bit of that on the force and defense. But yeah, let's see how that plays out here.
Maybe not that way.
I just thought about something that was, yeah, that wasn't great. We'll just pretend that didn't happen. We often talk about how South America is the region of the spear because of Fiend's innovation. And if Stingray here, a spear player, isn't actually playing spear to the level enough to where he can pressure Kaina, who literally has to beat the best spear players in the world every single tournament.
Yep.
He just might not be good enough yet on that weapon compared to what Kaina's used to. And that switch over to the Vrax could be what he needs to be able to take this to a game 4.
He's going to make it back to the stage, and way back to the stage, actually, right there. Looking for a little scoop here on that neutral sig. Nobody home, though.
Oh, man.
Dude, this time, scoop. Hey, lost off onto the other side. And that's the, I mean, I feel like that's the sig. That's the one.
He's starting to
I'm
let
just
him
throwing
rip,
him out, yeah.
Just having these side sigs, these neutral sigs. Dude, Kaina's not even anywhere near him. He's like, I know that this sound bothers you. It's like, I know you got the sound effects playing. Oh, recovery.
It's definitely the mental game right there.
He's going to slide charge this down sig and just whiff it completely. Come on, do it. Yeah, there it is. I'm so mad.
Because you know that wasn't a bait. Like that had to be like a tech club, and he's like, I still turn this into my stock though.
When I said whiff it completely, I didn't mean the other way, Stingray. Oh, that was okay. That's again. You know, despite that happening, he still took the stock lead. Okay, it's 1-1 right now. Stingray's Vrax is so goofy. My goodness, he might get a win on it too.
Yeah, he might actually get a W here. Waiting for a win, and yeah, already take a little bit of damage here.
Recovery, that's huge punish. Oh, but Kaina's got him now in deep red. Kaina, I think, has stabilized after the surprise of this Vrax pick.
Yeah, it's looking pretty much like a kind of 3-0 potentially, because I feel like Stingray's not even getting any type of hits here. It's kind of with some great avoidance, looking for a lot. Ends up taking that one to the dome again. Yeah.
All right, that's a 3-0 for Kaina there, where Stingray, at least with his game plan going up against Kaina, was completely stomped out. Like, Kaina was really ready for the spear coming out from Stingray. Stingray tried a little bit with the lance, tried it with the axe, and then went to the Vrax at the very end, and Kaina just dismantled all of it. This avoids that scenario that would have been really weird. Kaina's now secured himself in that top 4. I don't know where, but he's going to be there now that he's gone 5-2.
All right, so Radish, Kaina, and then we have Luna and Godly coming up next. And then, so I feel like that kind of determines the fate of SAC right there.
We're going to be looking at these replays a little bit and see how that matchup really played out there, where I think that kind of just had, yeah, look at that, 415 on the sword. You were talking about that a little bit earlier on, where it's like, I feel like, at least with this matchup, Kaina's just decided that sword's all he needs to play against Stingray.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what worked out for him too. Like he's just correct, and like I feel like he's correct in a lot of his reads. He's correct in a lot of his punishes, and you know, I feel like it's almost always at the exact percentage that he needs to hit, like a downlight recovery that he gets it.
We're gonna see this punish here, where I think he just, yep, there it is, the exact percentages you're talking about. And that was off of him just getting some of theirs. This was the closest. I didn't realize how close this game actually was when he got that knockout there.
So that was a clean start right there for Stingray for sure. You know, kind of put him on notice, but it just, you know, did not matter. Kind of just playing at a totally different level today. Looking like I'm trying to take a first place finish, but you got to watch out for quite a bit of players here as we get into this top 4. You know, Radish has been sitting pretty for probably for quite some time, so he's got a little chance to break out. Maybe he's down there keeping his hands warm or whatever, but we will be getting top 4 relatively soon, as we have one more match for you in our gauntlet phase, basically. Luna versus Godly.
Yeah, and we'll be getting right into that after another short break. Don't go anywhere. Luna versus Godly is coming up next.
I'm a 16-year-old Swedish Brawlhalla player. My trip to Atlanta was great. I had no issues with my flights, so it was a smooth experience. To be honest, I think my biggest threats personally are Kaina from Brazil, because I feel like he's undervalued as a player. can do a lot of crazy stuff. I actually like the format because I feel like you can see the skill in every player easier than because there's some like bracket RNG. Well, winning to me would, that would mean a lot, obviously, because that would basically prove that I'm currently the best player, so, and better than every other region, and that would also be a victory for EU, which is primary goal. The image of me holding a trophy would mean a lot to me, because that means that all the effort I put into the tournament and to prepare for this is not for nothing, you know. It was all worth it. I'm not really particularly confident against any specific players. In general, I'm just confident in myself, but I'm confident against everyone. My favorite legend in Brawlhalla would probably be Diana. She's holding me a bow with 2 hands. Beautiful. I would like to say that I love you all, and thanks for supporting me.
Top tier for knees, the Sarah misses. Recovery won't lead to much else, but the second one will, as he does not back off and gets to the neutral stick. What a great option there. He ground pound and knees quickly eliminates that. Going to throw out that signature on the edge with all of the active frames as an edge guard. Apparently doesn't matter.
Oh, he's on the corner. He's looking juicy for a neutral signature. He's not even.
Yes.
Whoa, he hasn't even revealed that card.
All right, you saw the action of the last match on your screen, but we have one more match for you here in the gauntlet phase of this, the round robin phase, and that is going to be Luna versus Godly. Can't wait. This is one of the matches that I also was super hyped to want to see. I just wanted to see all the number ones play the other number ones, to be honest.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
And the way that that's been shaping up actually has been pretty phenomenal, in the fact that it looks like the number one is South America.
Yeah.
The number ones. So we're going to be having this coming up here right now, which is the North America number one versus Europe. And we saw at BCX that Godly nail biter got that win over Luna, and it was one of those. And Luna talks about that in the interviews that we've had with him here while he was over this weekend. It was one of the most crushing moments for him that he's turned into the motivation to make sure that that never happens again. He's going into this one, he's kind of I'm not going to be satisfied if I get another second place or another third place.
That's the type of motivation I like to hear, though. All right, I took this loss. It was very close. That definitely means it's doable. And right down the middle, wow. 51-49 on the viewer vote. Luna just barely edging it over Godly, and I think that might just be because of how Godly's been playing today.
I mean, at that point, when it comes to the viewer vote and the points that you're putting towards that, I mean, that is as close to even as I've ever seen when it comes to these two players, which is really interesting to me because I don't think this would be as close if we put Kaina on the screen. I think we get that extra 13% buffer of just the entire region of South America being let's go Kaina. But this is really, really close. When it comes to North America versus EU, the viewers are as undecided as I am as to what the result of this matchup is going to be. And this set is going to be really, really integral to how the top four of this round robin is going to shape up as well. I've gotten word, and I'm not going to say specifically what it is because it keeps it more exciting. but I've gotten word that the way that this works is depending on how many games are won in this set on either side will determine who gets out, which means that the results of who gets in the top 4 will be different if it's a 3-0 on either side than if it was a 3-2 on either side, because we go by set count, game count, match count, all the way down to the bottom. So if we get into the situation where Godly wins this, and we have Sax, Luna, and Godly all at 4-3, the order of which the players are placed at the end of the round robin are going to be determined on how many games total are won by either player in this set.
Well, I mean, look, I said this in the pre-show that like every game was going to matter, and this is like literally like this is like the best example of it. Every game is going to matter right here. You know, a 3-0, a 3-1, a 3-2 on either side. I'm sure like whoever is playing wants to get the 3-0, but you know, it doesn't always happen like that. So Godly, you know, hasn't been looking as Godly as we were expecting. You know, every Godly is actually in like most of our top 3s. I think if not all of our top 3s, and yeah, he just has not been like started off today losing to Radish, and it just kind of has been like a little rough for him ever since. Luna on the other side of things though has been looking pretty good, but as you said, Godly able to squeeze that one out over him at BCX. This is the second time they get to play. I think Luna's going to be coming back with a vengeance. Let's get into it. Our first game on to Demon Island. Starting off, Luna getting the first blood. Yeah, and Luna opening up with that Lucian. He's been doing so well with Godly on the Asuri, but we know that Godly's got 4 or 5 other legends ready to go if he doesn't like how that plays out against Luna on the Lucian. So let's see how this plays out. Ooh. Godly actually had the right idea of kind of getting back there, knowing that down air was going to come, but it just reached just a little further than he thought. And there it is. Side Sig is going to take him off the top. Deceptively strong Sigs. You know, they said the force is low, but it does not apply to these. Right. And that's one of those cases where it's like we were talking about with the Knees matchup, where it's like, okay, the Lucian pick's good and all, but if you're not hitting the signatures, you're missing the point of picking the character. Right. And Luna understands that integrally. Oh my goodness, so does Godly though with that down. So can he get the knockout here? Lucian's defense a little too high. Oh, the ground pound whiffs, and Luna goes to the other side of the stage. Second opportunity. Nice Sair. Luna did touch though. Okay, Godly whiffs it. I can't believe like he was able to like make that back. Goes on the stage, does get hit by the side air, but because he hit the stage, was able to make it back again. And just like a sliver of stage left for him to touch right after he goes Sweat Beads. Managed to make that back. Finally, though, Godly is going to find himself a Sair to go ahead and send him packing off that first stock. But you know, right. What a relief for Godly that he got that too, because Luna got in a Neutralite, a Qatar side air, and that could have snowballed so crazy, because to me that edge guard was guaranteed that Luna got through there, and Godly definitely dropped that there, so hopefully he drops no more if he wants to have a chance against Luna here. Ooh, because Luna gets that reversal on that down air. Oh, the weapon throw comes through. Godly keeps spacing the ground pounds off the walls, expecting Luna to fall off of it, and he just does not go off of the push-off call. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that was that weapon toss too, like, kind of surprised that, that hit. I think he was a little surprised the hit could have confirmed off that to potentially a stock. But here, though, they managed to get back into this game on both sides. Godly had a good, like, 20-second stretch there before actually getting hit by that down air on the right side. And now, going to be off stage. Luna looking for a recovery. He actually ends up taking a recovery. Can he get something else? Goes to the weapon throw, the break neutral. Nice nair and a weapon throw. And that's just going to be it to get that knockout. Luna punishing Godly for overextending there. Takes center. Has the, I think the Katars, yeah, okay. And Godly fighting on arm. What's going to come through here? New blasters coming through. No downlight connection, but still has a slight lead. Okay. Really extended that now. Yeah, let me go ahead and let me extend that just a little bit. Godly, though, finally does get himself a pair of weapons. Has to find the, yep, there it is. Quick down six, going to find him as he's trying to land. Smart stuff right there from Godly. As we get into the last stock of the first game, Godly taking a little bit of damage here. Not too hurt just yet. He can get that right back. Yeah, okay, wow. What a way to challenge his way back down from Luna, but still, Godly trying to keep that pressure going. Regardless. Yeah. Godly was like ready for the possibility that he could do a wake-up dare there, but Luna with the blasters starts his own combo. Godly, oh, that was like several down air downlights in a row. Gets the sider to put Luna in the red. Falling Sair. Luna can't make it back. Can he? Okay, that's going to be it. Weapon throw to stop the edge guard there, and Godly says, I'm not going to let you back this time. Takes game number 1 over Luna with a near 100 damage advantage over him as well. Man, there was a double dare in there that like he got just because like the dodge was gone, and that was like, all right. I was like, all right, you're saucing real quick. You're definitely getting a little custom with the combos here, but it worked out in his favor. Does get does get that combo to send him off stage, and then just the easy edge guard. And as you said, man, almost 100 full damage over Luna in that first game. Luna with that crazy second stock, though. Look at that graph there.
he did quite a bit of work on the guitars. And it seems to be a guitar ditto for both of them. I can't believe it. Luna did twice as much damage unarmed as he did with blasters that game. I'm wondering if that means we see a change from the Lucian. No, Luna's very confident in this character, at least when it comes to guitars. He likes the signature kit out of this character the most. We're going to be going back to Demon Island for game 2.
Hey, great start right here with the blasters, though. He's all over him, man.
And he did more damage than last game with them already.
Yep. It looks like he's trying to kind of favor the blasters right now. It immediately threw away his guitars, but was not able to pick up those blasters that showed up. It's going to give Godly his first weapon, but...
Oh, that's huge. Get him out of jump. Goes to the other side of the stage again, and Godly gets the ground pound this time around. Nice job.
Yeah, nice way to fight your way back onto the stage, though, with that neutral layer. But yeah, as I said, Luna looking a little more onto the blaster side of things. That is going to be enough. Just caught him with the last shot of that downlight. And that was able to lead into the recovery.
Yeah, a huge conversion there from Luna, especially seeing how aggressive Godly was being with that stock. Takes that stock. Let's see, Godly gets the neutral light. Edge guard could come through. Dare recovery. Bounces him off the top of the stage. Another nair, just keeps covering the landings. Luna might have a weapon throw to get back down. No, he just nairs, and that's huge.
Godly. Luna's actually going to take a couple of shots right here and sends him off of the top. Super quick, though. That's going to make sure he doesn't get too far behind, as he's now sitting and just about to start hitting some orange here. But you've seen Godly's combos, man. One good conversion, he can probably get all this damage back. Luckily, though, like Luna's with his back to the wall, not giving Godly enough runway to really find a combo. So here we go.
Oh man, this has been. As far as the matches that we've seen so far, both players are like, the amount of respect that I see being put towards both of them when it comes to like, okay, I'm not going to go for anything too crazy here. Is huge dare, falling side air. Godly goes with the ground pound. Okay, that was huge. Luna with that wake up nair was really, really good.
Okay, Luna, man. The Blaster's really doing him some justice here in the second game in comparison to the guitars. I don't even think that like the guitars are bad. I just like, I feel like in the ditto though, obviously Godly was doing a little better as he did get a full almost 100 damage lead on him.
Yeah, and I guess like Luna, in the same way that we looked at that the stats from last game, looked at that and made the adjustment himself and went like, okay, the blasters actually could be doing a lot more work than I've given him credit for, and this entire game's been carried off of it. But the guitars are still doing good when he picks them up.
Yeah.
Oh, huge.
Okay. Oh yeah, nice little start right there, and also aggressive comeback right there from Godly, who is hurting. I don't know if he's going to be able to live too much longer, just taking mad recoveries.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, there it is.
Nice neutral light recovery and a 2-stock coming up from Luna. 572 damage dealt. Woo! I imagine it would be like a 350 on the blasters that are around that time around, because you said it from the very beginning of the game. I mean, he opened up with a string that was more damage than he did the entirety of game 1.
Yeah.
And now I'm wondering what Godly is going to do going into game 3. I don't think that was dominant enough to where we see like an emergency switch off the Asuri, but maybe, as we've got, yeah, so 316 damage on the blasters, really huge changeup, but the guitars were still present, right? Like he just played a really well-rounded Lucian that game.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's how you do it, though. Like 316, as you said, yeah, but I got over 100 more damage than Godly. Godly was kind of struggling there, and Godly will actually swap over to the Petra.
Okay, so you talked about this too, where Godly had this in the tank to be able to pull out. I was wondering if it would be like a Val pick, but when it comes to this, Godly's Orb is going to be coming up with the Gauntlets to go up against Luna here, whereas Godly kind of concedes that Luna's got the upper hand in the guitar ditto.
Okay. See if this Orb actually makes the difference here, or if he just wanted some Gauntlets as well. I mean, Godly did have a great set of Gauntlets a little bit before BCX. Like, that's what I remember him playing Gauntlets more, and then the Asuri came out, so he started doubling down on that. But clearly, he's got a great proficiency in this. So see, and he's opting to stick with it as well. Getting a decent amount of damage. A little close range battle developing. Does decide to swap over to the Orb, though.
Yeah, Orb picked up. It has gone back and forth pretty well here. Went for the side sting on the dodge back. Luna gets disarmed, actually, from that side air. And now Godly's trying to baby him on the edge. Nope, Luna makes it back. No downlight hits, though, and Godly with a Sair will go back to an edge guard scenario. What's it going to be? D-light recovery? Is that going to be it? That's what I'm telling you. It's so important for Lucian mains to get that combo down, because Lucian has trouble knocking out unless you hit a Sig or D-light recovery, and that is so good.
Getting bounced around now, just damage is being racked up onto Godly. That's the type of extra credit you want, because he might actually, I was going to say, he might actually get a whole stock, but luckily Godly was able to find that downlight recovery. But man, look at the damage he's already taken right now. And I don't, you could probably potentially get this damage back with a clean gauntlet combo, but for the most part, like, you got to find that read. Able to find it there, okay. Oh, that's a big pickup. And the turnaround. I like what Godly tried to do there. He heard that he got the recovery. He's like, I can push you just a little further down with the Sair. Ends up whiffing that, and then the turnaround for him trying to get his own recovery gets himself pushed too far down.
Yeah, that was amazing. And that dare just to finish it all off. Godly now catching the landing with the neutralize has to bring this back somehow, because so far the Petra is struggling just as much as the Asuri did from Godly when it came from games 2 to 3. And Luna is getting so many of these landings with neutralites, and Godly just out of the hit stun, isn't finding anything. And that neutral sig TK puts him into red, and this is looking so dire.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be probably another swap to a different character, because the Petra, wow.
Did he hit anything between that first neutral sig and the second neutral sig?
I don't think so.
I think it was just literally blasted him off the top there, and that angle was so perfect for that. Wow. The damage dealt versus the damage taken is the gap's widening. Every single game is coming through here. And Godly, after that Petra pick, I don't really think that either the Gauntlets or the Orb really did too much there. So we're seeing the Mordex being brought out as Godly's back is against the wall. If Luna wins this 3-1, we can put those tiebreakers to the side, and we'll have our top 4 guaranteed here. So this is huge coming out here. Godly has to be able to, it goes without saying, he's got to take this game to bring it to a game 5.
And there he is, man, swapping over to the Mordex. Going to keep the Gauntlets. Obviously did not like what the Spear, or what the Orb was bringing to the table, but does want to maybe see if this Scythe can do something. Or he just really wants, a different set of sigs here on the Gauntlets. But, I feel like when you're playing Mordex, you got to get in there with the Scythe every now and then. It's one of the best, side sigs for the game as far as reach goes. So.
Oh, and look at that. The neutral sig catching Luna towards the bottom of the stage. This is the biggest lead that we've had Godly having in a while, but the blasters are not picked up by Luna. Nice neutralite, or nice side air to punish the neutralite from Luna, and the dare catches him on the way back to the stage, and Godly's edge guards now very crisp as opposed to that game number 1 where they were lacking a little bit. That weapon throw hits perfectly.
Super simple with it right there, man, as far as, kind of setting up some situations where kind of conditioning, and then he's like, all right, you probably won't expect me to come off the stage this quickly, but here I am. And now, Godly, once again, this is a very dominant game developing for him. If he can put just a little extra damage here before potentially losing stock, or maybe even just take the stock. Big bet right there from Luna. No one home, but he does end up getting the recovery, though.
Yeah, that's a huge call out, too. He was really going in on that dash jump. Gets the recovery, not comboing off of anything, just picking it up from the very beginning of the move and then carrying him all the way up to the top of the stage with that drift. Takes out the stock, and now a ton of damage with the guitars comes through as Godly picks up the gauntlets and gets hit again. Oh, he whiffs. They were just stacked on each other so hard that hitting those neutralites was difficult enough.
Okay, looking for a lot right there, maybe expecting a dodge down, but yeah, he's still racking up some good damage. Just a bunch of dares so far, and yep, does end up catching him, trying to jump away, but can't jump away from this recovery. Godly now sitting poised to be able to take it to a game 5. Took him a little time to find what the character he wanted to use, but the Mordex is definitely doing it for him.
Yeah, game 5 here would be huge. Godly goes up with that recovery, falls to the down air. I think this is going to be it, TK. He gets the recovery. Yep, it's Godly getting that 2 stock coming here on Luna with that ground pound to finish it off. I called it a little bit too soon, but that was just because of the confidence that I had in Godly's edge guarding there as he brings it to a game 5. Okay, this is quite the crazy matchup. This is that scenario now where I actually forgot what this changes, but something changes now that this is a 3-2. Like what the top 4 was going to be is now completely different, win or lose from Luna or Godly, because we're in game number 5 here, and I'm so excited to see what that's going to turn out to be. I know for a fact that Luna will qualify if he wins, but I think now the tiebreaker between Godly and Zach is different. So let's find out. We've got Mordex coming in for game number 5. Here we go. This is the final game 5 of the round robin before we get into top 4 between the best player in North America and the best player in EU, who are by all means evenly matched here, and one of them has to get through with the win.
So first weapon going to go to, over to Luna, but Godly back onto the Scythe. The Scythe has definitely been doing him well, and as you said, it's very small representation here at the Winter Royale, which is
for Scythe.
Yeah, for Scythe, which is kind of interesting when you think about Scythe in the grand scheme of things. It's not a lot of Scythe players here, but Godly definitely brings himself up to it. And okay, almost off the top. Got to watch himself. Managed to get back down to the ground though. Is now back onto the gauntlets. Nice little combination here from Luna, and a great weapon toss too. Can he turn this into? Oh. Godly cutting that short, now going to try to go over Luna here.
Yeah, that was twice now off of combos where I feel like Luna was robbed by Lucian's force, but he manages to get it there with the recovery because that Dare Sarah would normally knock out on anybody else. Luna, though, does take the lead. Godly has a lot of options. Okay, I thought he was going to D-Light neutral sig there off of that downlight, but he just kicks him away. Scythe picked up, and now Luna gets a ton of damage. 2 Nairs. You do not want to be taking that, even from Lucian. Gravity cancel downlight means no dodge. Luna tried to punish with a dare, but Godly raised past him, and now we're at a 2-stock-to-2 scenario here as Godly's keeping it close.
All right, so Godly, he had to fight his way into this because, I mean, like that match with the Petra definitely felt like, all right, man, Luna's got
Can you make that back?
Oh, no, he cannot. What? This is a huge lead for Luna. And Godly on his back foot on a character that, he's not super known for here.
Oh man, Godly. Okay, he's got. I don't know. Okay, this is a huge comeback they have to make here. He's starting it. Okay, the reversal from Luna on 1 recovery. Godly. Oh, I thought he missed the stage.
Yeah,
that was crazy. Good job here. Okay, now Luna's really running away with it. The Nair as well off of the downlight. Blasters are picked up. Side light, side air, dodge through, but Godly with no weapon finally picks up the gauntlets, but that's not what he's been doing well with, TK. It's been the Scythe, as you said.
Definitely been the Scythe. I mean, he's reaching, but okay, not off the top, but he's reaching.
Oh, and Luna with the stutter step in at the down to get the landing. Luna baiting Godly in just to be like, oh, that signature was a little early here. Let me hit you with the other one. The down to take him off the top, and he gets the Game 5 win over Godly with that 5-2 ending scoreline to get himself into that top 4 position. And now I'm like actually not sure if because that went to Game 5, Godly may have usurped Sack and made it barely. I mean, like inched his way to top 4. I need confirmation on that, but that's a possibility.
I think I got confirmation from it was Radish, Kinda, Sack, and Luna.
Okay, so Sack's still in.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that means Godly out.
Before top 4.
Before top 4.
He was in everybody's top 3.
One of the region's PR1s did not make it in because South America is so damn good.
Yeah.
that is incredible.
They were not kidding when they said, we went around, we gave everybody a mic, who you're most afraid of? South America. And South America said, that's right. Like, that is right. Be afraid of us. Look at us go crazy today. I mean, you got Kinda and you got Sack, 2 South American representatives.
Yeah, I think that's Kinda might have the 2nd seed. I think Sack has the 4th seed. And then Radish and Luna. So no European representation here in this top 4 at the Winter Royale.
They can't beat the allegations.
Which to me is quite honestly, like the Spy on the Chatter is still the surprise. I had it in my brain that Godly was going to be up there for certain. What an awesome event.
Yeah,
that dare you freaked out about. Yeah.
Yeah, that was so because like the idea behind Godly going for that was like, all right, bro, if you hit this side air, like you're putting yourself so far ahead. So I'm not. It was a good idea to go for. It's just I don't think he was ready for Luna to have the awareness that like, all right, man, I can get through this and turn this into my own stock. Woo.
Oh man. And then look at that. Yeah, this is gonna be the knockout, and this is my favorite part where he stutter steps forward. He's like, I got you. There's the down sig, and that's Luna getting that win.
I feel like he almost lived that too, but yeah. Whew, man, what a way to what a set, and just what a way to kind of wrap this thing up into this top 4. We also got my favorite host back, Winnan. How you doing?
Thank you, TK. I'm doing great because man, those last final matches, like this is what happens in a round robin. I feel like it's like it's a gauntlet. It's back to back, and these are the top players back to back, just duking it out, and then. If you can go either way, like back there, Duke, Sparky, and I were just like, okay, it can go either way. If this person does this and they win this, then maybe they go on top. But now we have our final 4. We have our final top 4 here. I can confirm, I have the bracket in front of me. We got on the winner's side of top 4, Radish, of course, doing so well. Oh my gosh, Radish, and then also Kinda. I feel like we were just talking the other day, and I'm like, yeah, just like what you said, TK, all the plays were like better watch out for South America. Better watch out. Even Kaina was like, I'm not feeling confident, but wow.
There's a reason why TK's got kind of that first place spot in his predictions, right? And it's actually kind of interesting to see because I don't really know when it comes to that head-to-head between Radish and kind of how things are going to play out. Why don't you? So that was the top side of the bracket. The other side of the bracket is.
Yeah. So we're on the elimination side. We have SAC, another. South America really they are showing up, and it's fantastic. We got SAC and then Luna coming in here. So if we kind of just look at these last couple matches here, I mean, we can see kind of dominating. I mean, look at these 3 O's. TK, I don't know if you have any other thoughts about Kaina here.
I think his confidence is it's going up as he's playing, which is good. But I also, I said it in the pre-show. Sometimes you got to put that pressure onto yourself. You're like, I'm not sure if I'm playing the best that I normally am, but I want to play the best. So like every 2 3-0s in our block, like just like that, and it's crazy to see like the way this kind of shaped out because Luna's still in. Luna has a chance to get that top 3, but there's Godly who's not in anymore, who's in both. I think me and Spark. I think he was in all of ours, to be honest, all of our top 3s, and we got 2 South American representatives. Kind of, I was expecting to get there. SAC though. Big shots to SAC.
I know.
No one had SAC on the radar. So when I look at that, I'm like, wow, okay, South America, they're giant. And Hughes didn't even make it. And Hughes got second, right? Hughes beat SAC. Like, imagine if Hughes was here. Ooh, okay, South America, they are 2 out of the top 4 here at the round robin. And what's interesting about this, too, is that despite my confidence in Radish that has been talked about throughout the duration of this bracket, the one person that he lost to, and he lost to really badly, he got 3-0'd, was by Luna, who is in this top 4 side. So I can't even look at this confident and be like, Radish beat all these players already, it's going to be fine. No, if Luna somehow finds a way through, honestly, this tournament can be anybody's.
And speaking of Luna, I want to take a deeper dive into that last match we saw with Luna versus Godly. Remy, you got us the deets. Tell us what's up.
I'm going to tell you exactly what went down there. Luna and Godly, Game 5, such an important set for the bracket, such an important nail-biter set for deciding who moves on and how they do it. Like they already mentioned, that Godly set, if he was the one to take it, we might have seen him in that top 4. Let's see just how Luna brought it to himself. We've seen Lucian before. He's a character that's always been around, that's always kind of held that relevancy in the hands of names like Wrench, Boomy. But Luna is the one doing it now, and he's doing it better than I've ever seen any of them do it. The way he moves his signatures into his gameplay, the fluidity of it all is just so clean. That nair into the side sig carries Godly off the top early. And like the casters mentioned, if you're playing Lucian and you can't find these signature connections, you're playing him for the wrong reasons. And you can see another NSIG come out there to go for the crossover. Doesn't connect, but immediately he's back on with his eye attacks. Get the beautiful down air into the side air conversion. We've been seeing that multiple times come out from Luna. It's not true, but he pinpoints it so well that it might as well be. Lines up for the next side air off stage and gets himself that KO. Continuing on through the set, you can just see how he builds up quick damage, and through those conversions again, gets the down light dash jump forward, gets the down air into the neutral air twice, gives him a good lead of damage before Godly even has a chance to clap back. And that just continues on the entire time with the Katars in hand. You can see moments like this where he gets the neutral into the recovery, gets the second recovery, Godly trying to fight back, goes for that GC downlight, and that's where you mess up already because Luna is there to answer. He gets a GC of his own, he knows the dodge is down, gets the recovery off it, gets a 2-stock lead for himself, and moments like that continue all throughout. These Katars in hand, he always found time to get these reads on. The double downlight, gets the end light after it, weapon throw to reset it. He never really let up on Godly, gave him no space to perform, no space to really think about what he wanted to do, and he's going to get that GC there, but he's already lost his entire stock to one read that Luna got in the middle of it. Once again, you can see him making it back to stage, fighting his way back on with the blasters. We saw him use both weapons the entire time throughout that set. Down air into side air again. The weapon throw is going to push Godly further off stage as he sets up for this edge guard here. And it just felt like the entire time Luna knew exactly where he needed to be and what weapon he had to have in his hand. And this beautiful side light, double side light into the side air really just confirmed that set for him, sending him into that top 4 spot with a confirmation for himself. He played out of his mind, and now he's going to have to do it again just to confirm himself as the winner of the Winter Royale.
Thank you so much, Remy. And that is so true. Like Luna, he proved himself there, got the reads, figured it out, got on top, but not quite on top yet because he still has to go through the elimination side. Any final comments about that, Taza?
No, I've got nothing. I looking at this, when it comes forward to this North America versus South America show match is what we have now in this top 4. I just want to see how this plays out because I have a lot of confidence in Radish, but Kaina's kind of showing to me that he might just be the best player in the world.
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, Stack is just kind of like, yeah, but I play with Kaina all the time. So now he's beating all of the other players that I used to think were the best player in the world, and then we've got Luna, who could just honestly win any tournament that he's in. This is exactly why we're doing things like this Royale, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen after that. TK, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, a South America top 2 would be insane. That's all I'm gonna say. Like if they were, if that happens,
Ooh, I didn't even think about it. I didn't even consider it.
You know, it's possible. So, but I'm as I said, I'm always a Radish fan as well. Like he's one of my favorite players. But yeah, kind of playing on a different level. If Radish can make that W, like got to give him the props where props due. He was in none of our predictions. Not to say he was a bad player or anything. Just there's a lot of PR1s here, so we're like, all right, PR1, PR1, PR1. But he's like, you know what, today I'm actually going to be the best North American player. So we'll see how this shapes up as we get to it later.
Yeah, it's crazy. Before we go into our top 4, I want to talk a little bit again about this merch, this exclusive merch that we have literally for the Winter Royale. You can get it now all the way up until Tuesday, so not too far away. Brawlhalla.insightco, so CO, USA.com. That's where you can get the exclusive jersey here for the Winter Royale. And of course, you can also still get the hoodie, the nice warm blanket, keep yourself warm while we're transitioning into spring. But yeah, this is exclusive for just this event, which is amazing. I love exclusive stuff. I love swag. I love looking good. We need the drip. So Brawlhalla.insightco, USA.com. Get it now before it's too late. And then you're going to feel sad. Also, another thing I want to go over is DreamHack San Diego. That is not too far away either. It's literally next month. So guess what? You should register now if you're even thinking slightly of going, attending, and competing. It's going to be our first open LAN for the year. We're back at it with DreamHack. It's going to be in San Diego the first time at the West Coast. And yes, you can register now. Start.gg/DHSAN23. I got it right this time. All right, guys, okay? And of course, you can find more information about Brawlhalla Esports, brawlhalla.com/esports, as well as details about hotels and information, all that stuff ready for you. So register now. Don't wait. Don't be tardy. And we'll see you at DreamHack San Diego. Okay. All right, y'all. Before we get into top 4, we're gonna take another small, quick break. Okay, we gotta let the players get ready, get set up. I mean, they literally just went through the gauntlets of just round robin. Okay, so we gotta let them kind of take a small break, and then when we come back, we're gonna tee up our top 4 matches, kicking it off with Radish versus Kaina here on our top side. So stick with us, and we'll be right back.
We all got one thing, takes us where we need. I've been dreaming for so long, time to wake up and make it happen. Forget yesterday. Tables are turning, my heart's been burning ever since I could remember. Used to sleep on the cold ground, dreaming about right now. So I'm gonna live my life, spending every day doing what I like. I'm too young to waste my time thinking about tomorrow's not my life. So come on, enjoy the ride. Come on, we up all night, don't care if it's rain or shine. Long as I'm alive, I feel like I'm in paradise. I feel like I'm in paradise. I can break the mold. Fire in my soul. I'm not here for a long time. Life is too short to worry about it. Time to let it go. So I'm
Wait a minute. What was that? What happened just here? Wait, honestly, wait. I think we all have a little bit of something too. Yeah. I wonder who left that here.
I don't know.
That's
It was just a
crazy.
blur.
That was just a blur, and poor Core too. I mean, Core was covered in all this, I guess, merch, or merchandise or something. There's something going on here. At least something going on in Valhalla. I wonder who it is. I don't know. Maybe we'll see what happens in the next few weeks or something. I don't know, Duke. Any feelings about what just happened?
It's a little mystery. I think someone's been zooming around. Of course, the avatar in game. If you haven't booted up the game just yet, you can get that for free as well.
Something about Eternal Sports or something.
This logo.
I genuinely don't know what's going on. Like, I just want everyone to be very clear. They're doing a little bit. Like, they know what's happening. I legitimately have no idea what's going on. They said cover up your head with this hat, and I said, oh, okay, all right. It's not the first time I've been asked to do that.
Well, okay, wow. I'm sorry about that. Well, Sparky, what do you think is going on in Valhalla and all this?
I literally don't know.
No
I
idea,
booted
no
up the
thoughts?
game, and I have the Eternal Esports or Eternal Sports logo, and then I remember Baron tweeting about it and being like, it's probably a lore thing, and then someone like told him that it's like, oh well, Eternal Sports Esports, it's maybe something there, and he's like, I did not think about this. I think it was his wife that said it.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you? That was the first thing I thought of was esports whenever I saw it. So yeah, I legitimately have no idea what's going on. The cartoon is super cute there. Sorry, the cartoon was super cute though, and I thought it was going to be longer. So hopefully we didn't have a hot mic when I was like, oh, that's cute, and then she came right to us because. I honestly have no idea what's going on.
Well, I hope you're excited about what may be coming soon, and I guess we'll have to find out in the next couple weeks, because right now we are going back into the Winter Royale. We are pretty much concluded, like the round robin has concluded. We've narrowed our players all the way down to top 4. So someone very soon here is going to be crowned the Winter Monarch. So wow, we're going to get right into the first match here. It's going to be Radish versus Kainana. This is on the winner's side of the top 4. Duke, you want to just quickly explain, like, I guess the format, just to remind everyone?
Yeah, so of course we had the whole round robin phase where everybody fought everyone. And then depending on how people did, their set counts, and then down to their game counts, then we kind of put them in positions for this double elimination where 2 people made it out top side of the double elimination bracket, 2 people made it out on the bottom side. Radish, having lost only 1 set today, is the one who came in at the top. Alongside him is Kaina, who just eked out over Luna. They had tied set counts, but I believe the score count, the game count, might have been slightly different and in favor of Kaina.
And that's a huge difference. Like, first seed and second seed doesn't really matter because you're either like you're here or you're here. No difference. Third seed and fourth seed don't really have a difference between those because you're either here or you're here. Really no difference there. But between second and third seed is a massive difference because that's the difference between top side of the bracket or bottom side of the bracket. Because it's a double elimination, I mean, most people at home are now familiar with that, as that's been Brawlhalla Esports since the beginning. You have 2 chances to lose a set if you start out on the winner's side of the bracket. You only have 1 chance if you start out on the elimination side of the bracket. So now, like, I mean, we had some serious games before, but like now we're really getting into it, and you can't look down the road and say, okay, well, if I lose this set, then like I'm still going to play all the other players today. Like, no, that's done. Round robin is done. You have to wash your hands of that, whether it was good, whether it was bad, and realize we're in top 4 now. Everything changes.
Yeah, and it's literally, this is like, it's on the line now, especially if you're on the elimination side. Now, I want to go back to some predictions here, right? We talked about it in pre-show. We know.
I don't want to.
Well, okay. Well, Sparky, we know your prediction. Duke, we know yours. But what about the viewers at home?
Wait, do they still have time?
Oh, do they
That's
still
not
have
fair.
time? I mean, well, this is back in pre-show.
They did it earlier. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I was like,
back
they
in
got
pre-show.
unfair information.
Okay. Yes, this is the prediction that happened back in
Okay.
pre-show. So hopefully, I mean, maybe some folks might want to change their minds, but too bad. We're going to be looking at predictions that happened during the pre-show when we were talking about our predictions here. So let me see here. So here's the viewer predictions here. So back in pre-show, a lot of people were rooting for Godly here. Sparky, what do you think about this lineup, this prediction for the viewers?
I mean, like based on what a lot of people were saying in the beginning before we have any of the results that we've had, these aren't bad. I would have put Stingray in my top 3 over Luna. I would have put him in 3rd place, but then he said, I'm going to play Brynn. And I'm just reminded of the tweet that someone said, like, he's picking Axe in top 8 1v1s. Bro does not want to win. So I thought about that, and that made me move Stingray out. So, like, Stingray in 3rd place, not a bad choice whatsoever. Obviously, like, putting Luna in your top 3, not a bad choice. I put Luna in my top 3. Putting Godly coming out on top, I did that as well. Most people probably did that as well. It was probably a big thing between Godly and Kaina, with some Luna in there as well from people like you, or those real North American heads.
I mean, it's literally you take the World Championship bracket, take out Impala, and that's what you have. You have Godly, who got 2nd, Luna, who got 3rd, and then Stingray, who got 4th. And so it makes a lot of sense as that's the viewer predictions. It's just also, like, funny looking back, because that's not happening.
Yep. But they picked Luna in their top 3.
Yeah, I was like to say, Luna's still there.
He is starting in the elimination bracket, so he's going to have to move all the way back up. He's going to have to fight Sack, and he's going to have to fight the loser between Radish and Kaina before he gets the chance to possibly get that silver medal or push for 1st.
So now, looking at the viewer predictions back in pre-show, now we can maybe look at the viewer votes now for maybe top 4. Who's going to actually secure that W and make it out on top? And right now, between Radish versus Kaina, we can see it right here.
These are probably early votes where there's only a handful of votes in. The fact that Kaina just got an additional percentage points, I'm genuinely surprised by that, given that Kaina lost to Radish in the round robin phase.
That's the big thing, right? Is, like, I think by just raw fan potential, there's a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, Kaina, I love the name. But at the end of the day, like, looking at the bracket, we got to see everyone play everyone, and it was Radish who took the dub in their last fight.
I mean, maybe we just have a lot of South America fans in the chat right now.
That's definitely what it is.
Really rooting for their heart for Kaina, for Sack, because I kind of agree. I find this kind of surprising, this viewer vote, which is happening live. This is happening live right now. The percentage changes that you saw on things, that was happening live, and so we chat
and
viewers.
It's stable where it is right now. I thought maybe we got in and, like, okay, 3 people voted for Kaina and then 2 people voted for Radish, and I was expecting it to jump all over the place, but no. Looks like by the time the vote was over, thank you. I'm guessing Mods did that. I don't know if Mods did that.
Yeah,
shout out to Mods, regardless of whether or not they started the vote. Shout out to Mods.
Well, speaking about Radish, because Radish really is showing up for this Winter Royale. Yesterday, we got to interview Radish, and so let's just kind of check that footage out.
Hey, my name is Radish, and I'm that Petra player that y'all want to see. I am 17 years old and live in Pennsylvania, like, along with Sandstorm and Java. Yeah, I'm like the winter champion, so have a lot of expectations for myself over here. Think I could do well. For this tournament, I didn't do anything really special compared to, like, what I did for winters. I just, like, played ranks, sparred with people like Meg D, Sandstorm, Luna, Impala, just the usual stuff. I actually prefer the round robin over anything else because, like, I want to fight everyone that's over here. I want to, like, be against and, like, see how I perform against the best in the world. So I actually like it a lot, and the top 4 is, like, a good motivation to, like, play good every single set. So I actually, like, downloaded Brawlhalla. I didn't download Brawlhalla. I, like, played it at a friend's house, like, 2016 maybe, but I never brought it back again until, like, 3 years ago, where, like, one of my friends, like, they got their laptop and they were playing this game. I was like, oh, I've seen this game before. So I re-downloaded it, I tried it again, and, like, I just got hooked on it. I just started playing, started improving, and I'm here now. There wasn't actually really, like, a breaking point for that. Like, I just ended up, like, getting higher and higher, and eventually I learned about tournaments. I just started playing in them. The first tournament I probably got some, like, 193rd or something, I don't really know, but eventually I just started placing higher and higher, and, like, there was never really a point where I, like, realized that I was just, like, a pro. It just happened, I feel like.
That he would have to, like, basically pick up and start running all the way from the ground floor. Okay, he's done.
On time out, and the side stick will not connect the Stingray. Radish keeps it going, goes into the nair. So that you can play the same game with them. And Radish is one of those very fast-paced players.
And then she just answers right back with a very fast.
That was so close. It's going to take one more side air. He almost picked up that sideline side air, and there it is. Radish is your 2023 North American Winter Champion.
I love that Radish is just like, yeah, I'm that Petra person. And really, he is showing up so well. Like, I am so curious to see if anyone can really, you know, deal with this Petra, because he's been playing it and really doing fantastic about it. Dukes, any thoughts about that?
There's one person who has done well against Radish's Petra today, and that's Luna, who's still existent in the bracket. He's on the elimination side of things, so there is that potential for somebody to have that answer, but it is going to be kind of a challenge to get to that spot. It would take both well, I guess it would take Radish continuing on and then Luna continuing on, and they'll either meet in the elimination bracket or in the grand finals.
So now that we've gone through the round robin phase, Radish and Kaina are actually tied 1-1 in career sets. Of course, one of the victories was for Radish, and it came from the round robin phase. The other victory was for Kaina, and that came from the World Championship. At the round robin, it was a 3-1, but at the World Championship, it was a 3-2. So Radish was able to take a very close set at BCX, turn it around, and then get more momentum in his favor. It didn't take a game 5 with Kaina. It was done all the way in game 4.
Well, you know what? I'm going to just go ahead and hand it to y'all, because it's time now to find out who's going to come on top in this Winter Royale, starting with Radish versus Kaina.
The ultimate battle. I mean, Sparky, you and I both did interviews with all of these players and some of the stuff that we got to see. And one of the things that I took away from my interviews with all these players is, like, this is that opportunity to show not only that your region is potentially still on top, but that you are at the top of the game right now. This isn't quite the World Championship, but it's kind of like you said, that quarterly check-in to see who is the best of the best. We got people from all over the world, but now it's just South America and North America battling it out to see who can be the champion.
So piggybacking off of what Radish said in that little interview clip that we saw, is he said that, like, I didn't really, like, see myself as a pro until all of a sudden it was like he woke up one day and he just realized it happened. He realized he was that guy at that point. And early on in his career, he looked at, like, Boomy and Sandstorm, and this was, like, really, really early on. And then all of a sudden, he found himself, like, being compared to those. He was in the conversation with those players. And being that solo Petra, that only really Petra that we see placing in tournaments around the world, means he has all of a sudden become one of those players. Now, I'm not going to quite say that he's on the iconic level that Sandstorm is with his Mordex, but Radish having that Petra, being that symbol of Petra, it is absolutely iconic.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool when people kind of stick to a singular character, in part because, like, if I'm a fan, if I'm a Petra main myself, I'm looking to him. I'm saying, that's my guy. I don't care what happens. I'm rooting for him. On the other side, Kaina making a rare swap. We've been seeing him on the Asuri throughout most of today, but it looks like it's going to be the Koji, the swap, to work against Petra.
So the important thing here is to look at what he did when he was playing Asuri. We saw a lot of sword play coming out of his Asuri. Of course, we know that from his Bodvar back in the day when that legend was more meta. Man, how is he already orange? How does Radish already have Kaina in the orange 20 seconds into the game? But this is a normal pick for Kaina, even though it has been that Asuri lately, carrying over the sword and, of course, having Bo a very strong weapon right now. We haven't really seen very many people play Bo. Neutral signature. Radish already starting off this one looking even more confident than before. Kind of just barely getting back to the stage. Back-to-back in-lights coming out. He's going to have to do so much. The unarmed almost taken out off the top. That side air would have done it, but no, D-Light side air in the neutral light, kind of fighting back.
No, but he's getting damage done. He's still holding on to this first stock, which gives him opportunities, but he neutralites the wrong direction, and that gives the opening Radish needs to get that initial stock, but we'll see if he can push this advantage.
Kind of coming in unarmed. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Radish is not going to really focus too much on weapon starving, because that means he's going to have to pick up his orb, throw it away, grab a pair of gauntlets, possibly be stuck on that. And why would you do that when your orb looks this dang good?
I mean, his orb has been basically immaculate. Basically no one has been able to find an answer to the orb, and when they do, he's like, well, I still have gauntlets, I still have this big hitting Ensig and those recoveries that have been so effective. Charged up, but it's just a bait. He gets a nair, but it's still good damage onto the second stock of Kaina.
Great timing on that recovery from Kaina to not get hit by that signature and still make it through in time to then have that signature not act as a bait, where Radish finds a connection and actually gets the stock. He is eventually going to get the stock here, and now Radish has a 2-stock lead. This Koji is an experiment for Kaina. It is a smart experiment for Kaina. We'll see if he tries to push that into a game 2 now that he's learned more of what Radish has and how he can play this Koji into the Radish, but we also might see him make the immediate swap because let's be real, this is not working.
Yeah, I mean, the Koji, it's just like part of the reason why you're playing it is likely for that bow, but we haven't seen anything too amazing with the bow. We haven't seen like a lot of downlight pressure. We haven't seen all sorts of like offstage diagonal pressure. Instead, it's back to that sword. He just wants high dex sword, it looks like.
Neutral light coming through. You see him jump in, kind of staying in place, figuring out if Radish wants to like dodge in, jump, maybe move back a little bit. Kind of now back on the sword, his main weapon for sure.
Sidelight chasing forward. Radish gonna commit hard there. Double sidelight into the recovery, and Radish takes game number 1 in convincing fashion.
Gonna look at the damage breakdown between these two weapons from these two players. Of course, from Radish, no surprise whatsoever, 244 on the orb, but 234 on the gauntlet, so he's really splitting it right down the middle. Similar thing for Kaina as well, 189 on his sword and 109 on the bow. So both of these players doing similar damage between their two weapons, even though, of course, in the long run, Radish's numbers are just higher.
Yeah, pretty nice split between both of them with a slight lean towards those prominent weapons, the ones that we kind of keep calling out. But the question is, was there a swap on the side of Kaina? Of course, we saw the Koji, we saw the Asuri. It likely will be something still sticking with the sword, but we can't see the legend just out of frame at the top left. Oh, it is the Asuri swap.
Yep, not surprised at that whatsoever. One more thing I do want to point out, because we talked about it earlier, is Kaina's movement, specifically his dashes. 64 dashes came out from Radish. Kaina did 93. He did 50% more dashing than Radish did that entire game, and that's normal. Kaina's dashing all the time. He'll dash forward, dash back. He does that probably more than most players out there.
Yeah, he definitely likes to utilize dash dancing, kind of just have that nice grounded control. Radish has been getting in very aerially, and that's one thing that works really well for him with that orb as well, is like he can do those like falling Sairs a lot against Kaina.
Sword now in Kaina's hand. He has the damage lead here. We're about 30 seconds into this game. Now, last game at this point, Radish already had Kaina in the orange. Now he has him in the orange again, but still just a little bit behind him. Nice landing punish coming out from Radish there, just grabbing the sidelight side air, sending Kaina off stage. Likely going to be finishing up. Yep, and you know that Kaina knew it was over. GC side sig trying to get to that blast zone as quickly as possible, hoping to get back on the stage and grab a weapon, but no, Radish was going to juggle him. Spawn comes in, grabs the Katars.
Over to the Katars, one of the reasons why he did this swap over to the Asuri. Gets in,
Nice.
gets the down sig, and that's the stock evener.
So something that Kaina's been really strong on today, and always really has been, is his punishes. Like, we talk about his reaction time. He's so quick with the punishes. So I want to see those big punishes, those big game-changing punishes like we just saw, still able to get back, gets away from that down signature. It's something he's been doing all day.
Yo!
Oh my, dude, just take him to the sky. Just let him land! He's running out of gas!
Hitting nair recovery. Like, the only reason why that stopped is because he, as a player in the game, physically ran out of the ability to do recoveries, but he's still doing damage onto Kaina.
Landing back on the stage, down air to get back. Nice little neutral light. There's a solid punish, but again, it's that side light. Not able to do too much off of that. Just gets the one hit. Kaina now a little bit behind in damage. There is a weapon spawn on the field. It's the orb for Radish. Man, every time Radish picks up an orb, I'm afraid, man. I don't like it.
Dude, his sidelight Sair game, he does not miss. He gets more Sairs, and he's getting more stocks off of Kaina.
Juggling the weapons just a little bit. He doesn't juggle it further because he doesn't want to be stuck on the gauntlets. Neutral light comes in, almost picks up that dare. Sidelighting, then gets punished.
Kaina has the opportunity to potentially even this one up. Still putting out more damage onto Radish here.
Ooh, GCD light
That's
into
quick.
the unarmed recovery. Still not enough to take off the top. This game is starting to slip away from Kaina, though he does have the sword in his hand, so he has the consistent KO options. This time it's going to be a D-Light side air, sending over to the right side. Has his choice of weapon. Yep, largely going to stick with that sword. Those consistent follow-up options. See, like, that. Who's doing that? Not many people are doing that.
The chase dodge forward into immediate back dodge. Just trying to mix up the opponents. His crossovers, right, have been something that have been so cool. Seeing Kaina do this, like, just back and forth around the opponents. But Radish, he's just not having it. He's just like, you know what? Sidelight side air.
Weapon spawn on the field. Neither player going to go for it. Kind of fighting his way back into this one. Has Radish in the yellow, but if he's flying up there, man, I'm worried about the recovery coming out from Radish's orb. That's going to be it.
And Radish is up big. Wait, he's not 2-0, right?
He's now 2-0.
He's now 2-0. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, he was not 2-0.
Yeah.
Wait. I thought I just like missed
They
the game
updated that
completely.
score. That was a live update. They did that one real quick. They saw the writing on the
dude
wall.
in the back was ready.
Yeah. There you see the graph in front of you. You see, actually, I'm surprised we see that much damage on Kaina's Katars, given that he played kind of the second half of the game on Sword. I guess that's the damage output that he had in the first half that he didn't have in the second. Meanwhile, of course, no strange numbers coming out from Radish. Exactly what we expect. 414. That time kind of put out 105 dashes. 11 more dashes than the previous game. Meanwhile, Radish put one more out than he did previously. So basically the exact same number.
I mean, you can dash all day, but if you're not getting hits and if you're not hitting, then it does not matter. And right now, Radish is the one. He is utilizing his dashes to great effect. While kind of does get in, throws out the neutral light, but another N-Sig coming out from Radish. Throws out the side Sig, not going to hit.
I almost thought he was going to go with the double N-Sig, and I think that's probably what Radish wanted kind of to think. So like kind of fast falls down, and all of a sudden, boom, here's the side Sig.
Try to mind game a little bit there, you know, just mix up a little bit. Haven't seen the down Sig yet from Radish's Gauntlets. Doesn't hit the recovery, but he's got Kaina in KO % as he hits the recovery at the top of the map.
Just chasing him across the stage. If he jumps, he's got to be worried about the recovery or the neutral signature or the other neutral signature.
He's in the head of Kaina. Read that dodge, got him with the N-Sig. He is just getting so much extra credit.
Okay, kind of finally getting Radish into the red. He picks up a D-Light recovery from the middle of the stage. Probably not going to KO. That's why you see him going for the D-Light side air, especially because he was close to the left blast zone. Oh, no! That goofy D-Light pickup that can drop right over on the corner. You know, that's heartbreaking for Kaina. And then he walks right into the GC N-Sig from Radish on the corner. D-Light recovery takes off the top. But, man, Kaina is so far behind now.
Sticking with the sword here against Radish. He needs to find so much safe damage, something he has not been able to do, but this is Radish stuck on his kind of awkward weapon, that weapon he hasn't been as effective with.
But he has been really solid at KOing with it. He's been doing it with the Gauntlet recovery. Like that exact, we've seen that exact moment right there leading to KO like several times, even this game. So that's not a surprise whatsoever that he almost ended up picking that one up. Now he's picking up the orb, D-Light side air from Kaina, doing his best to fight his way back in this, adding up some good damage. Hasn't been picked up. If he stays middle of the stage, I don't know if a side-light side air will KO at this point.
I mean, there is quite a bit of damage put out onto Kaina. Could be a lot of things at KO. Good avoidance from Kaina. He goes for just a weapon toss just in case Radish dips back. Neutral light.
Really worried that N-Sig. Okay, Kaina is completely avoiding that N-Sig now. Nice weapon toss. Not going to have enough to get back. Kaina with a lead. He needs this. He absolutely needs to hold on to this lead as long as he can. Picks up the sword. Keep Radish weapon starved. You have to do that.
Like we said, this is the double elimination side of things, so a loss here for Kaina means he goes to the elimination side of things, and Radish will guarantee a top 2 finish, but final stocks here in game number 3.
Gonna be the Katars here, back-to-back dares, making contact. Kaina he's found a couple hits himself. Going off stage, is he gonna look for the dodge? Oh my gosh!
He touches, still alive. Kaina getting damage onto Radish. This is his opportunity. He wants the game 4.
It's Kaina on one of his main weapons. Radish on a quote-unquote off weapon. Kaina's just waiting for the landing. Is he going to go? Radish is like one jump height. Is he going to go for the GCD light? He might be afraid to risk that jump.
I mean, Radish isn't giving him much more than
Dude,
a
it's
short
BCX again. It's BCX again. I'm watching it happen all over again.
Run it out, and that's it. Radish is going into the grand finals 3-0 over Kaina.
Kaina just kind of falling apart towards the end. Really looking for those opportunities, and when they don't present themselves, he just has trouble closing out those games. That's what I was talking about in the pre-show. Just needs a little bit more time, because those moments, that's what I'm talking about. Those were the BCX moments. We saw him do it against Stingray. We saw kind of do it against Godly as well. Now we've seen him do it against Radish.
I mean, on the other side, Radish, he is taking every single set and growing from them. You talked about the set history. Used to be 3-2 at BCX, used to be 3-1 at the round robin stages, and now he 3-0s kind of to earn his spot in the grand finals. Radish, I mean, what more can you say about the kid?
I'm so mad because this is like proving Tazza right. As we get
that's
further
the
into the
problem.
bracket, Tazza is proven more right. And like, as much as I'm happy for Radish, Tazza winning is not something that sits lightly on my mind.
Yeah, it's really, it's criminal in a lot of ways, but I mean, what can you say? The orb play, the gauntlet play, he put out 365 damage on his gauntlets in that last game, so he definitely wasn't all about the orb, but still, like, he's just getting everything right.
And this is giving me vibes of like kind of back in the day where we all kind of decided that like North America determines the meta. Even if EU is like doing their own thing and they have their own things that are successful, like specifically the Lance had its huge heyday in EU when North America like kind of moved past that, right? But then EU would come to North America and get destroyed by the North American meta. I'm seeing shades of that now. Not that this is necessarily meta. This isn't North American meta. This is Radish meta.
Yeah, this is Radish. I mean, he's defining his own meta. It's kind of like what we said in the pre-show, right? Nobody else is going out there playing Petra the way that he does, so he has to kind of pave his own path, which can be a tough challenge, but we'll see how well he does it as we throw it over to Remy to explain what he did so well.
Now, Radish, I doubted him at first, and even worse than that, I was wrong compared to Tazza, who didn't doubt him. So my day is just not going great. But Radish's day is going very well on the back of this Orb and Gauntlets gameplay. You keep hearing Sparky talking about how these gauntlets are his secondary weapon, his off weapon. If my off weapon looked like this, I would never lose a tournament again. Simple as that. Because he's getting these double sidelight reads just off the bat. He continues on with the Orb. He probably has the best neutral at this event so far. He's getting every single one of these sidelights right where he needs them and right when he wants them. He's been playing out of his mind on the ground and in the air with both the weapons he has in his hands. And the edge guards are also, we see another sidelight stare come out here, and before Kaina can even touch the ground, he doesn't even threaten to go off stage because he knows Petra has that lockdown with the down sig and the down air. So he tries to go up high, and Radish is right there ready to cover that as well. Once again, the gauntlets, his apparent off weapon, he's able to do this with, he continues to hit the sidelights, goes for the reads, and he doesn't get the recovery read, but instantly he's back on the ground, punishing with a side air, following his opponents high into the sky, and getting that recovery. He's excellent with both weapons in hand. You can't even tell the difference with which one he mains. He has a level 50 on that, on the battle boots, like we mentioned earlier, but you have to remember that that character also comes with the gauntlets as well. So he's just been practicing these gauntlets the entire time. He's practiced the orb the entire time. He's juggling these weapons, but it doesn't matter which one he's going to pick up, because as soon as he does, the neutral game is back into it. He hits that beautiful end, like gets the dodge in read, and then gets the end sig off the rip. And that's just a lot of damage added up almost immediately from Radish here. And let's look at this play right here, this neutral gameplay, where he almost doesn't get hit the entire rest of this match, and he actually doesn't get hit the entire rest of the match. Goes for the sidelight, and then he just moves on his opponent. The side air comes through. Before Kaina can react, he's jumping neutral. The next side air comes through. The next side air comes through, and it's all but confirmed. Kaina has to dodge the weapon throw. He's not going to have enough options to make it back to the stage. Radish, he's on top of the world right now. He's staying in grand finals, and the Tasters are going to show you what's next.
Radish, of course, guarantees his top 2 finish, but of course, it's not done yet. We now go to the elimination side of things in our top 4 to watch another North American versus South American battle, as it's going to be Sack versus Luna.
Now, when they met in the round robin phase, to a lot of people's surprise, except maybe Sack, I don't know, Sack came out on top against Luna. Luna was able to come out on top against Radish, and he 3-0'd him, and then all of a sudden, Sack comes out of nowhere. Here's the 3-1 from Sack, a confident victory.
Yeah, I think it was definitely one of the upsets. It was early on in the day, too, which really kind of set the tone for like, hey, I think we need to be looking at the Sack guy a little bit more seriously as not just the representative who was filling for Use, but as more of a person who came here to play as a representative of South America. And he's been doing amazingly for himself. Of course, he earned his spot here in the top 4. He earned it very early today too, because he got his wins early, and one of them again was over Luna.
Now, these two players, aside from that, before the round robin phase, have never met in tournament before. There we see the viewer vote on the screen, and it is heavily in favor of Luna, which actually really surprises me because, like, if you look at the numbers, just the overall career numbers, it favors Luna. If you look at the recent history of just earlier today, it favors Sack. If you look at the region that people really kind of want to win, it's barely North America, and then right behind that is South America. So the fact that this is skewed so heavily in Luna's favor does surprise me.
Yeah, it's interesting, I guess, maybe because it's off the back of the last one where they were so wrong that maybe they're like, oh, you know what, we should give more love to this North American.
Okay.
Or maybe it's just because there's a lot of Luna fans out there in comparison to Sack, because, like, no offense to Sack, he's not exactly like the top person that people think of for South America. But I feel like people are doing him a disservice. You got to remember, he 3-0'd, 3-1 to Luna, 3-1 to Luna, literally just a couple hours ago.
Yep.
Like, y'all are playing with fire a little bit with your votes.
I think you might be giving Twitch chat a little bit too much credit to, like, understand their behavior, learn from it, and then move on in the correct direction to correct what they did wrong. That's not how Twitch chat works. That's never how Twitch chat will ever work.
So, you know, sometimes they're just trying to make the funny number go up on the right side. So,
that's true.
I can't fully fault them. But, man, it is still very surprising. This is going to be an interesting one. Again, opportunities here for people to learn from their past matchups or to just be like, you know what, I did really well last time. I'm going to just do it again. Sack, of course, will likely be coming in with the Asuri. I think we saw him on the Tezca for a little bit really early on today. But other than that, probably just going to be all about that Asuri. And Luna's pretty much not swapped off the Lucian all day today.
Yeah, both of these players stuck on those legends throughout the entire set that they had together. Now, there was, let's see, I'm looking for Luna here. Luna against Stingray. There were certainly some legend swaps there. So we do see a possible Mordex potential coming out from Luna. Not even looking at just like previous tournament history, but like specifically earlier today against Stingray. First two games, he lost with Lucian and then moved on and won 3 in a row with the Mordex. So that certainly is something that he has played today. He has found success today, and he's also warmed up today.
I feel like that's specifically a matchup between him and Stingray, though, because we've kind of seen that happen. Happened a little bit at Winter Championship. I think it's happened also at the World Championship. Like, they kind of have that weird dichotomy of, like, they've played against each other so much that they have to go into these off-meta picks or these kind of different meta picks specifically for each other.
So we're going to be getting into this one. It is, of course, Sack versus Luna. It's going to be Sack on the left side of your screen, Luna on the right side of your screen. Seeing a little bit of a yawn coming out from Sack here. Maybe he's a little bit tired. I know I certainly was just a little bit earlier. I had to go on a little bit of walk before we get into this top 4. But now I am energized and ready to go. I think once this game starts, the same thing will be said for Sack. It looks like they're giving the readies, giving the go-aheads up here in just a few moments. This is going to be an interesting one, given that, did we see Sack versus Luna on stream?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's what I thought as well.
I feel like we checked the bracket and we're like, oh.
Yes.
That's interesting.
That does sound correct. That was going off, quote-unquote, off-stream, but not really off-stream because it was still available via twitch.tv/Brawlhalla/command center, where you could go between what's actually occurring on this quote-unquote stream and then what is going on in the quote-unquote off-stream. But, of course, that won't really matter anymore for today specifically, given that everything is happening here for the top 4.
Sack trying to decide what he wants to listen to potentially. Maybe he's going through the playlist. On the other side, Luna maybe getting some controller set up here. I think one of the few controller players in the entire bracket today, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to think of who else would be a controller player.
I always forget.
Yeah.
In fact, I thought Stingray was a controller player until we saw him literally stand up today
with the keyboard,
rolling up the cord on his keyboard. So I always forget. I just assume everybody is keyboard, and then I'm always like pleasantly surprised, like, oh, that's a controller player. He just like me, for real.
Yeah. Except he's not like me because I'm a keyboard player.
Yep. Of course, still on that controller after all this time. It just feels good for him. So a lot of players have made the swap, but if you're wondering out there whether or not you need to make the swap to keyboard, you don't have to.
You don't have to. Just do what's comfortable.
Yup.
I'm always fascinated because, like, keyboard players, I think they have, like, very specific keyboards that they're like, it needs to be this one with these switches, with these keys, and it, like, if it's not this, then it doesn't feel right, and they're going to struggle. But for controller players, like, is every Xbox One controller the same for them? Like, is every PS5 controller the same for them? You know what I mean?
Yes, in a way, like in the same way that like every Corsair K70 is the same. So if you like,
but mine has a specific number of crumbs underneath the keys.
Oh, okay, that's important. But for me, I'm a D-pad player, so like every controller D-pad is horrendous. All of them are terrible. One day someone will make a good D-pad that feels good on this game, but it really comes down to like the hardware comfortability that you have, and specifically what you want to do with that hardware, right? Like if you're a joystick player, you might be looking for a controller with gates on it that has those like triangles, so you know that you're holding straight up or straight right or straight down.
Like it's not a perfect circle around the stick, but it's got maybe some like flat edges, like I think the Xbox controller has that.
Some of them do. I don't think the base like 360 controller does, but I recently just got a controller that has gates on it. I haven't tried it with Brawlhalla yet. I really just got it from Mario that I never play. But so yeah, it's that like hardware preferability that you have, whether or not the buttons feel really good to press down, just like keys. So you really have to like pick and choose. Like if you get the Xbox 360 controller, because the buttons feel good, but the D-pad is a war crime. And it needs to be thrown away.
That's why you got to get your specifically modded controller. But it seems like they're good, they're in, and of course they're playing those picks. A little bit of a swap. That's Luna on the Lucian, Sack on the Asuri. But we're getting right on into this elimination semifinal. Winner of this gets a top 3 finish here at the Winter Royale.
And we're starting this one small, Brawlhaven. It would surprise me. Actually, no, it really wouldn't surprise me if we move on, just because Lucian being a lower strength legend on this map, got to feel good for Luna. Maybe Sack wants to push that to another map.
Weirdly enough, I think both of like these legends like this map. I see a lot of Asuris like Small Brawlhaven, and I see a lot of Lucians like this map as well. Right now, Luna would love a weapon in hand, as Sack is just denying any sort of ground touch.
Sack over the edge, recovers. That also touches the wall, resets his jumps, and gets the KO. The recovery on that one. Yeah, like you're going to be picking up those recoveries, and those can be tough to pick up sometimes. There's no like reliable setup into that recovery that you can hit really every time. So getting that there on another map might not have led to the KO, but the neutral signature from Luna's blasters certainly does. And we're in an even game here, just coming up under a minute into this one.
Luna very patient on his weapon juggling, right? He's really timed it out where he wants it right as the opponent is coming down. But, of course, he one of those Katars, catches the down air, gets a nice chunk of damage onto Sack.
Bunch of guitar players floating around, throwing out neutral airs. That's classic guitar gameplay, but the decent
2 in a row.
Coming out with some classic Lucian gameplay. That's going to huge lead for Luna on this one. He's going to be feeling good. You even see the taunt.
Yeah, the taunts coming out from Luna. He's feeling emotional right now as he gets another down air, but Sack with the wake up neutral light doesn't dodge up for Luna's dare to hit. Luna like gets more. Picks it up.
Still going!
In the sky, Sack with the turnaround.
Oh, if you had just a little bit more damage, that's a stock. D-Light side air going to send Luna off stage. Coming in with a ground pound. Almost, that dodge almost came out a little bit too early for Luna, but he timed it perfect and is able to get this turnaround here and close out the game without losing that second stock. Huge game for Luna.
Yeah, that was a nice win for Luna, but given that you and I did not get to catch their previous match where it went 3-1, I'm hoping this is not shades of that match where Luna wins game 1 and then Sack comes back.
Well, the order is going to be different here because Luna actually won game 3 after going down 0-2, and then Sack closed it out in game 4. So this time Luna is coming out of the gate schmoving.
Okay, now it's on Sack to see if he can make that adjustment. Luna over the blasters doesn't do anything off of the downlight. A little bit of thinking there. Like we saw him stutter forward and then ultimately threw out a side light. He's been doing downlight dash jump down air a lot, but
ooh, the blasters coming out here. Most of the work was done last game on the back of those guitars coming out from Luna, but this time he's showing that blaster's prowess.
Downlight.
Oh my goodness.
Not quite enough damage though.
Last game he did 90 on the blasters. He's already done more than that here right in the beginning in just under 30 seconds.
Blasters looking clean, Guitar's looking clean. He's hit all 3 of his guitar down signatures in this set so far. But on the other side, Sack's still swinging back because he's still got that first stock.
Those Sayers coming out. Now we're seeing that real classic Lucian play. Those like fade away side airs coming out. There's the D-Light side air. Doesn't even want to worry about the D-Light into the recovery. We saw, who dropped that earlier?
Was that knees?
It might have been, yeah, it was knees. It was knees. It does Van Thurl. That ain't happening, brother. You know he's picking that one up. But yeah, Luna goes for the D-Light side air there. Doesn't have to worry about the complication, but also left last zone, it's closer.
Nice catch from Luna. Back on those guitars. His jump down air has been catching Sack's dodge. That time wasn't able to get more. Sack ended up going left, I believe, as Luna threw out that side light, so didn't end up hitting him.
Ooh, Luna's finding the damage. He's stuck right on top of Sack. I think Sack doesn't know what to do. He's worried about throwing that get off me tool the wrong way.
I mean, it can be a big commitment, but he does find that downlight recovery, keeping the stock count even. Took a decent chunk of damage, but not undoable.
Oh my gosh, who is this Luna and where was he earlier in the day, especially during the previous set with Sack?
Mans is nocturnal. He's still tired. He's like, my alarm clock was a little too early today, as he was not ready to wake up. But now he is wide awake, and he is playing two-stock advantage over Sack right now. Catches that neutral light, doesn't get the chase dodge there.
I wonder if Godly was tired too from going to Waffle House like 3 a.m. last night. Maybe that
They
was
went
some
together.
sabotage. There's the neutral light coming out from Sack, trying to control the middle of the stage. Gets over that side light. Okay, one of the rare sword neutral signatures on this character. Oh! And he pushed too far, and Luna capitalized, more than willing to throw away his own stock there as well because he had money to burn.
Yeah, that was absolutely worth. You can see that top hat. He got cash underneath that one because he was getting those stocks. That Nair falling down into a dare ends up getting the KO. And now Sack, he's rethinking things. He's like, you know what? I 3-1'd him last time. What is so different about Luna now?
We aren't seeing the nodding that we saw before that was giving Sack the momentum, or at least a symbol of the momentum that Sack had. Are we seeing a Legend Swapper sticking with the Asuri? It is a Legend swap over to the Tesca, hoping he can put the boots to Luna.
He's hoping those boots are going to be the thing to kick away those blasters, but starts off with the gauntlets. Again, no carryover to the Asuri, but worked pretty all right in the last time we saw it.
Oh, the turnaround there. Okay, and the double dare 2000 into the side air. Luna completely controlling the opening of this game. Sack tried to do the exact same thing. Doesn't quite have the range on those gauntlets. The hitbox on the gauntlet dare is not as big as the blasters dare.
It is worth mentioning that because this is, again, 703 balance, that dare actually doesn't have that kind of vertical spike that just got added, so it will launch a little bit more horizontally for some different follow-ups. Not sure if Sack is ready for that.
Has the boots. I was going to say in his hands, but nope, they're on his feet. That's where boots go. You only really put the boots on your hands when you're like 9 years old and you walk around the house with like your mom's shoes on your hands.
Or you do like a TikTok where it's only like the bottom half and you got boots on your feet and hands and it looks like two people.
Oh yeah, when you're lonely and don't have someone else.
My bad.
Weapon toss coming up. Luna's going to grab the guitars. It's going to strip the field, so Sack is going to have to at least hit that unarmed neutral light to send Luna away before going over and grabbing the battle boots.
Yo, but the boots have been working. Sack definitely with the advantage over Luna right now. As he hits the ground pound, Luna needs that weapon toss up, but Sack keeping the pressure going. Luna running out of movement. Ground pound doesn't connect. Sack gets away from the dare. Not going to let Luna get the edge guard. Wait.
Oh, this is going to be tough if Sack loses stock here. No, he's able to get back. D-Light into the recovery. Sack is on the verge of a gigantic lead. He was able to eke out the last engagement, so he didn't lose the stock over on the edge. That likely would have spelled curtains for the game.
Falling Sair from Sack. Bounces Luna. Luna's one hit away from being on that final stock, and the recovery will hit, and Sack gets his pick of boots, and yes, they are going to have the fur.
He is in the orange. Sack with a solid lead here. If he can keep Luna off of a weapon, got in a few good hits. Okay, he's still keeping that going. He was able to add up 50 damage before he got hit by that down air from Luna's guitars. Keeping it going. Keeping it going. It's now 100 damage.
Keeping it going still into the side air. Down sig. He's got the active input, but it won't matter as Luna can't get the touch. Sack puts himself on the board.
He's going to push it to game 4. You see the GGs coming out. Are we going to see the nod here, or are we nodless?
No nods yet. Oh, honestly, a little bit of shaking. He's trying to get those hands warmed up, maybe cold in that playroom, but the Tesca looking pretty hot right now as he is on the board.
We're getting back into this one. If we're looking at the damage breakdown, he did 247 of his damage last game on the boots, 197 on the gauntlet. So we're seeing a pretty good split, only about 50 damage between the two.
Oh, but Luna gets the nice bounce into the GC downlight side air. That's good damage. Sack on his gauntlets right now. Does still manage to get that wall touch.
Gauntlet neutralite doesn't immediately push. He kind of waits before he goes for the jump. He's getting hit a lot. He's actually disarmed in the process. Both players going to be looking for the weapon spot. It happens to go to Sack, but Luna hits the side light, sends him flying. There's the side air from the blasters, gets the KO. Luna with a gigantic lead.
And one thing that's really rough for Sack is he just picked up those boots. This means his next weapon is going to be the gauntlets. He's, of course, had pretty decent damage split between the two weapons, but generally, if you're switching to Tesca, you're looking for those boots. Ground pound.
Both players ground pounding onto the main stage. Man, Sack got that hit, and Luna's still in orange. That's rough to see. Sack almost a full stock behind, just waits for that one. Doesn't move into the side air from Luna. Luna stuck over on the wall.
Ooh.
You saw the exclamation points coming out. Luna thought he could get a little bit cheeky with that side air. Boom, immediate punish comes out from Sack. Gets the KO. It's a signature punish. That changes what's going on.
That's one thing that both South Americans, Sack and Kaina, are really good at, is making it really hard to land.
Trying to keep the string grounded on the stage, but Luna still with the damage output, the unarmed recovery.
Over to the blasters. Once that D-Light recovery, it's going to be a side sig instead. Luna with a healthy lead here, but no taunt. He knows he wants to put this one away.
Has the Katars in hand. Sack going to be moving around on the stage. Able to grab the gauntlets in time, but again, it's those gauntlets.
Caught the dodge down with the double down light.
Brutal. Got it again!
That's good damage. Luna's running away with it.
Luna got 2 dodges from Sack there. That was massive.
Backing up, wants the blasters down light. Recovery, done. Luna closes it out 3-1. Says what happened in the round robin does not matter because he's going to the elimination finals.
Sack is going to be going down in the elimination bracket. He is done here at the Winter Royale. But what a finish from Sack. The guy who was a sub for South America, all of a sudden, our top 4 was filled with 2 South Americans. Both players who were invited to this event. So huge congratulations to Sack. He did better than most people would have thought he could do at this tournament.
Yeah, he was definitely the underdog coming into this by a large margin. And the fact that he ended up making it into the top 4, beating out people like Godly, beating out people like Stingray, beating out people like Knees. He earned his spot here and did incredibly well for himself. Cannot understate the fact that he definitely showed up for South America.
And this is going to be Luna, of course, getting the victory. You're going to see the breakdown here. That last game, most of the damage was done on the blasters, but still a nice even split. I love to see that because you know that he can carry on the blasters. You know the damage output is good. You know he can also carry with that giant string we saw in the final game where he caught 2 different dodges in the same string. He's able to do that on the Katars as well. I bet half of the damage that he put out on the Katars were probably from that string on that final game.
He definitely put out some amazing damage on both of his weapons. Was not looking like an off weapon at any point in time. But it's kind of a out of the frying pan into the fire situation here for Luna, because the next person he's going into is Kaina, and if I remember correctly, didn't do too hot against Kaina in the round robin either.
Luna versus Kaina was a 3-0 in favor of Kaina. They both played the exact same 3 legends. Now, Luna does have success against the Asuri. He shows he can beat the legend of Asuri, but can he beat the legend of Kaina?
I mean, they're different Asuris at the end of the day,
Absolutely.
right? A lot more sword-focused when Kaina is on the Asuri compared to the other side where Sack was, I would say, relatively Katar-focused.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I mean, if we look at his stats on the final game, see if they refreshed. They did refresh. I'm sorry.
Tragic.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between. I cannot give you those actual numbers, so we'll just have to qualitatively summarize that like you just did.
Yeah, we'll emotionally kind of state that, and also give some time for the people at home to put in their votes, because so far they've been wrong once and right once. because they got Luna.
Okay. I mean, I feel kind of the same way.
Yeah.
You know, we have a possibility of, hey, wait, hold on. Let's look at this. So I had Kaina in my top 3. I had Luna in my top 3. Did you have Kaina in your top 3?
I did not.
Ooh, what a
goofed.
mistake! Huge. How could you do that? Ooh, wow! What an error! A critical error.
You know, I'm sure you have more that you want to do, and I'll give you time to do it as we go to a short little break to give these players some time before we come back with the final 2 sets of the top 4 of this Winter Royale. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Brawlhalla Esports Year 8. $1 million will be awarded across the season.
And it's starting to increase right now.
Down air,
With 4 seasonal championships.
For the first time. Great.
4 seasonal invitationals.
We're trying to read that dodge diagonal down in, and that's the Russian. Wow.
3 in-person LAN events. All roads lead to BCX 2023, the open entry Brawlhalla World Championship.
And he's going to put this one away. The weapon toss from Luna, but nothing else. Down line, recovery! So many owls for Impala, but it's a dare to crown our new world champion.
Oh, sorry. Press and Brawlhalla. Hey everyone, Alex Jubali here, Fighting Game Tournament Director from CEO, and more importantly today, DreamHack. It's honestly incredible to see how much Brawlhalla has grown since the first BCX event back in 2016 that I was fortunately a part of. Some of my favorite moments as a tournament organizer were working with Foda, Toast, the Brawlhalla team, and the community to bring Brawlhalla to some of our past events. Today, I'm here to share some exciting news with all of you and the return of Brawlhalla LAN events to DreamHack. This year, Brawlhalla is returning across 3 of our events for their Esports Year 8, starting with San Diego in April, Dallas, Texas in June, and Valencia, Spain in July. The even bigger news is that the Brawlhalla team is putting up $70,000 for each event to be divided between singles and doubles, totaling over $200,000 in prize pools at our DreamHack events together. To kick things off, we actually have San Diego registration live right now on start.gg/DHSAN23, with more information coming soon for Dallas and Valencia. That's it from me. Really excited about this announcement today. Keep playing and enjoying Brawlhalla, and we're going to see you soon at our DreamHack events. Oh, and I'd like to thank the Brawlhalla team for supporting me through the Cameo. If you'd like to find me on Cameo for more videos, I'm just kidding. I don't have a Cameo.
No time to rest as the sets are heating up. We've got 2 more sets to find out who will be wearing that nice crown and who will be lifting up the trophy in just a little bit. Up next, we've got Luna versus Kaina. Are you admiring the trophy?
Is it backwards? Like, it's backwards. Is there a reason it's backwards?
Is it facing us?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not going to turn around just
it's for you
on the off chance that we're not supposed to show like the iconography on it yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I'm not going to do that in case. Oh, there. Okay, I'm just going to
wait,
do it.
hold on.
I'm gonna try not to get my greasy
Oh.
fingers on it. So I apologize
Is that
for all
better?
the nasty fingerprints
Do we
I'm
fix
gonna
it?
put on it. Oh,
wait, no, it was. You're backwards. You're the problem.
What? Oh, I see. What? Ah, I see.
It was legible, and then you made it illegible, and now wait.
Okay, well,
let the camera focus.
They put it on the back, and they did it backwards.
That way, when you smudge it, it doesn't smudge the text.
It's still, it still would smudge. If I put smudges here,
Yeah,
it would
but then
still
it doesn't
smudge the text.
Well,
because there's smudges in front of.
Yeah, but you can clean that off.
Yeah, okay. So the writing is on the back. Look, they're changing the trophy game on me, and nobody told me. That's not my fault. All right, it's not my fault.
But the writing is not on the wall, at least, to see who is going to be crowned the victor. We've got Kaina and Luna on deck. Haven't seen too much swaps. Actually, no, Kaina did end up kind of changing up a little bit today, didn't he?
Yes.
He was on the Koji a little while ago. We'll see if he's back to the Asuri against Luna. Would make a lot of sense because, again, the last time they fought earlier today, it was a 3-0 in favor of Kaina.
Yeah, I definitely expect the Asuri to be coming out. And, of course, I don't think there's necessarily any reason just yet for Luna to swap over to a different legend. He swapped over to the Mordex, but, again, we'd mentioned that as the Stingray set, not the Kaina set. So we could see him try, like, game 1 with the Lucian. If it seems like the 3-0 is imminent on that Lucian pick, maybe then we see the swap. Or he could go game 1. He could just try to swap things up game 1, see if that switch up gets him the victory there, gets him that momentum. He can then reevaluate. But look at the vote on the screen. 55% for Kaina. Now shrinking just a little bit. Make sure to get your votes, and you can vote live on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, but still definitely a majority for Kaina.
I got to believe that part of that is, of course, Kaina's record of a 3-0 over Luna. And then you couple that with, I think there's a sizable number of people who just want to see Kaina in the grand finals. They just want to see more of that NA, SA, back and forth competition.
I'm the problem. It's me.
Thank you, Taylor Swift. But I got to believe that's like a decent part of it. And the people who are the 45%, they're just like those hardcore believers that they're like, I'm not going to waste my points on something that I don't actually believe in.
So wait, I have a question, and I don't know if they're going to be able to answer this. The vote is just a vote, though, right? That's not like the channel point.
No, it's the channel point.
Is it?
So it could be like one whale leading it towards a person.
Okay, so it is channel points.
I'm
That's
pretty sure
interesting.
that's how it works.
That's interesting. I was unaware of that. I thought it was just a vote. So yeah, I mean, by doing it with channel points, that's kind of introducing a poll tax. But let's talk about these stats in front of us right here. Of course, you can see the head-to-head. Luna is on the right side of your screen. Basically has like triple the earnings of Kaina. Of course, that's because Kaina has a very short career.
Yeah, kind of the newer up-and-comer for South America. It has not been long that he has been the representative of South America. Even like less than a year ago at the Midseason Invitational, it was not Kaina who was invited to the event. Instead, it was Fiend, it was Wes, and it was Lores. But it's Kaina here and now, ready to fight against Luna, who's already left the seat. He's leaving the building. It's over. GG, DQ him.
Now that you mentioned about MSI and how Kaina was not invited to that, I want to be looking at what his placements were like. When was MSI? It was like July-ish, maybe June or July 12th of 2022. So where was Kaina placing during that time? He was coming like 5th place, 4th place in Sobraldo's. Then he came out about a month later and had a big 2nd place in the South American Summer Championship. That was probably his first like real big top 3 that came out in an official tournament. So that's going to be the reason why his PR wasn't elevated yet to the point where he was going to be the one invited to the Midseason Invitational.
Also, he might not have had his visa.
That is also very true.
I think Lores was like PR 14 and was just like one of the people who was capable of coming.
I think you're absolutely right there.
But either way, like he's here now, and we'll see how well he does. And there you see in the lock-ins, of course, no surprise, Asuri on the side of Kaina and Luna playing that Lucian.
Are we going to be going to Small Brawlhaven? I didn't happen to catch. No, we're going to Demon Island. I'm a little bit surprised that Kaina then picked such a bright colored skin here. Normally, we see players looking for those edgy, dark, red and black colors, especially when we go to the Demon Island.
Yeah, there's a mental belief that you can kind of hide within the leaves for some of those darker skins on this map. But of course, like each of them is playing on their own setup, so they can turn on those the background effects that make it so that it's a lot easier to see your opponent.
Neutral Light's coming out. Of course, Kaina has the sword in his hand. Almost got the landing dare, but no, he ends up getting punished. 2 hits, 3 hits coming out from Luna, who has the damage lead.
Soft punish there with the side light, but he is still doing those. Luna is a madman. Kaina was so good at punishing those the last time they ran into each other, but this time Luna's like, I don't learn my lesson, and that's a good thing. I'm going to keep hitting you, and the downlight Sair gives him the first stock.
I'm surprised he actually got the KO with that. He was middle of the stage with it. Now, Luna is coming in with the strength stance. I believe both of them probably are.
Generally, I think both characters run strength. Not entirely sure, but kind of trying to even up this stock count. Katars hits the recovery, but it bounces Luna off the wall, so he gets to hold on to the stock for a little while longer. Downlight recovery, yep, that will even up the stock count. Luna was not able to add up too much damage, despite the fact that he got that initial stock advantage. In fact, it's kind of with the weapon advantage, and he's starting to add up more onto Luna's second stock.
Okay, chasing him in the air. You saw the character or the legend kind of turn gray, immediately fast falling after that because he knew most of his options were done in the air.
This is the dare. Dare from Luna hits the ground pound, reading that dodge through. Couldn't quite get more though. Luna's getting good damage put out, but kind of is finding response after response. Misses the sidelight. Dare again, kind of dodges down. Ooh,
okay.
Tricky.
Oh, he does it again! Nice D-light into the ground pound. He picked up the first one, grabbed the Katars, made contact, finished it off with the second one right over the corner. You saw Luna just peek in his hurt box right over that corner, made line of sight. Boom, out came the D-light into the ground pound. Great punish there. Kind of with a decent lead. I was going to say it might be a little bit difficult for Luna to find the KO here, except he uses a signature.
I mean, that's been one of his main KO tools, is those signatures. Catches again with that jump down air. Unfortunately, couldn't keep it going. The damage advantage is still in favor of kind of trying to chase forward. Doesn't get caught by the side sig.
Not sure if that was just a bait because you saw kind of pretty much minimum charge time that. He didn't hold it all the way over to where Luna was. Nice punish on the landing yet again.
Oh!
And nice punish on the landing yet again. D-light side air. He goes for, Luna faking, going under the stage, moving back, but he gets hugely punished for it and kind of takes the victory.
Yeah, once he had control, he maintained control. He was keeping Luna on the edge, keeping that pressure going, getting hit after hit, even going down there for that GC neutralite, which ended up not landing onto Luna. But man, he's got such good control of the game in this one.
You're seeing the damage breakdown there. 312 from Kaina's sword compared to the 193 on the Katars. Meanwhile, on the other side, a little bit more even, about 50 damage difference between the two, actually exactly 50 damage difference. 244 from the Blasters, 194 from the Katars. So still decent balance between these two players and their weapons, though we are seeing Kaina, of course, lean on that sword like we've come to know for his Asuri.
Yeah, you're seeing that kind of damage difference come across in two things. Kaina's sword and Kaina's gauntlets. Sorry, unarmed. When it comes to just like raw Katars, it's just a 1 damage difference. But really, it's kind of doing just a little bit more when he's got that sword in hand and doing a little bit more when he's got nothing else in hand.
So you're also looking at that damage per engagement, kind of coming out with 36 compared to Luna's 28. And you might look at that and be like, okay, 8 damage is not that much of a difference. But when you're looking at that on a per engagement basis, that means every time they have an engagement, Kaina's getting 8 more. Next one happens, 8 more, 8 more, 8 more, 8 more. You do 10 of those, that's 80 damage. You do 15 of those, that's 120 damage. That's almost the game.
Yeah, those little bits, that slightly higher damage per engagement definitely is a nice boom for Kaina. Looks like Luna's having a little bit of trouble here. He's looking around the room right now.
He's saying, check him PC. Yeah. There's no way that this guy beat me. So he's going to be waiting for, okay, we're getting the thumbs up from Luna.
He said the lights were in his eyes. The sun was behind his monitor.
Okay.
And so he's trying to get rid of any Johns that
I
are
can
possible.
understand that. Hey, I'm wearing sunglasses today, so
yeah.
I understand. See if we see a legend swap coming out from Luna. That game wasn't necessarily like a massive stomp coming out from Kaina, so he could still be going in instead of swapping over to that Mordex like we saw against Stingray. And yeah, it's going to be that Lucian. We're going to be zooming in on the game. We're going to transport into the game like we are Kevin Flynn in the movie Tron, and now all of a sudden we are in the game back again on Demon Island.
We'll see if the change-up for Luna works a little bit better this time. He had some great opportunities. The Katars in particular, like when he gets those dodge reads, he can get so much off of it, but we'll see if he can find those hits onto Kaina, because right now Kaina's utilizing that long range that his sword brings in comparison to the Katars of Luna.
I'm glad that Luna ground pounded on the stage, because I saw Kaina running out of options in the air.
Yeah, Kaina thanking his lucky stars that Luna just misplaced that ground pound.
Luna over on the corner, gets back on the stage with a side air. Oh man, kind of perfectly spacing that D-Light. Ends up getting through it. They were both sweating in the air. You saw kind of like fade towards him like, I think I want to hit him. Better not. There's the GC D-Light into the recovery. Kind of taking off the top here, going up just under a minute into this game. He's in a pretty good spot. That sent him flying though. He's going to have to worry about those Qatar signatures or maybe getting caught in the air.
Ooh.
A D-Sig, man. How is he hitting those? It feels like it's 6 years ago, the way that Luna is still hitting those signatures, man. We talked about that at the Winter Championship and how they were getting him into trouble. That's not the case here. He's leveled up.
Yeah, he's been very effective at hitting those and kind of is not punishing them. Again, Luna hits the down signature. He is getting damage built up onto kind of second stock. Chase dodges up, but he's still keeping the pressure going. Off stage, ground pound misses and kind of goes for the turnaround, but Luna dives back in with the Qatars.
I kind of wanted Luna to get that chase dodge and then continue with the string because that would have been so
That
hype.
would've been a nice
That would have
clip.
been
It
so
would've been a good
sick.
clip.
He still has a massive lead though. That's sick in and of itself. A huge lead here. We're about a minute 50 into this game. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Luna grabbing the set of Qatars. He almost seemed like he was close enough to pick up his original set of Qatars, but no. Perfect spacing. He was able to grab the new set. Yo, kinda adding up the damage. Yep, he got the dodge. Didn't go too far.
Oh, that's a punish. No!
Oh, weak punish, because he was ready for it. I think if he had sword, side sig, he gets the hit there.
Well, I think he just didn't expect it to go so short. Generally,
Yeah.
that down sig goes a little bit further, so kind of spaced for that longer distance, but I think because of the way that Luna did it, ended up getting kind of like weirdly stopped by the wall. Dodges away, doesn't get caught by a recovery.
Yeah,
Just
I was
trying to
going
get
over
that
the
extra
sword.
credit.
You know, he was really happy when that weapon spawn came in, so he didn't have to go for a read, he didn't have to catch Luna jumping. He could just clean this one up with the sword like he's done countless times.
Downlight. He's got the Qatars in hand. They're both dash dancing. Nobody wants to overcommit, but Luna dives in with the down sig. Oh, chase turnaround recovery. Keeping that damage, keeping that pressure,
Wow.
and keeping it close as it ties up 1-1.
I want to look at the dashes that game, because the game before, Kinda did 97, Luna did 41. So again, Kinda putting out more than twice as many dashes. That game, it was 89 from Kinda and 47 from Luna. So again, huge difference between these two players. Kinda is using his dash all the dang time. He loves pressing that button. He's going to wear it out if he's not careful.
I mean, it's kind of logical though when you've got someone like Luna who's going in with these GC down signatures to get back on the stage. Like, what's the best way to punish it? Dash back and hit with a side attack.
Coming into this game, first weapon goes to Kinda. Luna's going to pick up the blasters. We've already seen him start games off so strong with the blasters. We'll see if this one is any different as they're tied 1-1 in the set as we get into game 3.
Recovery thrown out. Luna tried to catch with a nair from below, didn't quite connect. Again, these nairs not hitting. Kinda's been able to get inside of Luna. Side sig thrown out. Luna with the turnaround, just going to be a soft side air. More side airs though.
Oh,
and
this could be
suddenly
rough.
it's trouble. Oh, the nair.
That nair completely saved his stock. That might have just saved the game, depending on who comes out victorious in this one. Kinda doesn't get too close on the edge. You don't see him going for that immediate ground pound, even though Luna was disarmed. Gonna have complete control of the weapon, swapping back to the sword. Even picks up the recovery over in the edge guard and gets the stock off the top. Big lead, strips the field.
Kind of trying to push every advantage that he can. Luna over to the Qatars now. Just a jump nair. That's not going to lead to a KO, but kind of in the offstage gets caught by the down sig, and it's back to even.
He's still hitting him, man. I got to give him so much credit because we were haranguing him at the Winter Championship. The fact that he has seemingly learned so much with these signatures. We've seen them used so successfully. This could be crazy on the edge. Kinda! Oh no, that's terrible!
He overcommits. He doesn't have enough in the tank to get back up, and Luna watches as he falls, and now that's a massive lead in favor of Luna.
That's a full stock. Kinda's going to have to play so well. He's going to have to strip the field. He's going to have to make sure that the damage output from Luna's low. They've now traded places. Luna immediately grabs the blasters. Good spacing from Kinda to avoid both the neutral light and the down air.
Dash jump nair, a little bit of a delay on that, but he still gets some hits in onto Kinda.
This is big.
He can bring this back.
Oh, he expected Luna to go back in. I half did too, and I was going to say, man, Luna, just get the weapon, man.
I mean, Luna's, he's that wild card. You never know if he's going to go in or if he's going to back up, but kind of hitting the vertical, getting those recoveries, looking for the nair. Wants to even this up.
Okay, kind of really needs to be careful here. Punishes the down sig by hanging low on that wall. Nice down air, likely going to clean this one up. Oh, the dodge came through and kind of was a little bit too impatient with it. Gets away from that D-Light. Neutral signature picking up basically stacked. Almost grabs the GC D-Light.
Falling Sair, Luna. Gonna get caught by the side air from Kaina, but Kaina is one good string. A downlight recovery on the blasters would do it, or the haymaker unarmed, and Luna's up 2-1.
I couldn't tell if that was a JV2 or not. We'll be able to see it on the graph. I believe it was, unless it's just so little that I can't even see it. But I think that was a proper JV2. It ended so quickly I couldn't look at the top right of my screen. But if you're looking, again, stellar damage numbers coming out from Luna. The fact that he only had to do 396 damage to take home the victory on that game compared to the 420 that Kaina was able to put out.
That's so fascinating how the damage per engagement still leans in favor of Kaina, but ultimately it's Luna who's got the lead, and we're here in game number 4, and Luna is building up another lead.
The momentum already huge in Luna's favor. He's just chasing Kaina off stage, forcing him to recover back onto the main platform in a more defensive role.
Weapon toss, halting the response. Ground pound thrown out, but Kaina's getting those downlights. Caught the dodge down, but it's just a nair.
Okay, the Qatar neutral really favoring Kaina here.
It's forcing Luna to swap, but he doesn't hit the recovery.
That's tough to pick up when you end up hitting right at the edge of the final blast. I don't know if it's impossible. Ooh! Kaina!
The
punishing
chase
those
there?
D-lights, man, that's crazy!
The movement from Kaina there to get the chase dodge Sair to keep that going onto Luna. Luna needs to find a way to get this stock back. He started off with so much momentum, but Kaina off the back of his Qatar neutral, and now it's over to the sword. He is getting so much onto Luna.
Okay. Attempting the edge guard, even punishes the landing there. Both of them were in sweat beads. I'm telling you, Kaina makes this legend look like it's a 10 movement speed legend. He's just so fast, but not fast enough to get away from the GC D-Light into the ground pound from Luna. That's going to take away the first stock of Kaina. Lead still favoring Kaina quite a bit here as he picks up the sword, and Luna continues the Qatar onslaught.
Went for the jump nair, good dodge up, avoids the ground pound, but the wall is going to spike him down, and now Kaina has a huge lead.
And he needed this. We're in game 3 here after a very rough, we're in game 4 here after a very rough game 3 where Kaina all of a sudden just fell apart, started to crumble worse than Silicon Valley Bank, but no, he's back into this one. He's more resilient than SVB.
And Luna is missing those down sigs now. Kaina's finding punishes. Luna does get the wall touch off the back of that gravity cancel down sig, but Kaina has so much going for him now.
There's the weapon toss. He gets hit by it, but it's too far away from Luna for Luna to find the punish there. Nice down air, catching the side air off of the bounce, looking for the down air spike. Oh, that was cute!
Not quite enough, though. The weapon toss will still hit. Trying to force out movement options, but Kaina gets over Luna.
Nice.
And now Kaina's got the stage control.
Oh, he didn't touch. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Kaina's going to close out game number 4. We're going to game 5, elimination finals. Winner of this goes on to fight Radish.
Loser of this ends with the bronze medal here at the Brawlhalla 2023 Winter Royale. Look at the damage dealt between those two players. 517 from Kaina compared to the 373 from Luna. That was a 2-stock going the way of Kaina. Really at the end there, he kept catching Luna recovering back to this main stage rather than going over to the wall with those neutral lights on the sword.
Yeah, Kaina's just like on stage edge guards where he's just suffocates the opponent, denies ground touches, denies corner touches, and makes it so hard to return back, are one of the main reasons why he is currently here in game number 5 against Luna. We'll see if Luna can stop the momentum of Kaina.
Jumping in the air, first weapon's going to go towards Luna. There's the Katars in his hands. Ooh, didn't quite have the range on that down air to actually make contact with Kaina. He grabs the sword. Oh, Luna finding so much damage. He's not been hit yet.
There's Sinceres. He's got good damage, but he had a nice lead in game number 4 and Kaina was able to bring it back. Luna needs to find a stock finisher soon. Nice. Will disarm the sword from Kaina. Falling Sair, denying weapons.
Oh, this is a brutal start, Duke. Oh, that was so close.
Falling Sair, Kaina dancing around it, but he is taking these hits. Luna, what's the edge guard? Downlight Sair and Luna gonna take a sizable lead here in game number 5.
He was almost in barbecue sauce territory by the time that Sair killed, man. I'm getting vintage Lucian vibes coming out from Luna here at the beginning of this one. D-Light ground pound. Kind of needs to find his way back into this one very quickly. He does not have a lot of damage on Luna. He needs a Gimp off the edge. Maybe a cheeky dunk with the neutral signature on the Katars. He's found one of those earlier today. He's got to find something quick, though, regardless.
Yo, Luna is fired up right now. He is continuing to press the aggression onto Kaina. Kaina denying weapons. Luna's waiting for the weapon spawn, but he still wants to go in unarmed. Edgeguard opportunity here for Kaina.
Just that neutral light. Wasn't quite ready to throw out that down light. I don't think he expected Luna to pop up over that corner that quickly. Even the second time. Oh, just barely. Oh, man, that was too much for me. I'm going to need a break.
Says, no, sir. Stop those down sigs. They are not going to work anymore. As Kaina gets below it and catches Luna, getting that stock evener, but still the damage is being done. Kaina's in the red.
There's the down air, catching the side air off the bounce. Kind of going very high. Has to be careful not to get picked up. Stays above the down light, gets to the other side of it. Neutral light. Yep, there's the side air follow-up. That's going to be the KO. This game 5 is winding down, and it is heavily in favor of Luna.
Kaina still has not found that big momentum play, but Luna disarms himself. The weapon spawn in favor of Luna. Caught the dodge there a little bit, but Kaina can't keep it going. Dare kind of fights his way back.
Seeing those 90-degree chase dodges coming out from Kaina. Trying to find any movement he can to get the lead here. He dashes so much. He literally dashed like twice as many times again last game, 61 to Luna's 32.
Ooh, Luna's trying to deny weapons over to the blasters. Not quite in KO percent. What was that?
Did he think it didn't hit? What, like, normally you would go for the GC neutral heavy there if you really wanted to make sure. Like, that's why he would have spot dodged, is to cancel it into the neutral heavy. Does get the KO there, but kind of struggling. There is still a light at the end of the tunnel, but like it's a pinpoint. You can just barely see it.
Someone is hitting the dimmer on that light, but it's still there, way off in the distance. Luna throwing out signatures, making the light a little brighter for Kaina. Down light, recovery. Luna takes down Kaina. He's going to the grand finals.
That is Kaina finishing at 3rd place here at the Winter Royale. Luna moving on. You see him sitting back down in the chair. That's because as the victor, he's going to be moving on to fight against Radish. But that set Duke all the way to game 5 after getting 3-0'd by Kaina earlier today.
I mean, that was definitely an intense fight from Luna. He had to work to get each of those wins. And like you said, it was previously a 3-0, but obviously Luna bringing a different game here in the double elimination bracket.
Now you're looking at the damage. There's 627 damage from Luna. A good bit of that probably went into the second stock or first stock. I can't remember which one where he ended up being barbecue. We'll see the very high peak. Yeah, it was going to be the first one as that's the highest peak on Kaina's graph. And then it kind of trended downward, which is a good thing. That's what you want to see, a little bit more efficiency coming out. But then you also look at Luna's second stock, about the first third of it. You see that flat line. Some of that is just kind of respawning, but there's also a bit in there where Luna was not taking any damage whatsoever.
It just kind of brings me back to the first game where we got to see the stat line and like their Katar difference was 1 damage and it was a lot of sword and unarmed. That really brought it out for Kaina. And there you see in game number 5, 337 damage put out from Luna's Katars. He started leaning more into the Katars, while Kaina on the other side put out like 33 damage with his Katars, and then it was like 100-something plus unarmed.
Yeah,
so
hit 195 on the sword and 185 on the unarmed. So almost as much unarmed damage as sword damage.
So we started leaning more and more to the things that technically worked in game 1, but you saw Luna kind of change it up and say, all right, well, I lost game 1, so let me just lean more into the things that didn't work for me in game 1.
And that was Luna sticking with the Lucian the entire time. No more decks whatsoever. So he'll likely be moving on to use that legend as well against Radish. Oh man, I'm so surprised by Luna. I really am. The fact that we were really brutal on him about those signatures, and then look at what he's doing today.
Yeah, he has been so effective with those signatures. Still had a couple moments where I was like, oh, maybe kind of starting to figure this out, but ultimately Luna did have the answer with those down signatures, but you got to believe there was more to it than just those Qatar down signatures. I'm going to throw it over to Remy to tell us what else Luna was doing so well.
Luna making this terrifying run through the through the elimination bracket. He's beating people that actually took matches off him in the round robin, and I want to look at exactly how he does it. He's had the Qatars and Blasters both at peak today, and just these plays like right here where he turns around and gets Kaina's aggression too far. Kaina is an aggressive player. He likes to go for these chase dodges forward. He likes to dash into his opponent. Right there, he wastes his dodge on the GCN sig, but he immediately continues into Luna's zone, where Luna immediately punishes him, gets that down air into the side air, and that takes a stock for Luna's side there. And it's plays like that the entire time. Kaina being overly aggressive, goes for a deep ground pound there, and sure, he makes it back, but at what cost? Because now you're back on stage and Luna has the advantage state. He gets the beautiful end light into the nair and then sends that directly into the side signature. I was talking about earlier how Luna likes to intertwine these signatures into his gameplay. He's doing a really good job at it the entire day. He's lining himself up for Blasters and Qatar signatures the entire time, and he's even setting himself up for dodge reads like this. Beautiful catch with the nair there, and as Kaina tries to come back to the map, a desperation dodge into it, Luna is already there, ready to line himself up for this recovery, get a nice KO there, take himself up in the set in a 2-1 there, and Kaina always fighting back. He had some games himself, so when it came down to the nail biter sets, when it came down to where it mattered, Luna had the better dodge reads. Once again, right there, he gets a nair read in the air, and just look at the amount of pressure he applies to Kaina off stage. This entire zone is where Kaina plays, trying to get his dodges back, trying to wait till he can finally make it back, and Luna knows it too well, lines himself up for that last dodge, gets the beautiful down stage to close off that stock completely, taking away Kaina's lead in that moment. Now Luna continuing on with the Qatars that I'm mentioning, he had so much pressure off stage. I felt like that was a big point of it. Kaina's a player that likes to play off stage. He likes to go for those downlight end stays. He likes to get the end stays on the Qatar, but when Luna chops him up off like this, like on the wall, and when he finally does make it back on, it costs him his dodge, giving Luna another 3-piece. It's going to hurt so bad. Kaina on this last stock here, on this last game here, no first stock to play with, starts off immediately in the red. Let's look at that play once again off the edge there at what Luna does to him when he tries to come back. First, the nair comes through, and then the side air. He goes high, still gets naired, finally makes it back through, wastes his dodge, and Luna gets the classic Qatar piece, adding on so much damage onto Kaina. You just have to wonder, what can you do when you're against a guy like this? And the answer, as we're seeing, might be nothing. We had 2 players in grand finals, and we're about to crown a champion for the Winter Royale. I can't wait to find out who it is, so I'm going to send it back to the casters.
It's going to be an exciting grand finals. We've got Luna and Radish. Ultimately, only one can be crowned the Winter Royale champion. Only one can ultimately be given that title of, I believe, Monarch or whatever sort of, I don't know, something cool, but it's unique to the winner of the Winter Royale.
So, of course, one of those players is Radish, as we know. He's been sitting in the grand finals. And the other player, of course, is Luna, who we just saw get the victory in Game 5 over Kaina. And we want to hear a little bit more from Luna about what he had to say this weekend.
I am Luna. I've been playing the game for 4 years. I'm from New York, and I recently reached $100,000 in earnings. I played a lot of community tournaments and ranks. Recently, my most recent one is fighting Sandstorm in grand finals. He played Tezca and Mirage, so playing against him was like really great practice, and definitely feel ready after beating him with Lucian. The thing about community tournaments, it gives me like a lot of motivation to win. Like Elo could be one thing, and it's like, okay, Elo, yeah, that's cool, but once money is on the line and people want to get first in something, then it's a lot more pressure on you. It makes you play your best. So ranked sometimes it's kind of hard to play my best, and community is just bring out the best in me because it has that tournament environment. I feel like for me, since recently I've been playing so much, they know that like I want to win badly, like for this tournament. So I think for me, it's going well, but Gali told me like he hasn't been playing much and like he hasn't been practicing, not feeling motivated. So maybe with Gali, you know, he's kind of practicing not as hard as me. Definitely people are watching me more a lot. And even though I got third, there's still a big factor that plays into recency that people are looking at and definitely looking out for that for this tournament. I would like to thank everybody for supporting me. Like, I know that in the past I was hated on like a lot for playing this character, like, you know, beating these people. But I feel like it's kind of worn out now and people are like, yeah, Luna's actually good.
You explained that earlier. It was definitely on purpose, Anonymous input. Getting some work done, setting up this edge guard, that down air, and the weapon toss it in.
Alex started to recognize Luna really likes to go for that pivot nair off of those end lights, off those side lights. And so if he starts going low, might not hit, but the side sig will, and Luna takes another one. One set, left to determine who will be the champion, who will be the best of all of the players here today, or ultimately in a lot of ways, the best in the world right now. Is it going to be Radish, the winner of the North American Winter Championship, or is it going to be Luna, the person who won the last time people were invited to this facility?
And the funny thing is in an official capacity, that is going to be a long time ago. Right?
Yeah, it has been a
and
bit.
you know who won that or not that tournament, but that set when these two players met? It wasn't Luna who went on to win the entire event. It was Radish who got 13th. Homie didn't even top 8, and he still whooped up on Luna. But then if we look at more recent events and we look at their entire career score, it's 1-5 in favor of Luna. That one, of course, coming from the Midseason Invitational a long time ago, but everything in between always ended up in Luna's court.
I mean, right now the viewer vote 56% in favor of Radish. I can't really blame them considering the way that the round robin worked out. Radish lost only one set. He came in top side, winning against everyone but one.
Who was it?
He lost to Luna today in the round robin.
I didn't even know.
But all that being considered, Luna's still coming in with that loser's disadvantage, or I guess the winner's advantage goes to Radish, because Luna, again, double elimination bracket. He's got to beat Radish in a best of 5 again, and then do it again, because he's already done it once today in the round robin, but he's got to do it again now here in the double elimination side of things.
So here's one thing that we talk about a lot in online tournaments, or really double elimination tournaments, period, of like the grind that comes from the day. Everybody kind of had to go through that here because we had that round robin. Everybody had to play 6 sets. Yes, 6 sets, because of course they didn't play Machete and they didn't play themselves. So 6 sets against like some of the best players in the world. If you're looking at like the Winter Championship, the only way you're really doing that is if you go down into the elimination bracket, and then it's the Winter Championship, so there's like huge upsets, so all the greatest players in the world are also down there in the elimination side. So that's a rare thing. but they had to do it here, and everybody had to do it here. So it's been a grind so far just to get through the round robin phase. Like, we look at top 4, and it's like this teeny tiny little bracket, but of course that came off the back of some of the 6 gnarliest sets that you've ever played in your entire life.
It's been a slog for a lot of them today, except for maybe, I guess, Radish, who's kind of had.
I mean, even
pretty
Radish,
nice
he
day.
still had to play.
Oh, that's true. He did play a
through
lot of
those
games
6
in those
sets.
sets.
If you go through on the winner side of the bracket in a winter championship, you're playing like the greatest players a handful of times. You're not playing 6 sets against the best, and then the one against Kaina, and then the one in the grand finals. So everybody had to go through that gauntlet, and I just really wanted to really show that all of these players have incredible endurance for having to do that all in one day, all in person here. You're not wrapped up in your jammy jams at home where you can be like, hey, Mom, can you make me a cup of tea? Like, no, you have to be here in the building, hanging out with your friends, but also hanging out with your enemies and your opponents and the people who want to end your journey early.
One thing is for sure, though, the crown stays in North America because we've got a North American on both sides.
That's true.
So, of course, we got to keep that belief going. NA keeps the crown. Winter Royale champion will go to either Radish or Luna. We'll find out in a little bit. Does that help? Did that help? Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. Winter Royale champion. Someone will be holding that up in just a little bit. Waiting on Radish and Luna to get ready, get locked in, and going. You can see, again, kind of the head-to-head. You said it earlier, but now you get to see it with your eyeballs. It's a 5-1 in favor of Luna in terms of official tournaments.
So the interesting thing I want to point out here is only one player that's here has ever held up a trophy in this building.
True.
And it's Luna.
Yes.
The last time these players were in this building, it was Luna hoisting the trophy up in the air for total victory. And maybe this is one of those things like when you take a test in college, you want to sit in the same seat because that actually like chemically helps your memory. Learn that in psychology
That's
class.
why I failed all my tests.
So yeah, when you come up test day and you see someone's in your spot, like that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
They're genuinely hurting your grade.
They're hurting
so we'll see
both themselves and me.
If Luna has this here, if he has that familiarity in this building. He's essentially like the home team champion defending the belt at his quote-unquote home, which is here at the Skillshot Studio for the Winter Royale. We're 20 seconds into this game.
Grand Finals game number 1. Starting it off on Apocalypse. No surprises on the characters. Luna's been playing that Lucian. Radish, of course, he's that Petra guy.
There's the side light into the neutral light. What a punish there from Radish, of course.
Like watching.
Punishing the recovery with that neutral signature, it seems like that move is the perfect move with the range, the angle that it hits at with the 45-degree angle, the punish on that perfect recovery that came out from Luna, but he didn't have the timing on it. Out came the dodge and the punish from Radish. Not even going to be close. He was too far away. He gave too much respect to that D-Sig, and that gave Radish plenty of time to then push down.
Dude, Radish has been learning. He watched that set earlier with Luna versus Kaina and saw Luna likes to do that chase, dodge, turnaround, recovery. And Radish is like, I have the perfect answer. Spot dodge through it, throw out the N-Sig. And then when it comes to that edge guard, he's like, so many people go low against this down sig. I'll just follow up with a fast fall down air. And now Radish looking good here in game number 1.
There's the 2-piece. Almost gets the 2-piece yet again. That neutral air into the recovery. The follow-up. Luna neutral sigs the wrong way and ends up getting punished for it. Still hoping to take away this first stock from Radish.
Ooh, nice dare, and that will be the KO. Still decent damage put out onto Luna.
The gauntlet's in hand. Seeing what Radish is going to do here. Okay. The D-Light into the down air. Classic option when your opponent is in white health.
And good recognition from Luna to know that it wasn't going to go over that corner, instead bounce up. So we ended up getting that nair, just like an extra tap on it. But the N-Sigs from Radish.
Now he has the orb in hand. Simple side air. Oh, he gets hit by it. Oh, Luna. Seems like he's starting to fall apart a little bit.
I mean, Radish, he's doing such a good job with it. Luna tried to make a changeup, right? Last time he went too low, you called it out. He went too low to avoid that down sig. That time went a little too high.
Has to be careful of the overcorrection. Radish playing a little bit defensively. You're seeing him like move away a lot from Luna. Of course, he has the orb in hand, so he has the range. That's why he's zoning with those down airs.
Down air, but Luna not able to get the read onto Radish. Radish dodged down and avoided that end sig.
There's going to be the D-Light recovery for the KO off the top. You saw how careful that Radish was playing because he knew he was super damaged. All it took was going to be a D-Light into the recovery. Even a D-Light side air could set up for the possible edge guard where Luna follows up with yet another side air to clinch that one, maybe even a down air for the spike. So there were a lot of options that Luna could go for to finish that stock off. That's why Radish was playing so cautiously.
Ooh, has line of sight for that end sig. Radish maintaining this slight lead that he has over Luna. Nairs.
Did Taza put his predictions like out
no.
in any official capacity? Okay, then it doesn't count.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him the rest of this weekend though. I can't look him in the eyes.
Recovery. Luna not able to hit. Side light, side air. Side light from Luna.
Ooh.
Keeping the pressure.
Ooh. I'm loving the movement from Luna here. Gets away from it. Third time's the charm for Luna.
And he finds the punish, finds the down sig. Ooh. Can Luna take game number 1?
That's the tough thing about that sig is a lot of times it's going to bounce off the main platform. Thought that might KO, but that Lucian defense is holding on.
Just enough defense to avoid the KO. Falling Sarah misses, but he gets caught that time, and Radish going to take game number 1.
622 damage, though. That's a lot. That is 207 and 0.3 repeating, of course, to get the victory there per stock. That is a lot of damage. Luna also had to put out 578 himself, but he's playing on Lucian. We've come to expect that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that Petra has quite a bit of strength.
Yeah, you can see the difference in the bars there. That is a very big difference. We're going to be coming in onto Apocalypse. First weapon goes the way of Radish. It's going to be the gauntlets. Either first weapon seems like it feels pretty good for Luna at this point. I don't know if he's worried one way or the other on what he ends up picking up first.
I feel like it's a little bit of like a mood thing. Like sometimes he's really into his guitars, sometimes he's really into his blasters play. Right now he's got the blasters in hand. Radish, not overly concerned with swapping weapons. You're not seeing him throw away the gauntlets and then try to wait for the weapon spawn. Instead, he's playing it out, trying to get the hits that he can.
There's the side air. Radish getting deeper into the orange. Luna still in the yellow. Nice neutral air. Classic blasters option. Followed by another classic blasters option.
Falling Sarah from Luna.
One more.
Ooh, goes for the recovery. Didn't go for the dare.
Interesting choice there. At least when he does that, he uses the recovery and actually touches the wall himself, so that's going to reset his jumps in the process.
In a lot of ways, it's like the save option, but really it was like the mix-up, right? He keeps going for that jump dare on the edge, but right now it's Radish with the orb. Side light, side airs, needs more to KO. That'll do it.
Choice of the weapons, you see the juggling coming out, landing on the orb as Luna makes contact with the ground after spawning back in. There is a weapon spawn here. Luna's able to hop, jump around over to it. Side air is going to even that one up. We're about a minute and a half into this game, and we are very even between these two players. Luna going to choose to move on to the Katars. Weapon spawn goes right to Radish. And of course, it's that orb.
That's twice where Luna tries to do a, I think it's a ledge cancel dash on that south platform, and Radish just uppercuts him from below, catches him with those unarmed recoveries. Might be a little bit of the obvious movement coming out from Luna, but right now Radish again with the edge guard.
Ooh, nice dare, bouncing that one off the wall. Ground pound, no, he's just gonna bounce it off the wall again. That gives him like a nice range in terms of like length, but also like you have a lot of different areas where your opponent can be to still get hit by that orb down air when you bounce it off the wall compared to if he just went for like a ground pound finisher.
Radish, full stock advantage over Luna right now. Throws away the blasters, wants the Katars for the damage. Soft platform gets in the way a little bit there.
Okay, he's finding some serious momentum here. Definitely bringing himself back into this one. He's hunting for that second stock. You see the side air. Okay, away. Doesn't get hit by that, but again, when you're that far away from it, you're not going to be able to punish in time with the down signature unless like Radish makes a massive mistake and moves into it, which would be a wild thing for Radish to do.
Yo, but that was a nice turnaround at the top of the map from Luna, getting that Sair from behind Radish. But he's still behind. He needs to get this one. Otherwise, Radish is up 2-0 with that winner's advantage. So this could be a Radish Royale.
I think Radish coming out on top here could be a massive mental blow to Luna, given the fact that he's down 0-2 with the elimination disadvantage, where he would have to win 3 in a row and then 3 more games if he wants to come out on top. But he's doing it here towards the end. He's fighting his way back into it.
He's got to be careful, though. Side light, side air, maybe twice would KO. There's the Sair. Doesn't put him off screen, but he's got to avoid the edge guard, the dares.
Oh, Radish is backing up. Yes, he was looking for that right there. And he takes it. Radish now up 2-0. Luna staring down the barrel of getting 3-0'd by Radish, a player that just earlier today, he himself 3-0'd. That has got to be brutal. That has got to be weighing on his mind.
Luna has to win 3 in a row now to get the reset for another best of 5. Whatever decision he makes here, he has to stick with. Is it going to be the Lucian, or is he digging deep? No, it's the Lucian for game number 3 of the Grand Finals Winter Royale. Will Radish be crowned the champion?
3, 2.
He saw how close that last game was. If he picked another legend, he wouldn't be starting from scratch. There's a foundation built, but he's not ready to live in that house yet. He's got to put up walls, he's got to paint them, he's got to put in carpeting and furniture, but here he has the house built with the Lucian. He's made it this far with the Lucian. He almost took the victory last game to tie up the set.
He's made the house, he's made the bed, and now he has to sleep in it. But Radish is taking the brunt of the damage. Luna still manages to follow up, despite the fact that that weapon toss ended up interrupting.
Like, there's no way that he probably didn't know he was going to get hit by that weapon toss. So I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt, the fact that he's Grand Finals and the fact that I was one of those haters that he talked about for a long time. I'll say that there was a plan there. And it was to eventually get the first stock here. 50 seconds into the game. He didn't throw out the taunt that we saw previously. He didn't throw out a signature. He just stood there.
I mean, that's been his way of getting those weapon juggles. He waits for the right opportunity for the weapon, or for the opponent to come back. You see the fake out there. Chase dodge forward last time. Radish spot dodged into the end sig, but Luna just baited the spot dodge, didn't get more off of it.
Still chasing after Radish again.
That'll work.
Radish has got to expect that coming out from Luna after that neutral signature if it doesn't make contact. I'm surprised he went for it again, but again, I was one of those haters. I'll give him this one. There was a plan.
There's always a plan for someone somewhere, but right now Radish is planning on where he's going to put that crown. He's got 2 stocks left before he is the Winter Royale champion.
Got the bottom side of that D-Light. Okay, Luna's adding up some really good damage. Nice.
Falling there. Radish does have the movement. He'll get to the outside.
Luna also has the movement. He's playing Lucian, baby.
Disarmed. Side sig with a weapon toss!
That's brutal. He still has a massive lead, but you know he wanted to get that stock there. That hurts.
He was so close to putting it into a stock lead. Falling Sair gives him the lead. Potential here for Luna to get on the board in the grand final.
Radish without a weapon. He's going to be looking for the spawn. It's on the soft platform. He's able to grab it. Going to be the gauntlets. His quote-unquote off weapon.
Double down light, getting more. Doesn't catch the dodge.
Almost got that neutral air. Not extending too far off stage. Doesn't have the orb neutral sig here as the option for Radish on the edge. Okay, Luna's adding up so much damage. He's got Radish in the orange.
Weapon toss. Radish. Nice backdash into the neutral light. Down sig. Gonna get punished by the ground pound from Radish.
That down sig worries me, Duke. I'm afraid we're going to see shades of Winter Championship.
We've seen him throw games off the back of 6, but it's a recovery to give Luna 1 of 3. He needs 2 more to get the reset.
And you saw the taunt at the end of the game. He's feeling himself a little bit more now. He's getting the momentum in his favor. That game was a huge one.
He needed that.
Oh, show us the graph. Can we get a look at the graph?
Look at the graph.
Zoom in on that graph. Look at
that
that long line. That's a long line for Luna there, where he took. I'm squinting my eyes. I can just look on my computer. Why am I being a silly Billy?
I mean, that's like a third of the game where Luna's not taking
straight
damage.
up did not take any damage. And only a small portion of that was Radish respawning. He was able to get that second stock and then start off like a third of the damage on the third stock. Huge comeback from Luna, showing the mental is absolutely intact and fortified.
Here we are, game number 4. We've seen Radish have impeccable mental as well. Earlier today, he had a rough game 1, but ultimately won 3-1. Now, he's 3 stocks away from being the champion.
Radish, he's just gonna sit right in the middle of the stage, wait for Luna to move towards him. What a punish there. Didn't even dash jump that one. He just dashed in time and used the range of Sidelight. We were looking at Kaina before. He was more of the one to dash jump in.
Ooh, Luna catches the timing there on Radish as Radish was juggling for a minute there, ends up leaving himself disarmed. Luna catches him again. The dash forward turnaround, neutral sig, side sig, no weapon to stop that one.
Solid lead for Luna. We'll see him when he gets hit next, whether or not he's actually in the red yet. I don't think he is. Now he is.
Jumping there. Doesn't catch with the down air. Nice from Radish. Ends up getting that nair recovery, keeping this one even.
Now, one thing that we haven't seen from Radish against Luna that we saw against so many other players that Radish went up against today was those stray siders. Not even the sidelight sider, but just the stray siders on the orb that he was taking out stocks with. He's not finding those as often with Luna. Something about Luna's movement. Maybe he's playing more vertically straight up and down. Maybe he's focusing more on those 45-degree angles, that he's not getting caught by those like Kaina was against Radish earlier.
Yeah, I think it really is about the positioning, right? Like, Luna's playing pretty vertical. You're seeing a lot of Qatar nairs come out as he gets the recovery. On the other side, like, Kaina definitely played a grounded game. The way you get a bunch of dashes is by being on the ground. He's playing that grounded horizontal game against Radish.
Man, Luna's really adding insult to injury here on this final stock of Radish. There's the weapon toss there. The dodge was burned.
Down sig, Radish with a turnaround. Gets it down air. Sig thrown out, but it doesn't go down.
I was worried that Luna was going to give it way too much respect, that he was just going to kind of hover there way below, ended up not having enough to get over to the wall. But no, he's locked in. He has a full stock lead here against Radish. The reverse 3 for Luna is very real.
Yeah, he is just picking apart Radish right now here in game number 4. Waits it out again.
Come on.
Not going to hit.
It's not going to happen, dude. Except now that I say that, like, watch it happen to win the entire tournament.
Win the tournament.
Stock red. Like, if it does, like, okay, you prove me wrong. Like, you win that one. All right, I'll give that to you.
Down light into the recovery, and Luna takes this one to game number 5. He's getting fired up.
Keep in mind, a victory in this next game for Luna only means a bracket reset where Luna would have to fight again. And I just can never forget the history that happens once the player like comes back, gets the reverse 3, everything's in his favor, and then all of a sudden the player from the winner's side of the bracket switch flipped. It's John Wick time. Nobody is standing in my way with what I want.
We'll see if that happens here, or even if it has to happen, as we're here in game number 5. The story still stands. Radish is 3 stocks away from being crowned the champion of the Winter Royale.
Luna controlling the main stage. Radish kind of stuck in the air on the right side, and then he moves over onto the soft platform. Still, Luna in complete control of the main stage. Opening this one up huge. D-Light ground pound goes for the big ground pound to finish that one up. Didn't quite get it. The damage coming out from Radish.
Luna manages to touch the stage, avoids the down air from Radish, but now we're starting to see those falling side airs.
We're seeing the damage come back for Radish. Now has Luna in the orange after hitting that recovery, so they're essentially even until Luna starts hitting that string, ends it with a neutral signature, and gains the stock.
That is the first time any of the Lucians today have hit that. The sidelight N-Sig has been attempted so many times, but finally it works and Luna gets the stock advantage off of it.
And it's a big advantage he has under his belt. He's still in the orange. Radish,
okay, come on.
That could spell curtains. He
Still
was
touched?
sweating after he got hit by that. Oh, Radish! Okay, I was really worried that he was going to drop it, but I think Radish was paying much closer attention to Luna's inner movement economy than I was. Luna was so close to touching the wall with that neutral signature.
Just didn't quite get it, but it does even up the stock count. Radish with those edge guards. Avoids the dare. He's back on stage.
Luna's a little bit behind, but not too far. He keeps the string going. He's going to be adding that up, getting it exactly even between these two players in Game 5 of the Grand Finals. Ooh, Rich kind of playing defensive here. And I'm not talking about the community manager, Brent.
Yo, he's nervous, man. He knows the stress is here. He's getting taken out by the recovery. Luna, one stock away from getting the reset and wiping the board clean. Those 2 wins Radish got at the start of the set will not matter if Luna gets this next stock.
Radish now on the gauntlets. Okay, the dodge is gone, but he gets away. There's the side air setting up with the edge guard. The dodge is gone. Oh, the final frames of that recovery making contact. Luna threw out that recovery very quickly, expecting pressure from Radish. That recovery, not quite. That sent him so high. He's still going to be able to get back over to the wall, reset his jumps. 1 exclamation point coming out, 2 exclamation points coming out, and the third is not an exclamation point, but a side air from Radish. But it acts as an exclamation point on that second stock of Luna.
1 stock left each. This determines who will win, or will we get a reset? Luna, recovery. Wants more damage, but Radish is finding damage back.
Not only does Radish have the weapon advantage, but the second weapon he picked up, I can't believe that didn't make contact, is the orb. Luna has the lead. Seeing those big slaps coming, forcing Radish over onto the edge. You're seeing the neutral airs coming out. Very safe move to throw out. And just a little bit of damage, ending it up with the side sig, getting the victory in Game 5 and resetting the bracket.
We got a reset. 1 more best of 5. Luna versus Radish. No more games after this. The winner will be crowned the Winter Royale champion, and Luna just reverse 3.
Massive, absolutely massive. After the first 2 games from Radish, we saw Luna pick up Game 3, and I was like, okay, that's probably going to be curtains. We've seen so many 3-1s happen that exact way in the grand finals. We build ourselves up for, oh, this is the comeback here. The reverse 3 starts now. And then it ends abruptly and curtains for the tournament. But no, Luna, he will not stop. He is persevering past everything.
And he's wiping away any dirt and grime on his hands. He is locked in and ready to go. We've got a new best of 5 between the 2 of them. And this is really, it's anyone's set. This is anyone's tournament. Radish, again, he won the Winter Royale. He has every right to claim the crown, but at the other side is Luna, hot on the heels, just fresh off the reset.
Oh, you see that sidelight side air playing on the replay in the background. It's a little bit rude showing Luna one of his L's right behind him as he just got the victory. That's messed up. Dude, production is brutal. You don't even want to know what they said to me before we started this block.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was so comfortable saying that in your ears.
There you see it on the screen. Grand final reset. This is incredible. Luna persevering, not worrying about the mental. His mental is strong. We'll see if Radish is stronger as we get into Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset.
We know Radish can do it. The set count has at least 1 in favor of Radish. Even earlier, had 2 wins in favor of Radish, but it was Luna who ultimately won the set to get the reset, and now we're here, the final set, and Luna's not going to touch the wall!
Oh man, that is brutal. brutal. That is such an early stock loss and a very rough way to start this one. But Luna spawns back in, blasters coming out, the D-Light into the pivot neutral air.
Gonna have to shake that one off. Falling Sair getting damage put out, but Radish is still adding up damage. Downlight recovery, not gonna quite do it. Still wants blasters.
Not sure if he D-lighted the wrong way. Maybe that was a misinput, or maybe he might have expected Radish to be over there. It was certainly possible, but we're still... Oh, that's
still got
rough. Still got hit by it, but it wasn't enough to take him out. Finds the side air to get the stock. Hopefully we see that trending downward graph again, where it takes a lot of damage for the first stock and then not so much for the rest.
Luna trying to bring this one back. He gave away an early lead to Radish, but with the weapon denial, he's been able to get this one closer. Radish immediately throws away the gauntlets. He wants the orb, and Luna knows it, so he's going to deny the weapon pickup.
Neutral air juggles, even the GC sidelight. We are seeing some swagger coming out from Luna. I think he is feeling confident, even after that first stock loss, but he's got to be careful. Gets caught by a recovery too high in the air, and that's going to be the end of this stock. Ooh, he tried to dash jump down air. Just don't punish it. Like, you just don't have to. Like, you don't have to do that. You can just let it happen.
Just watch it. Just watch it. Yeah. Appreciate the value, and then move on.
Watch the fireworks in front of you and go, ooh, wow, pretty, man, and then reset.
Interesting option there from Luna. Went for the downlight sider, kind of the safer input option. He knew the damage was done. Generally, you see Blasters players, they're like, oh, I want to KO my opponent, downlight recovery. But Luna was like, all right, I know he's got enough damage on him, and now he's got the lead.
And he is extending it further. Oh my gosh, even with that one, but no. The instant wake-up ground pound from Radish. Maybe Radish was waiting. He was saying, yeah, hit me, I want you to hit me. And then all of a sudden the ground pound comes out, gets that stock. We are much more even in this game, but Luna is still not letting that lead go. That neutral light, sending Radish further into the orange, that side air, sending Radish into the red. He's not too damaged, so getting hit in the air. Not a big thing, the neutral sig, not enough.
Still wants the blaster, still wants the end sig. Luna puts another one under his belt, another feather in the cap. He's won 4 games in a row over Radish.
634 damage. That is 200 and 11 and a third per stock. I'm doing all mental math today.
Yeah.
I want everybody at home to know
really
that.
on point.
It is exclusively mental math. I got a laptop in front of me. I got a phone in my lap, but no, it's all mental math. And there is the graph. Look at that middle stock from Luna. Dude, that's insane. That's like 70% of the game.
I mean, he threw that first stock so early, it didn't even get very far. Like, you can see how short that first stock is, but he more than made up for it with that second stock. 415 damage put out on his blasters alone as well.
Yeah, that's huge. You compare that to the gauntlets that Radish had in his hands, and they were not doing very much damage. It was 48. He did more unarmed damage than he did on the gauntlets. Meanwhile, he put out 247 on the orb, but that wasn't enough to keep up with the damage output from Luna, who is now up 1 game. Dude, if Luna gets the reset and gets the victory, that's incredible.
I mean, that's one way to solidify your spot as the best in the game right now. We'll see if he can do it. This is Miami Dome. I think this is the first time we've seen Miami Dome today.
You might not be wrong. I don't know. Of course, we don't really know every stage that was played off stream in the command center.
Whoa.
Pulled out of that one early, but still kept falling after it. Neutral light coming out from Radish, swapping over to the orb. See the chase dodge coming out, turnaround side air from Luna. Doesn't make contact, it's just going to be that side air from Radish. Okay. Doesn't actually throw out a move that time. He makes the move, but doesn't throw out the move.
Yeah, didn't commit to anything beyond just trying to get in position, see if he can catch Radish, going for an option off of that whiff. But downlight recovery, Luna gets another stock.
Luna showing some of that swagger, the exaggerated swagger of a Lucian team coming out here as he down airs through that dodge of Radish, goes back to the main platform, picks up the gauntlets. Now Luna is the player disarmed. Oh! Drops the D-Light ground pound, but still able to get over the weapon spawn. Tries to poke with those double side lights.
Trying to get any damage that he can. Unfortunate whiff on that downlight ground pound, but he's still got blasters. Playing that range game, utilizing those side lights, the longest range attack blasters got.
Still trying to poke with that side light anywhere he can. Gets caught with the recovery off of the side light. Now, we haven't seen Radish really going back to like the basic gauntlet, like side light and then the same side light GC, or side light the other direction GC side light. It's really only been the side light into the delay recovery.
Yeah, that's kind of been his main tool, and it's partly because it's just like he gets all this damage with the orb and then he just needs to KO. So he's just looking for the opportunity to get that hit, get that KO. Down sig thrown out. That's a burn dodge, but gets away from it.
Luna just kind of chasing after Radish here. Has the blasters in hand. Beautiful down air and the D-Light ground pound. Luna, what a lead for him here in game 2 of the reset.
Might have missed the downlight ground pound at the start of the second stock, but hits it to finish off the second stock. Final stock here for Radish in game number 2. So much momentum on the side of Luna.
And let's be real, if you're going to miss one D-Light ground pound, it's the one when your opponent is in yellow. It should not be the one when your opponent is in the red or the late stages of orange.
Falling Sair, Radish waits but doesn't hit the recovery, doesn't hit the side light. And Sig thrown out, Luna from below. Still finding hits onto Radish's stock. Still adding up the damage.
Oh! Look how deep he is in the push-off column to get that. I don't even think that's the push-off column anymore. You're in a new zip code all the way out there.
There is so many columns between where he was in the push-off column, but he is now up big 2-0 in the final set to determine who will be the Winter Royale champion. Now it's on Radish to hit that reverse 3.
And here is where experience is really going to favor Luna, because he has been in these grand final situations in an in-person event more than Radish has. He's also done it online as well, more than Radish has. So as the pressure mounts, it's going to favor Luna more, especially when Radish is looking at a node 2. Now Radish has to be the one to hit the reverse 3.
He's got to do it. We'll see if he can. He's got the orb in hand. No down sig this time. Not going to the classics from Radish. Instead, he's trying to stick to the safe and simple. Trying to get away from Luna.
Oh, the D-Sig right over the edge. Doesn't get the D-Light the other way.
Down sig! And Radish is down to his second stock. Luna's very healthy right now.
Still in the orange. Both of those weapons were in the air. He had his pick. Went over to the blasters. Nice neutral light into the double neutral air into the deck. He's throwing out moves too fast. I can't even say them all. Slow down.
You're going too fast. The speed limit is much lower. And Radish is just trying to find some safety as Luna is running wild. Doesn't hit the side light. The neutral light's not even going to put him off screen.
Of course he's going to fall there. That's going to be the first stock. He had so much damage added up there. Radish ended up catching that side air all the way close to that blast zone. Got the stock, but so much damage has been done on the second stock. Here comes the Katars for Luna. Is it going to be a side sig classic?
Falling there, Luna throws away the Katars, wants the blasters. Is it going to be the end sig? Is it going to be the recovery?
That was just a punish while Luna was in the white, so that wasn't going to be a huge swing one way or the other. Wasn't really going to put him in any major knockout potential, but the damage continuing to add up. Luna now in the orange. The D-Light side air picked that one up very on the edge. Luna probably didn't want to risk going for that recovery and missing it where he could secure the stock with a side air.
One stock left. Luna has won the last 5 games in a row over Radish, but
bold play.
Sig. He knows he can get the stock if he gets the big hit, but Luna with the edge guard.
Luna sticking on the wall, Radish backing up, wants to swap back over to the orb. Thinks that is more valuable in his hands than attempting the edge guard against Luna.
Doesn't get the punish, but he's in position.
He's just straight up not trying to punish it anymore. Thank you, Luna. I'm very glad. He'll just make the move over to see if there's an opportunity here for the very much delayed punish rather than the instant once the dodge has been burned and the move finishes.
Luna managed to get high enough to avoid the dare. Double recovery. Radish has taken damage. The Sair will finally do it. final stock here for Radish. Can he take this to game 4?
That weapon spawn did come in pretty quickly. Oh, that one's going to come in quicker than I expected. And it's right to Luna, who now has Radish in the red.
That was a burn dodge, though. Doesn't get the dare.
Tried to go for the side air. Radish might have been expecting the D-Sig, but no, Luna didn't go for that. He did the recovery in the same direction of his attack. See if he switches it up.
Oh!
Next time, daylight side air, and Luna is your Winter Royale champion.
The last time he was here, he got to hoist the trophy. Once again, he gets to hoist the trophy. Luna is currently the best player in the world.
Do we get to say that?
Yes, that's what they all said. Literally, whoever wins the Winter Royale, they're the ones who won in their regions. Now he's the one here, the best of the best, MIB, but Luna ends up being the victor.
I'm going to break rank on that and say, I'm going to put my finger up and abstain.
Who are you gonna say?
Impala, he won the World Championship.
Yeah,
brother.
but is he here?
No, but he won the World Championship. He was the best player in the world.
He got 4th.
I don't want to take this win away from Luna whatsoever because the journey, they even had to swap the picture. They didn't even think Luna was going to win this one. Man, look at that graph. Look at the damage build. Luna, what an incredible player here today. We started to really count him out. I know I certainly did when I was looking at him going up against he went up against Kaina and got 0-3'd, and he got beat 1-3 by Sack. But really the second half, he really rallied toward the second half of the round robin stage.
Yeah, he struggled at the beginning of today, losing out to those South Americans, but ultimately he did enough to earn his spot in the top 4. We got to see him beat out Godly and get that kind of reverse, that reaffirmation of what happened at the World Championship. And then since then, once we got into the double elimination, he was getting revenge after revenge. Beat out Sack, beat out Kaina, ultimately to come here against Radish.
I'm so surprised that we saw a 3-0 in the grand final reset. I was expecting a 3-1, a 3-2. Honestly, could have been those scores either way if you were asking me. So, man, the fact that Luna came back from that, the fact, I'll say it again, that we kept telling him to stop using the signatures at the Winter Championship because they weren't working. All of a sudden, complete 180 from Luna, complete improvement as a player, taking those cons and turning them into pros.
I mean, I'll say it again. When I talked to him yesterday, he was talking about the fact that he got 3rd place twice. He got 3rd place at the Winter Championship, 3rd place at the World Championship. And he says anyone who does that and doesn't win the next thing, they messed up. That's on them. They didn't learn enough from those losses. And clearly, he went back, studied the tapes, and learned everything that he could because he is crowned the victor here at the Winter Royale.
Congratulations to Luna. Ah, man, what a tournament here. The first time we've ever done one of these Winter Royales. I know I had a blast. I know the fresh tournament format was beautiful. I love to see that variety in the tournament format. It gave us completely different vibes throughout the day for all these players instead of just throwing them into a double elimination like we do the rest of the year. So I'm so glad we get to have that bite of freshness. That way seasonals are their own thing because they're online. LANs are their own thing because they're this giant open in-person tournament. And then the Royales are also their own unique thing as well. So we have this this tri-state area of tournament types here for the 2023 Brawlhalla Esports years.
It's been absolutely amazing. And again, congratulations to all the players. Congratulations to Luna and Radish, the two 1st and 2nd place finishers. But also congratulations to South America. Consistently, people still kind of go, are they really deserving of being here? They only got 2 invites. Do they really have what it takes? And they filled out the final 2 spots of the top 4. We have, of course, Sack and Kaina getting their spots in the top 4. But Remy, tell us, how did Luna do it?
It was a grueling, grueling mission. He came so far in a position where he didn't even know if he was going to make it into the top 4. He makes it in through the loser side and runs it all the way up through people, like I mentioned earlier, that were beating him earlier, and he does come through with it. Radish, not that hard of a matchup for him because he actually did beat him in the round robin, and he has a good record against him. How did he pull it through with the Lucian? I'm going to show you right here. It was some really good gameplay from the Blasters. A game that mattered so much. He was down. This was the game 5 of the on the reset. After the reset, he comes through, is at a deficit in the match again, and he gets a very clean Blasters juggle here with the Sidelight Nair G-Seed to pick up a bit of damage, evening up that stock there. And when Luna has that momentum, when he has that evened up stock, he can do just about anything with it. Another play I want to look at here is just how long he applies pressure and keeps Radish off stage, because we haven't really seen Radish get a lot of work done off stage this tournament. We've seen a lot from Luna off stage, we've seen a lot from the corner of Radish, but we haven't seen any actual off stage gameplay from Radish. And Luna with the Blasters just kind of keeps him in this dead zone where it's like, okay, when are you going to finally let me up? You're not going to let me up. He finally touches the map and he gets set back off. Radish tries to capitalize on Luna going off stage, doesn't quite make it back, and he finally lets back on. And that's about 20 seconds of just free damage that Luna is applying onto Radish and not allowing him getting back any pressure onto the map. Continuing on, Luna just with the Blasters the entire time, like I mentioned earlier, just applying so much pressure and doing so much work. Another situation here where he actually gets this sidelight gets this sidelight into the Nair, doesn't connect with the neutral air, but does find the side air, and then applies it forward more and gets a second side air to keep Radish off the stage completely. A lot of off-stage gameplay and options from the Blasters of Luna, keeping Radish unavailable to the map. And to close it all off, like I said, that aggression from Luna, knows exactly where he wants to be at all times. Even after getting hit, he claps back, throws the Katars away for one more Blaster KO, gets the downlight Sarah, and he knew it. I heard him pop off. We all saw it happen here. If you were looking at the player cams, it was that downlight Sarah that closed off and that momentum of the grounded gameplay with the Blasters. These Blasters have been doing so much work this entire event. I felt like every single time I've been up here, I've been talking about the Blasters and what he's done with them in his hands. And it's just been unstoppable. No player could figure it out when we got into the top 4. And not even Radish Singh in Grand Finals could get a hold of him. Luna looked unstoppable, and that's why he's crowned the champion today. And the casters are going to tell you more about him.
We have the Winter Royale champion himself sitting with us here on the desk, Luna.
This is strange, like being here after like playing so many online and just watching you guys react.
Put the crown on. You're
You're
the monarch.
You are the monarch. Yes, you are the king. Yes.
I feel like it's kind of hard to do with the. Yeah, you can take it off now. It's kind of hard to do with the headset.
Yeah.
Well,
look, they put it next to your name.
It's
Okay,
see,
awesome, yeah.
it's right there. It's right next to your name. But Luna, I'm sure you're feeling fantastic and feeling great. I just want to know, like, what clicked? What secured that W for you?
Okay, so a lot of my tournaments, like they consist of me losing in winners bracket and then just like coming back like from losers bracket all the way. So I feel like in my head, once I have that, once I start losing, and I feel like I need to win. Like there's no losers bracket. You lose. That's it. That's when it clicks. Like that's when I'm like the most pressure is on me, and I had to release like all my techniques and stuff. So yeah, I feel like all that pressure made me play at my best.
Wow, what a true king himself, saying that you need the pressure. You need the pressure to really perform. Duke, I know you're a huge Luna fan.
I got, obviously,
know.
I'm super excited you won. I'm the only one who believed in you, clearly.
Appreciate it, dude.
But I got to ask, yesterday, Godly was talking all sorts of stuff. He didn't even make it in the top 4. Now you're the king. Everything that you say is, of course, true and lawful. What do you have to say both to him and all the other haters?
I mean, Godly ate Waffle House at 3 a.m. with me, so that guy was he was not prepared to go into the tournament. He was talking, but the actions didn't show up for it, and all these players were like, I'm gonna win. But when it came down to it, it was about who can handle the pressure the most, and I feel like I did that really well.
So tell us why Lucian.
Well, okay, so the patch was like Qatar favored and Blasters weren't getting nerfed, and I was already playing Blasters in 2s with Snowy, so it kind of felt like I had that experience on Blasters, and I played Diamond Head in BCX, so I kind of switched to Lucian because Gauntlets got nerfed, and yeah, I played Blasters. So, and I thought Lucian is a really cool legend. I think Lucian's like the coolest legend, to be honest. Even like default Lucian is like the coolest. So I chose it for like all those 3 reasons. And yeah, I'm happy I got to win with them.
Yeah, you really showed up and turned out, honestly. And I know, I mean, it was all fun and games last night when we were joking around, but you legitimately, Luna, like secured the W for yourself. Yeah. So congratulations, of course.
Thank you.
So yes, thank you for joining us. And of course, once again, congrats that you. Yes, go ahead, Sparky.
One more question.
Yes, one more question. Yes.
Now that you've gone through this tournament format for the Royale, where it's round robin into the top 4. How does that feel? How does it work for you? Do you think you excel in that versus a standard online double elimination or in-person double elimination?
I feel like in round robin, it's really momentum based. Like you see Radish he won his first set, and I feel like he was just steamrolling through the rest of them. Until he got to me, of course, where he got 3-0'd. But yeah, I feel like a lot of it is momentum based, and I feel like in that beginning set, fighting Stingray, which was my first set, I'm pretty sure, he beat me in the Winter Champs. So I was already going into that like, oh, this is gonna be a difficult match. But you know, I ended up switching to Mortix just like BCX, and reverse 3-0ing him. So yeah, I think winning your first set is the most important thing, and then just getting that momentum and winning the rest of them.
One more question, Austin. Don't get mad.
Well, I want to ask a question before you. Okay, you go.
We got fans.
So tell me. Oh yeah, we got him on the deck. We got him. Might as well ask him as many questions. All right. Tell us about the punish on the N-Sig. Radish keeps doing this gravity cancel N-Sig with the orb on the edge. We watch you go like, oh, I'm going to do Lucy and Qatar down Sig like 3 times. Didn't work. What were you thinking? And like, is there no, the way you said that, I was like, what were you thinking? But like, was it like, oh, I'm trying something? Or is it like, I know that this will work if I do it right?
I think I was like, damn, this move is really just unpunishable. Like, I cannot Qatar DC that. And the third time I did that, I was like, that's when I figured it out. So I kind of started to pressure him because he uses GC. So I was like, he doesn't have a dodge and he's off the stage. So I can use all that pressure to just hit him with like Qatar nairs, which I was doing throughout the whole match. I never did that many Qatar nairs in a set ever. But yeah, I think moves like that, you kind of just need to respect it and then just play off the pressure that they have put on them.
Okay, so of all the players that made it here, this is a 2-part question. The first part is, of all the players that made it here, including Machete, who do you want to make it to the next Royale, assuming you also make it? And then 2, what player who didn't make it into this tournament around the world do you want to see at the next Royale?
Okay, so first off, I want Kaina in the next one for sure. Kaina is like honestly the best player I've ever fought. Kind of balanced out with Godly. But I want Kaina, definitely. I'm sad I didn't get to fight Yuz because of like that issues with that password stuff or whatever. But yeah, Yuz I definitely want to fight because that guy, I think he was finals in the Winter Champs to kind of fought. But yeah, Yuz really good, and he plays an off pick like Vector, so I never fought like a good Vector before. And yeah, kind of just Godly, obviously. You know, players like Stingray, because he gives me a lot of competition. All the players that give me a lot of competition, I definitely want, and those are some of them there. And Radish.
Yeah, we can't forget about Radish. Yeah. All right, so thank you so much, Luna, for joining us. And of course, congratulations again to our new Winter Royale champion. You may take your crown, you may take your trophy as well. Take that both home with you. But let's take a look back at some of the highlights from that past match. Literally that last one. Duke, thoughts?
I mean, of course, you're no surprise to see, like, Luna was playing all sorts of goodness, but, of course, Radish was doing the orb down sigs. He was so effective. It was definitely a tough match on both sides. They were both playing their hearts out. Ultimately, of course, Luna was the victor, but you cannot discredit Radish. He was playing out of his mind, playing some amazing orb gameplay. It was just Luna started to find the answers.
There we're seeing him in the air. You're seeing Luna chase after him. There's the side signature. His signatures are so good. Oh man, I know I'm haranguing that point over and over again, but I want to give credit where credit is due because just a complete transformation, showing that like he practiced and he prepared, not only for like the individual players that he's going to be going against, but also like looking at what he did wrong in general and then fixing that he can apply to virtually everybody he plays against. It's taking one of the issues that Lucian has, which is the low strength, so it's difficult to knock out. Now, back in the day, it was a little bit harder because we didn't quite have like D-Light recovery as the option, but yeah, man, Luna, incredible work.
And speaking of all the different things that are coming up, because you kind of mentioned about the Royales in the future, but right really quickly, in the next month on April 7th through 9th is DreamHack San Diego. It's going to be amazing if you guys can come out. Register now. Start.gg/DHSAN23. That's DHSAN23, where you can register now. It's going to be the first open LAN event in our Brawlhalla esports season this year. It's going to be the first time in the West Coast. It's going to be incredible. You don't want to miss it. Of course, it's always great to see everyone again and just have a nice live audience and just experience all that all together. So you can make it if you want to compete. Register now. You don't want to miss out. Start.gg/DHSAN23. But also coming up, actually, at the end of this month, is going to be our next seasonal championship. It's Spring Championship. You can actually register now as well. We just wrapped up the Winter Championship 7. Now it's on to Spring. So start.gg/Brawlhalla. Register now for the Spring Championship. That's going to be happening literally at the end of the month, March 24th to 26th. That's going to be our, it's double? No, singles. Nope. I'm wrong.
Singles first.
Singles first,
then doubles.
and then double. So March 24th to 26th, singles first, and then March 31st to April 2nd, it's going to be doubles. And of course, everyone's going to be competing for that $100,000 prize pool. Kind of insane. So register now. Start.gg/Brawlhalla. And the last thing I want to bring up to y'all is, don't forget your Winter Royale merch. This is exclusive. You can only snag this for a limited time on Tuesday, literally this upcoming Tuesday, March 14th. It's gone. So take this chance now. Get that amazing custom jersey, that t-shirt, that hoodie. Don't forget the blanket, okay? We love blankets, all right? When you get older, it actually doesn't matter what age you are. We love blankets, okay? So get that exclusive merch now. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Got you a shorter link just so you guys can just get that real quick there. But yes, it's while supplies last and it's a limited time. You don't want to miss out on this exclusive merch because I know y'all in chat and in the community are always asking for Brawlhalla merch. Don't wait. Get it now, okay? All right. So I want to kind of just wrap up here and see just some final thoughts on today. I mean, it was quite the journey that we went through the round robin and all the way to top 4. Duke, how are you feeling? Final thoughts here.
I think Sparky definitely highlighted just the format. This difference it's so refreshing. It's so cool. It was so much fun sitting in the back and kind of doing this theorizing this game of like, if this person beats that person, then this person might continue on. I was rooting for people that I wasn't necessarily rooting to make it into the top 3 just because I wanted to see how those tiebreakers could shake out. And that's such a cool thing that is so unique to these Royales and something that's been incredibly fun. And of course, I love just like being able to sit here, talk with the players, have Luna in person and chat with him and ask him, hey, why did you make those decisions that you make, or how are you feeling, things like that. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm so glad that we got to do this today.
Yet another wonderful Brawlhalla event. I love the Royale format. I can't wait to see what the rest of the Royales this year, what the rest of the online tournaments this year, and what the rest of the LAN events this year have in store for us. It's going to be a fantastic year. Brawlhalla is back in a very, very big way. And, man, I'm excited for what the players have, for what production has, for what everybody has for the year of 2023. Brawlhalla Esports, man, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, and really can't wait for more. I wonder if we can, I know we got to roll out, but I do want to give thanks and kind of, I see people back there. I don't know if we're going to bring anyone out to come out here and just be like, hey, come on. Yeah, if you're here, come here. I'm talking about the players. Yeah, I'm talking about the players. I'm talking about talent.
Phil, back-to-back skill shot.
I'm talking about,
event champion.
Any
right
production
there.
person who wants to come on too. I mean, it takes literally a village to create this kind of production. Okay.
Maybe this one?
Wait,
Just
we're giving
come on
Godly a
over.
headset? Is that what's happening?
I don't know.
Are we actually giving Godly a headset right now?
This is Mark Phillips' instigator.
No, we're not gonna give Godly a headset. We said no.
Give it a left
But
stick.
Creed, come here. Of course, Toast the man, left stick here. Yes, it really does take a village to create a production like this, and of course our incredible, talented players as well. So, look, y'all, that's gonna do it for us today. 7 players showed up, but Luna took the win, making him the Winter Royale champion. So thanks to everyone that tuned in this weekend. If you haven't yet, be sure to check out that BCX documentary that is now available on YouTube. YouTube.com/Skillshot. And of course, we can't wait to see all of you in just a few short weeks for DreamHack San Diego. On behalf of everyone at Brawlhalla Esports, and of course, all those behind the scenes bringing you the live action, thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, Duke, Sparky, TK Breezy, Taza, and myself, thanks. Thank you again. We're going to leave you with the sights and sound of the Brawlhalla Winter Royale. Good night, everyone.